working overtime. I gotta get it right. Gotta pack my bag, gotta go home. I'm making known this here's my throne. I'm in my zone. You know I'm in my zone.
I'ma take over this city. Take over this city. Ay, city, ay, city, ay, city. I'ma take over this city. Yeah, I'ma take over this city. Take over this city. Ay, city, ay, city, ay, city. Ay, I'ma take over this city. Might as well learn my name. You're gonna see it in the city lights. I hope you ready, 'cause I'm on my way. I'm taking over the city.
Take over this, take over this, take over this city. Take over this, take over this, take over this city. Take over this, take over this, take over this city. Take over this, take over this, take over this city. Yeah, I run my city. Everybody love me and I'm pretty. Calling my phone, but I'm busy. Forget about the pity. I came blue hundreds in the 50s. I just got what they need. Do the dash, check my speed.
Why not gonna follow my lead?
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
What the?
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a scoop on what's new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 hard-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker: rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Rules. Smash 'em all!
You have TSM on that edge, and for FaZe, yeah, you're absolutely right. They're going to have to deal with either Cerberus or Na'Vi, and those are 2 options you never really want as a grenade is going to take down Kickstart.
You have 100-0 nade come through. H-Foot is going to fall to that blue zone as well. Shrimpy has to back off. As more utils being lobbed on forward. This is all Ike Slip. Picture perfect util usage. The one building, and there's not a whole lot you can do as long as you press on the sides. He'll go for it into the other week.
Should be able to steal that point, and oh no, Gen G, they have to be so careful here. This is potentially their tournament on the line, as Toasty will get a knock, but he needs to back off, and he does.
Gets out the building successfully, finds the second one as well. 4AM is running right into his open arms. He does have Accelerate, matter of fact, has 4 nades available, not opting to use any of them. Believing in his gun skill over anything else, goes for the third, finds him as well. As now just 1 more left alive, and Adder.
Meanwhile, Jeems will find Pao Pao, get rid of him!
What?
And Na'Vi will get wiped out by the Panzers of Xiaobei. No freaking way!
Не вижу. Еще последний едет.
Unfortunately, Beck's getting caught out in a bad spot, and now Twisted Mind's getting pushed in here by Eternal Fire. And
Example now looking for the knock that he just had, realizing they probably got that res up. Nade's gonna fly by. Still fine. First spray is good. Second spray, oh, he prones, but he still gets it.
7 shots. No
Staying. He's not trying to jump off because he can't. Xiaobei is holding that other angle, and so at this point, Hakatori is completely trapped.
Oh! Gets the first one. That's what that pistol does to your head. We'll see if Suju can get the rest of Hakatori. Is feeling it now, running.
Oh, no way!
Getting yet another one. The double D comes through, and he's able to get them both.
Sawadee. 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 Sawadee.
I heard the World 12 is the best gun.
My fans told me to loot everything before my teammates see that. So I will do that.
ผมกับทีมเคยเล่นโหมด Survival Left Behind ก็ผ่านง่ายครับสบาย
Về chế độ đó thì em chơi tầm 4 lần em mới thắng được. Thì em thấy chế độ đó khá là khó.
I think you're gonna be our IGL, okay?
Go.
Oh shit! Come. Help me, boys!
I'm gonna die here.
Me too.
He has superpowers or something. Help me, help me, help me, boys! Boys, help me! I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die! Kill them! Kill them! Kill them! Kill them! Please, 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 please! No, one more of me! He's punching me to death! Oh my god!
I did heal.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Come to me, I have heal, I'm dead. See you guys in the other side.
Okay. So you feel first generator, yeah?
Yep. Be careful.
Oh my god. Kill the big one.
Oh! We need heal. Yep. We're gonna die.
Oh, be careful. More zombies coming.
Oh my god. Batteries! Where you guys are? Come here!
We're coming. 1 second, please.
Yep. Please, I don't want to die.
Come in. Where? It's over. No, run, Batu.
Guys, we're dying, I think.
No!
We're gonna play until tomorrow.
It was fun. It was fun to play this game mode.
I think that if we play this game once again, we're gonna win it without any deaths. Easy.
For sure. I just cannot be using an ump all the way to the middle game.
Do you guys want to play again?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, gas can. Okay, behind the box again.
Yeah. Ready?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Well, I was not being healed because I was staying on this box.
Okay, you guys ready? Wait. I need food. I can't stand up. I need food. Drop me food, everyone. Please. One more. I need food. Food, please. Drop me food. Food. Thank you. You can go now.
I have one gun moment.
Oh, someone is killing me. Help!
Wait, he's still alive! He's not lying!
Guys, I'm sorry. Guys, I use generator.
Go on.
I hope you're ready.
I was not ready at all. The gate is here.
No. Be careful. All the ping. Show.
being healed because I was staying on this.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hi, wait for me, man! I have heal. Oh. Heal doesn't work! No, not again, man. Oh, I'm hungry. No. Oh, no! Yeah, I'm win. Oh my.
Pretend you are dead. You did everything so bad.
Yeah, I killed more than you. You last place, man.
I'm IGL. You know how it works in our team? Like when we play a tournament, like IGL gets double of the kills he made.
Makes sense.
So means I'm first place with a huge gap. Okay, I have a guess. For fucking. I think he had to die from starve.
ของสปาร์กิ้งน่าจะตายคนแรกครับ
Của em là để một người đồng đội chết ở máy phát điện thứ ba.
He never rested me when I was standing right in front of him. He watched me die every single time.
You know Titanic?
Yes.
I was Leonardo DiCaprio.
Okay.
And he was the woman.
All right. I had to use generator when you are not ready.
You did. I remember. It was the third one.
Exactly the third one I had.
Oh. Yeah, I saw it. I got so scared.
Yeah, I think the most difficult was that me and Sparking had complete moves. So we ruined games a lot.
Độ khó thì mấy vòng đầu thì em thấy bình thường. Chỉ khó khúc cuối. Tại khúc cuối mọi người chưa chuẩn bị thì battery mở nên là em phải chuẩn bị kịp.
I hope you guys have really good circles.
Em nghĩ hai bạn cũng không cố gắng mấy đâu. Vì chiến lược thì cũng thuộc về hai bọn mình tiếp thôi.
No tycoon, no win, my friend.
We will help you to kill all the teams and you can just claim the championship, okay?
Good.
Teamwork.
It is a guaranteed Chinese victory, but really, it's all 17 at this point. Sets the example on how to pick your team out of impossible plays with just ridiculous sprays. And the knock, Bing Bing on the other side. This Shaq out in the open. Evan's got James looking for another seat. Evan's got two, looking for the third. Evan! Oh my God. Hilly has already taken down two of his teammates. Chris tries to get involved, but Chloe takes him. Not too long ago, sees the one player, has him dead to rights. The grenade just missed. This push eventually through, but Na'Vi to get into the vehicles, but they're not going to make it anyway.
레즈대 벗고 벗어야지. 이어폰이랑.
빨리 가라.
아이 박멧. 아이 박멧. 아이
Бахмет. Бахмет.
Алло. Как слышно?
Things are brewing quite nicely for Twisted Minds, and honestly, their position in this game is looking even better than it was in game one.
Нет, тройка, Нави.
На метке вижу его.
Что нам сделать? Мы можем съехать?
На метке.
Чай, это что, дерево?
Нет, камень лежит просто.
Хорош, ФВ.
Кто на метке, Тём, будет выезжать?
Кто пробегать сейчас будет? За синькой.
Там надо посмотреть.
Nice.
Có cho bot.
Tự. Ủa, tám tự ăn không?
Всё, 1-1 остался.
Естественно, на метке валяется нокнутый.
Метка дерева, парни.
Я буду дропать, Тём, я буду дропать.
дерева.
Последний остался, последний.
Зазона убегает.
Falcons have a decent position to potentially kind of just harass them as they're forced into the circle and then just take this northeastern edge themselves.
ระวังคนมาเจาะ
ต้องรีบลงมาหาพี่เทียพี่ตามวงได้หรอโผล่ไปทีมบ้านนะไฟไล่ดิไอ้ฟังกูไฟไล่บูโทนไล่บ้านใกล้ก่อน
มันมีแค่หลังเดียวหลังใหญ่หลังเดียวเลย
ไล่ก่อน
ไปมันเป็นหลังเล็กแบบ
เล่นข้างนอกได้นะเล่นนอกบ้านได้
เฮ้ยมันเห็นกูหลังบ้าน
หลังบ้านเลยก็ปั๊มนะ
You guys should your punch from ZS3 and peek into them. I'll link it from the south.
One's on the rock right now, north.
นี่มันคือดีเดย์
กูเจ็บ
ผมมี RPG อ่ะ RPG ในรถเอามายัง
ยังไม่ได้มาหยิบมาดิ
มาชิดดิ
หยิบไม่ได้
He's in the blue.
Tell me where to BZ ขวาขึ้นละ
Falcons.
No, it's not. It's
I
stay
knocked two in the compound. Day inside there.
Sonics today fighting in compound.
Wait, Sonics is just on yellow. Okay.
Can I
honestly,
talk?
yes.
Can I talk? I think we should wrap wide edge and go all the way to green. I think we should wrap the entire zone and go around. I knocked one close on our wall. He's on green. He's not resable, but I can't flush him.
It's still two teams.
zone tig while we're doing this?
I will. This is still two teams in the building.
Day trade and who?
We don't know the other team yet. They didn't fight.
P5, I think. Falcons were killing them from the northwest.
This guy gonna get rid
P5 died.
No. Oh, well then it's just day. Nice shot, brother. He's knocked on green still.
Okay.
They're wrapping us. Driving into me. Knocked one. They're gonna be pushing a compound in towards me.
We should wrap Sonics now!
Yeah, we should get in front of the roof. Yep, let's.
I'm getting shot. He's driving far. He drove far. We're good. I'm gonna grab the other car, Tig. Yeah, I'm with you, Tig. I'm going deeper. I'm going closer. We have to go closer. They're all coming. Use you two.
He's stuck on the car in yellow.
Don't stack on me. Don't double stack. We're gonna get naded. I've got one low on the car.
Right side of the road.
I'm getting naded. One green.
I'm holding the green guy. He's knocked.
One's knocked. Two knocked.
Two knock.
I'm dead. You guys play together.
He's super close on the blue, and then one's far.
Nade green.
Nice. That guy's knocked off. He's knocked off.
I know.
Take your time. There's 0 points, guys. There's a knock in the blue and orange.
Knock in the blue. Get the knock in the blue.
Nice. One up. This heal.
Where is he?
This heal.
Go on. Good job.
Nice, dude.
Behind them, luckily Batulans and Perfectix have been left at the backside. We don't have to worry too much about that though, because the push over the top of Everest is now in effect from TDT. They want to get involved in another early fight. It's worked out quite nicely for them. They've confirmed the kill on Tegumen, but Van has been run over by Heaven.
하나 찍혔어. 3번 남았다.
땡겨줘.
우리 쪽으로 나왔다.
Ê, tao vừa nghe có thằng dưới xe kiểu 4 sao ấy.
일단 안전하게 숨어 있어.
빠진다 뒤로 빠진다
레버리.
보자.
나 피하고 있어. 천천히 해봐. 확인했어.
나의 사고야.
bắn đi đừng cố
봐봐. 아, 핑 남았다.
아, 오케이. 괜찮아. 머리 봐줄게.
형, 이거 과감하게 해줘봐.
바로 빼.
lên hai thằng trước mặt luôn
좀 하나 더. 3번.
June got one. Sloot's gonna finish him. Sloot doing a great job bailing out the freaks. They are suffering a knock, but Tulin's got duck juice there. Example, so effective with this FAMAS. Another big knock.
Потом справа встать.
парни справа скирпексом надо встать
Меня ног в упоре. Справа. Со спины где-то. Со спины перк. За деревом. Да. Вот так. На мне может быть.
лежит.
Есть, конечно.
Макак лежит? Нету.
нахуй я
我脸上有。
我的 飞人坡，好像我不在这里，打上去，得往右边打。我有蓝圈，给我位置，小狗过来。别着急。右下吗？我有蓝圈。
点点。
飞人死一个。
Помочь? Убили наверх. Много дерется. Помочь.
Одного нокнули.
Посмотри на камнем.
Не будет. Сзади выебали.
Хорош!
Справа, в паре.
The retake just not quite there. 17 hangs on by a thread. Oh no! They had to set up a complete circle of smokes around themselves.
几个人应该。没有，还在来了！我先操作，他们打起来了。
Really not looking great for 17, and TE's like, nah, we've got these knocks. We're going to try to finish this. There's a Panzerfaust in the hands of Xiao Bei. TE crashes into them and eliminates them. Unbelievable.
The position in the zone non-existent for Twisted Minds and Cerberus.
Sao đâu. Có tôm chấm hai thằng. Nhìn đường chạy đó anh em ơi.
Бля, хотите я за синькой буду их рудить? Можешь. Мы все равно все за синькой умираем.
Мне хуёво.
Я буду за синькой.
Нужно будет перепрыгивать сейчас со мной.
Они ХЕ дают. Я пробежал, парни.
Я тоже пробежал. Я в бочке. И нокай, судя.
Ну, пытаюсь.
Нужно дом отбирать.
Нужно забирать дом и... Сейчас, подожди, там цель.
Нормально. А тут никого не может быть?
Киткат.
Может быть сольник какой-то. Стян бы тот же.
Трешка, чел.
Парень, нам надо передушиться и просто, чтобы они вайп...
Тёма охуенно делает.
Тёма супер
Они
делает.
в киткатах дерутся, да. С трешки будет перебегать, я буду целить.
Я ближе подхожу тоже.
Можно все хаешки туда отдать, которые есть.
Я даю дорожку смоков. Чтобы мы могли подойти просто. ЦС нокнули ФБ. Мужики,
Да,
нам нужно улынить туда.
Да.
Он у тебя?
Да. Вайп.
Дайте хп. Нет, ты не вайп.
Добил.
Он в трешку.
Хорош.
ЦСов двое осталось. Мужики, смоки еще дать есть?
Нет.
Да, 2 всего. Я выпрыгнул. Тут без смоков, вот тут.
Не логай. Пойдем.
He just has to find these points. He cannot! Twisted Minds has done it! Once again, they are going to be back-to-back CPS champions. Unbelievable. Just why not?
Still going. He's still getting knocks.
Мы выиграли?
Мы
выиграли?
We win!
Once again, for the second time in a row, PGS champions.
A new vehicle, a new arcade mode, and a new crafter pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 32.2 patch report. First up, the black market is back, bringing another opportunity to collect some fan-favorite progressive weapon skins and new chromas for the Mark 12, the Barrel M762, the Ace 32, and the M24. When you pick up the Crafter Pass Black Market 2024, you'll be able to complete missions and collect rewards which you can use for crafting in the workshop. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details. Next up, Arcade is getting a new mode. In Hot Drop mode, you'll drop into a very small area and have to fight to survive as the circle closes in. With 64 max players, things will get cramped in the circle very quickly. So loot as fast as you can and start fighting for ground as the chaos ensues around you. Hot Drop mode will be available from November 20th until December 3rd. We've also got a brand new vehicle floating your way. The new inflatable boat is a more stealthy option when navigating the waters of the battlegrounds, using good old-fashioned teamwork to move. The inflatable boat can seat up to 4 players and moves faster as more players row. So make sure to put your back into it. There are also some updates to the clan system, map bug fixes, quality of life updates, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 32.2 is here. So pick up your crafter pass, hot drop into the new arcade mode, and row your boat gently with your team. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Champions will be Cerberus Esports!
Twisted minds, your champions, PGS4.
It's an unbelievable triumphant return for 9 of our teams coming from the PGS 5 finals, and now we have ourselves them being able to make it into this PGS 6 final. At the same time, they are joined by 7 brand new names relative to PGS 5, the only team not making it, unfortunately, to both GNL. But the fact that we have had the cycle, that means everybody has an opportunity to join the pantheon of greatness when it comes to PUBG Esports here at PGS 6. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris. We also have Matchroom here to talk about everything that's going on. You just missed Fex and Hisaki giving each other the biggest of hugs. But before we talk about all of that, we got to talk about our partners and sponsors coming along for the ride here for PGS 6. First and foremost, we have Crafton and VSPO here, bringing everything from PUBG as well as the esports that's going on behind us. So thank you to them. We have OP.GG, our main partner as well, joining us along for the ride. So you can overpower your game if you head over to OP.GG and check out everything on else. I'll get to you in a minute, Matron. We've got Nova Bangkok Hotel as well as our hotel provider. So thank you to them here for joining us in Bangkok. We also have the Green Park Studio that's providing us all the facilities that are going down right behind you that you can see that you're going to be watching, feasting your eyes on over the next 3 days. And what better to do so in comfort and loveliness, because you can head over for TT Racing as well, who are providing us all the chairs to get things going as all the tournament is going to unfold. Ta-da! Yes! It's been already excellent and exciting because we've just seen loving moments between teams ready for this grand final here, man.
I love the fact that you left it at giving each other a hug and then not the faux joy that they exuded after that.
Did you like the stare down that they had briefly before that, where they kind of like muscled up to each other?
And then yeah. That's the universal greeting, right? For PUBG players, they just walk up like, yeah, what's up?
Yeah, that's good.
Go and give the hugs. But yeah, man, like you were talking about, we've had an interesting setup to get into this stage, and I am ridiculously excited, and I cannot wait to get into the final stage.
We had 3 days of group stage, of course, to figure out all of our 16 teams that we're going to be making. As I previously mentioned, we have 7 new teams cycling in relative to our last final stage, which is absurd. And I think in part it was been made absurd by the fact that we had Thailand absolutely pop off with Daytrade, Theraphon 5. FW was in prior, but bear in mind, Theraphon 5 and Daytrade weren't even in the last final. They got themselves, I think it was 17th and 18th place, but now found themselves in 2nd and 3rd at the end of groups.
And an overall stellar performance, and it came off of some very good starts, making sure to pick up points early, and then they just continued the snowball running. I'm curious if we're going to see that replicatable for them, though. Whenever we get to the lobby at the final stage, it's going to be so much harder to do what they were doing in the group stage.
I can only agree. I can only agree here, considering all these teams have been able to step back for just a moment, there's two here, and try and reconsolidate all of their resources, their tactfulness, as we have $300,000 on the line for these players. And what better way to try and earn it than by going through our super point system. Of course, our kill points very much so heavily in favor for some of these teams. We see very heavy kill games coming out from some of these teams relative to the placement points. They mean business. I mean, we obviously saw FaZe have an immaculate recovery coming off the back of just constant, never-ending kills in that last day of groups.
They had to have an immaculate recovery because that first day was not the best for them, and they really did bounce back, and they bounced back in a big way, and with that, puts them in so much better of a position to get these PGS points.
It does. It does. Those are very important. Moving on into PGC, we can talk about those in a little bit of time. I mean, throughout the 3 days, I should say, because, of course, there are cutoff points here and there. If you get top 4, of course, you move through to that Circuit Day 3 compared to Circuit Day 2, which is 5th through 8th. But anyway, regardless, our teams are here. My big question looking at this to start things off, which I'm sure you can answer pretty swiftly or maybe not, does anybody beat Twisted Minds? Does anybody stop the three-peat happening here live from Bangkok?
I guess 4v4? I don't think so right now. It feels like they are just on a whole new level. They've ascended to something we have not seen, and sad for Ascend, but Ascend is really just Twisted Minds right now. They have stepped up into such a big way. They are just nigh unstoppable. But we could see that maybe a couple of teams might try to start mixing some stuff up early with them, try to maybe set up a couple of trap rotations, see if they can get maybe a knock or a kill off of one of them, because we see Twisted Minds come in as 4 so late, so strong. I feel like picking them apart is about the only way you can do it.
I also get what you're saying in terms of a can a 4v4 go against them, and usually it's not really.
Yeah.
The thing is that if you're in the vicinity of a Twisted Minds, right, I feel like you've got to try and third party some of their fights, right? Shut them down wherever you may, because that might be your key to knocking them off of their pedestal, considering how immaculate they've been looking.
And that's the problem, is one of the big keys to success is whenever we were talking about them is just the control that they have of the territory around them, so they're so hard to third party.
No, definitely. Let's take a look, though, at two contenders coming in, of course. Daytrade, who absolutely blew the doors off in group stage compared to their previous group stage, and then Kwangdong Freaks. Now, I'll give you the pick of the litter. Who do you want to talk about first?
Okay, we have to dive into the fact that 74 kills for Daytrade is astounding in the group stage coming out of this.
Yeah.
This is a squad that sometimes can be a little bit more placement focused and kind of behind the ball on some of the firefighting, so they really cleaned up their fighter fighting for the stage. Now, the Freaks, though, we always knew that they had a lot of upside to them as far as the kills coming out of them, but now they've really just managed to settle into their own. They've managed to be finding late games on a really regular basis.
I'm glad you chose Daytrade, because I kind of want to talk about the Freaks.
Go with it.
Like, for the longest time in PUBG, everybody knows this. I am more than willing to bow to our Korean overlords. I have a little bit of lineage when it comes to South Korean dominance, right? However, I think that, some of the power from South Korea has been waning. It's kind of divided over a lot of teams. One of the components of that power is Salute. That man in the group stage absolutely popped off. If it wasn't, for example, being an absolute cyborg, Salute was second on damage, not that far behind Example in the group stage, and doing something like 5,000 some damage, 1,000 some ahead of his teammates and things like that. But Kwangdong Freaks has an opportunity here, in my mind, to restore some of that for South Korea. Some of that prestige, I would say, aside from PNC, of course, which they won, but that's not the same as our main circuit tournaments.
Yeah, and then whenever we're looking at Daytrade, one of the really interesting things that happen with them is they are so much more maneuverable. Daytrade often would kind of sit on their laurels inside of a compound and try to control them. We're starting to see them break out a lot more and start wrapping around the circles, and this is also pretty similar with what we're seeing with Freaks. We have a very centered meta right now, so once you start really exploiting flanked positions, you can get a lot of work put in, and a lot of that coming off The Freak successes were just very solid play. Like you mentioned, coming out from Salute, look at the way that they're moving around on this map here. The amount of control that they managed to take in what was a very open circle and just collapse in this 2v2 was so ridiculously powerful.
Well, to what you were saying, though, about some of that compound central heavy playstyles, as our co-streamers are probably going to be kind of talking about these teams and how they're going to be playing things out as well, is that Freaks were also doing some of that strong compound control, and they were very successful with it. Now, did the circles come to some of those compounds? Yes, sometimes, but they were able to hold on strong with it. So we've talked about Hambino, we talked about Marslek. Who do you want to talk about this time?
I don't know. Let's talk about Laura. I'll let you talk about Laura.
There you go. I mean, go and check out all the streamers that are going to be covering.
Although I do love Corky's picture, though. Can we acknowledge that?
Yeah.
It bothers me in all of the fun ways.
All right, well, what doesn't bother me in the slightest is the Fantasy League. We've been having a whole lot of fun playing it here alongside each other, jabbing at each other, saying, "Ha, your team's rubbish." Usually we say that to Toby. But if you join the
or me, you can say it.
Can I say you?
Yeah.
Godspeed's in last, no? Isn't he in last?
Oh, you're going to do him like that, but yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. Go and join. It's really fun. And it really gets you invested in the games. Here's the point, or the total highest earners so far from that overall Fantasy League so far. And as always, it's example, I guess.
But see, that made it hard, right? You can't get your boy Salute now because he went up in price so much.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a world where you can try to pick up both of them. It's very, very difficult. Ranger X also had a great group stage and was one of the best budget picks you could pick up.
Exactly. Now, this is my question, right? Because Day Trade and Therodon 5, I think in the history of us doing Fantasy League, they've never been this expensive.
Right.
And coming into this grand final, they are very expensive relative to what they normally are. Yes, they had a great group stage, but is recency biased enough for people to be picking them up all throughout this final?
They ended up in a very awkward spot, just kind of in the thick of like around that 25 to like early 30 area. I couldn't find a way to make them work.
Well, you guys at home can not only be playing on the fantasy, but you can also be just basically watching, and you'll be able to get yourself some Twitch drops as time goes on. There were some of these for PGS 5, which I claimed a lot of every day, apparently. And now you've got the PGS 6 one, so come along for the ride. We've got some sprays, we've got an emblem, lots of good stuff for you over there as well. I'm still trying to convince them to do some schematics, but one day, maybe, one day. We've got ourselves, please,
we could wish.
6 gods.
We could wish.
All right, we've got 6 games coming at you for today. It will be Miramar to start things off, ending with Erangel, and we've got our wild cards in the middle. But I think one thing's for sure about this lobby, I am so intrigued to see if Day Trade and Therodon 5 can continue on their group stage performance.
And it's really important that we're starting off on Miramar for both of those teams because they do tend to be very rotating, I guess, momentum, snowball, whatever you want to say, heavy teams. So going over to Miramar gives them a lot more opportunity to start off that day, I guess, a bit more frag heavy, a bit freer in their firefighting, and I would love to see if they can replicate the group stage, but it is going to be hard today.
All right, let's do it. It is the final opportunity before PGC to get those points on board and also become the champion of PGS 6.
PGS 5 champions, Twisted Mind!
Welcome back, PUBG Esports fans, to the PUBG Global Series 6. I'm your host Lisa, and we're here in Bangkok, Thailand, where the stage is set for an unforgettable showdown over the next 3 days. During the group stage, Twisted Mind held their ground, controlling the leaderboard and once again advancing to the final stage in the first place. But right behind them, 2 formidable Thai teams, Therodon 5 and Day Trade Gamers, are pushing hard to claim victories on their home turf, trailing closely with just a small point gap. This time, we've also witnessed new challengers rise up, defeating former powerhouses teams and securing their spot in the finals. Now, from November 8th to 10th, these 60 teams will battle for a share of the $300,000 prize pool, the victories of the honors, and a step closer to the global glory at PGC 2024. With every team fully awakened and get ready to give it their all for the seat at PGC 2024, the question is, will Twisted Mind defend their title, making history of a 3-time consecutive championship, or will challengers claim the honors and defeat them and change the games? Let's dive in and witness the burst of the PGC 2024 lineup and witness the crowning of the PGS champion.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. PGS 6 is on the cards. All of our players getting ready.
Trước khi giải đấu BGS5 xảy ra thì bọn em chưa hề nghĩ đến cái việc có tấm vé đến chung cái thế giới. Lúc đấy bọn em chỉ nghĩ đến là bọn em sẽ có được tấm vé. Nếu như bây giờ bọn em sẽ có được tấm vé đấy thì nó là một hành trình kỳ diệu của bọn em. Nó sẽ làm cho bọn em có một kỷ niệm rất là đẹp với nhau. มันจะเป็นเรื่องที่บ้ามากครับถ้าเราคว้าตั๋วไป PGC ได้ใน 1% นี้มันจะเป็นสตอรี่ที่ดีสุดทิ้งท้ายปีนี้ครับ Best advice I can give is to just get out of your own head. Just play very loose, because if you're playing PUBG and you're thinking too much about what you're doing, you're probably making more mistakes.
We're putting ourselves in a spot to win, and when the moment comes, we'll be ready.
สำหรับผมเป้าหมายคือพยายามจะทำให้ทีมนั้นดีขึ้นกว่าเดิมครับแล้วก็เรายังมองที่การเป็นแชมป์อยู่ครับเพราะว่า
Still trying to survive, and meanwhile, day trade.
การเป็นแชมป์ก็ช่วยให้เราสามารถพัฒนาขึ้นได้อีกครับ
我们不会再畏手畏脚，我没有圈，那我就干你，我干赢了你，我就拿分，干不赢那就下一把。
크게 바뀌기보다는 저희 이제 트위스티드 마인즈랑 17게이밍 그리고 CS랑 저희가 좀 네 팀 구도가 될 것 같아요. Sau khi mà bọn mình gãy mấy game đầu ở tại ngày cuối thì bọn mình thấy hơi hụt hẫng xíu, tại vì đây là lần đầu tiên mà bọn mình đứng top 1 để trước khi bắn ngày cuối thì bọn mình cũng hơi áp lực một xíu, có lẽ nó xui thôi. Và bọn mình chỉ muốn phục vụ lại BGS5.
我觉得我们好几次比赛里都是倒数第一局啊或第二局啊都是争冠的嘛。
No! 17 is out! Unbelievable!
第二局拿多了，只能说下个比赛再拿。我觉得特斯曼的能保持这么好，肯定跟他们4个队员打了很久嘛，所以说很少看到他们失误啊，或者说打得很急啊。
I think Twisted Minds play very default strategies, like they play the same strategies over and over. So they are very easy to exploit actually.
We're gonna win 3 in a row. I can say like good luck to all the teams who try to beat us, so we are not afraid of you. So we'll see you in the finals.
With 3 days of the group stages now behind us, we finally have the 16 teams to make up this Grand Finals lobby at PGS 6. And what a lobby it is. My name is Godspeed, and I'm joined by none other than Toby.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, it's amazing to be here. 18 games from now, we will know not only who will come out champions of PGS 6, but also who will be making their way on through to PGC. And we heard it here, Godspeed, in this intro video as well. A lot of these tournaments has come down to one team in the top all the way through to then crumble and get surpassed. by Twisted Minds. Will it happen again? We'll find out.
We will find out indeed, but you actually wanted to give yourself a little rebuttal to the desk about...
That's true.
The floor
I just wanted to add to it that when they talked about me, my desk, or my fantasy teams being bad, I'm in first place right now, so...
Okay.
I'll leave it at that, yeah. That's all I want to say.
Little friendly bants between the squads, but...
Yeah.
I mean, let's talk about this lobby, right? This is... you would say there's some notable names missing from this lobby, and so Twisted Minds obviously crushing, I mean, literally crushing the group stage lobby, but not far behind them was Down 5 and Day Trade Gaming, the two Thai teams here to defend their home turf. And what a performance they had in group stage.
Definitely, and not so much, I mean, we saw them come off to a really good start on day one. I did not expect to see them be able to pull through, because we've oftentimes seen APAC teams start off really strong, then to get caught up on by some of these other teams. But the likes of Na'Vi, Tianba, Petrichor Road as well, three teams we almost always see somewhere near the top, all struggle to get anything going in the group stages. And, well, therefore, they've made finals, and I'm hoping to see them come off to equally strong starts here in the finals, too.
And I think that is the question, though. That is the question we have to ask is, can T5 and Day Trade actually continue with that consistency? Because that's always been a problem for those two teams, especially when we come into the global stage events. We see them play so well regionally. They're powerhouses, they're monsters, what have you. But then it just all seems, as you said, to kind of fall apart when it comes to the other global teams.
And the question is it them falling apart, or is it other teams figuring them out?
True.
You cannot just play one strat all the way through from start to finish. Teams that get their off days to look through VODs, they will figure you out, so you gotta have a thicker playbook than just, let's just send it. It worked for them in the beginning, and we'll see if it's gonna work for them here as well, as we get the grand final started.
Now, as we go into the first game of the grand finals, we always have to ask, as we do you think there'll be any hot drops in the grand finals?
With Na'Vi out, no.
I agree.
I don't think so. I don't think so, and to add to it, I don't hope so. There's simply too much on the line here to start contesting, especially on a map like Miramar, where you can literally just back off. Just go somewhere else, get looted, get going, and get yourself a good start.
Agreed. And Matt brought something very interesting up on the desk as well, and it had to do with kind of the meta that we've seen shift from PGS 5, which we saw a lot of teams kind of living on the edge, more so than we've seen in PGS 6. A lot of teams have actually seemed shifted to try to go more center, and that happens throughout the year, right? In different events, we see teams kind of switching things up, playing more edge heavy, and not necessarily... because they're on the edge of the circle or they get shipped away, that's just where they prefer to live. But this event, it seems like, yeah, absolutely, Matt is right. A lot of the teams have actually opted to just send it center pretty much early, phase 1 or phase 2. So I'm curious to see if the grand finals will also continue that from the group stages, or if some of those teams will kind of resort back to the edge-heavy play.
Yeah, well, we definitely gotten rid of, or not gotten rid of, but quite a few of the main edge teams did not qualify for finals, so there should be more space out there. But I guess it's also kind of a message of respect to the lobby that playing edge, not only, of course, are you going to play against really good teams throughout the lobby, but you're also really depending on circles. Being more center, you play less circle dependent, but now you can put your full focus on the opponents ahead of you, right? So first circle, it's going to be somewhat send up towards the north. T5 sat in this one already. We'll see if their blessings towards them keep going on throughout these finals, so if maybe they'll have to make some rotations too.
And T5's aggression, I think, is really what surprised me the most going to the group stages, because when we normally see them on the global stage, they are kind of focused more on placement points. We see them do very well when they get center circle, and they kind of just sit comfortable where they are, don't flex out too much. That is not the T5 we have seen. And the evolution, as I hope it continues, is they were taking fights, but more importantly, they were winning many of the fights that they were taking.
Definitely. Rosited, Ranger, and Fluke, I think, are the three players and the names that really started to be, or has started to become mentioned among viewers. Like, okay, there's actually something to look for here in terms of firepower. And I agree. I mean, we oftentimes talk about, yes, you can keep circles coming your way, but that compound is only going to get you so far. So if you make top 3, or let's say top 4, but you only get a single kill, that's a 5-point game. You got to convert more, because you only get so many chances to have those circles come your way, and they actually, as you say, now are going out to start and claim some of these games.
Yeah, because as you said, sure, you get 15 points for win, but the problem is the other teams are not just getting 5 kill, 1, 2, 3 kill wins. You have Twisted Minds, you have Freaks even, TSM FaZe, who have these really big swings. Cerberus, when they win a game, it's never with 5 or less kills, right? It's usually at least 7, 8, 9, 10 plus. And so, yeah, that is not going to carry you. Sure, you can have a couple of those games here or there if you're just gifted. And we often see teams in the center quite often not be able to flex out or get as proactive. But yeah, and Day Trade, I would say, is not one of those teams, or at least was not one of those teams in group stages. They hunted for every point they got.
Definitely. Day Trade, a team who you know what, I'll say it. I think they've surprised a lot of people with how they've performed here. And I think, obviously, Orange, the spearhead of the operation, has been here for a long, long time. But I think the addition of Thanadol has worked out, honestly, way better than I thought it would. We know him as one of the best mechanical players in all of Thailand. And the fact that Day Trade now has one more threat in him, I think makes him a lot more dangerous as a team than what they've been in the past. Therefore, looking, kind of to contract that from where Cerberus is currently sat, yes, you have him as when him and Tycon were on the same team, there was a 1-2 punch whenever you got pulled up on by Cerberus. You couldn't just, be humbled by him as all of a sudden you have Tycon on the flank. That poses a threat too. Day Trade didn't really have the double punch. They only really had Norrens. So if you shut down Norrens, the rest of the team couldn't really back up. But now that Thanadol is in play, in my opinion, they've become a lot more dangerous.
I agree. I think the team is just better off for having Thanadol on that team. And even briefly talking about, Duckmai and the transition there, taking Tycon off that squad and putting him in for Cerberus, sometimes we see these teams that have those two kind of superstars not necessarily mesh very well together. And that wasn't necessarily the case when it came to Cerberus, but I think the support they're coming out of now Duckmai and the rest of the team stepping up like Haisaki has just made Cerberus so strong in a different way, right, than having Tycon on the team.
Definitely. I think it took them PGS5, although they almost won the tournament, it took them PGS5 to figure out exactly how the roles were going to be distributed. The fact that you now have a player like Haisaki who in tournaments past was more of a support player, now start to step in to the kind of the fragging role, because Duckmai was never going to be your lead fragger. He is always going to be there to play support, which he does a phenomenal job at, I should add. But to have Haisaki now joining up kind of shoulder to shoulder with him, as that has made them a really good duo, and I'm hoping to see both of them, all of them honestly, pop off.
Yeah, no, you're just excited about the two of them.
No, just the two. Yeah, so lolsy. Wow, no, I'm kidding.
So, look at a team that we just saw right there briefly before we talk about TSM. Luna Galaxy, they scrape by. They scrape by.
Yeah.
And they're a team that we saw flashes of brilliance, especially when it came to some of their team fights. One of their M games was particularly good in the games yesterday, but we've also seen them make some mistakes. I'm specifically thinking about one of the Tego games where they split off. I think Vinny went to res someone while they were trying to finish a fight 3v2, and mistakes like that are just not going to cut, especially in the grand final. So I'm hoping to see if they clean that up and they're able to kind of make those quick on-the-fly decisions much more effectively in this grand finals.
Definitely. They are one of a few teams in this lobby phase you can mention alongside them as well. Gen G2 to some extent, who have fallen victim to, I'll call it, early game shenanigans. Running into other teams on rotation, taking fights in situations where if you had a second longer to think about, should we really be taking this fight right now? You would probably not have, but in the heat of the moment, you kind of get caught out of position. Do we go to back up this player, or do we count our losses and just move on? A lot of early game casualties on the side of Luna Galaxy that I hope they have done something here with the off day yesterday to try and overcome. And obviously, sitting back and watching 2 days ago in the final day must have been terrifying. And for Falcons, it's been the same story. And we're seeing here them running very close to Cerberus. Look out for the kill feed if we're not going back to that fight, because that could be a player down very shortly.
Yeah, and they're rotating just to the east side of, or northeast of where Minas is. And Snakers now looks like,
he has no clue.
Duckmai.
Oh, wait, what?
Ooh, that's a whiffed opportunity. Can he capitalize? No, Snaker still gets taken down. Duckmai will find him.
Snaker's opting to go for the nade there, catching him a bit by surprise. He knew we had him just on the other side of the hill, and Duckmai, I think he's going to realize now, I better get out of here, or at least wait for my team to be around. But yeah, I didn't add initially Falcons to the conversation of early losses, but they too have arguably for them, more than anyone else, been struggling when it came to casualties on their first rotations.
Not Rilo might be driving right into a trap. That nade actually pushed Duckmai off. He thought someone else was closer, but it realistically, it was just Snakers. So now Rilo has to be very careful. He's the only member left on this hill. You do see Roth there in the background trying to provide cover, but he's being suppressed by Hamas.
And this is a weird situation where both these teams try to wrap east side and get in towards the circle proper. You need to hit all these shots, and Roth does it through the smoke, able to take down Duckmai. That might not mean that their teammates are safe, but at least that alleviates a lot of pressure. Most importantly right now, though, Roth cannot get knocked. That opens them up completely.
If Roth is knocked, it all falls apart, and that ball of Cerberus will start to come down onto the last members. But more importantly, that knock actually bought the time to get Snakers back on his feet.
Yep. There you do not want to be missing out on for fights to come in matches like these. And I think if you're Falcons, say yes, exactly. Just say, you know what, this was never our plan to take this fight to begin with. Get in the car, get the hell out of there. I think there's also Lulzy on the northern side now, so they have to take some sort of suppressive shots towards him, try and force him back down behind the ridge line and heal. They don't want to be here. You can see Snakers in the open. I think he's feeling forced to push, but now Haisaki continuing to move around. It's going to get an off angle. Snakers seen, but Haisaki missing crucial shots. Finally, the knock does come through, though.
Snakers going, just running down in the open, and unfortunately for the Falcons, no one else had an angle on him, so now they're going to once again take control, and Raylo will also fall. That's 2 early deaths coming out for Falcons.
You know what? I really, really liked the attempt of getting back on their feet and getting away, but the time it took for Falcons to fortify up on that hillside, for Flood to get into a proper position, was enough for Sololsi to get around on one side, Haisaki on the other. Again, Cerberus playing a really, really smart game up close here, and that's the loss of 2 Falcons.
I didn't get to see what happened with the vehicle. It looks like they were both in that Bronco, but then it stopped, so certain what happened there, but Barpo is going to find a member of FW. It's going to be Raze, and it's going to be an early point for Gen G. Gen G, another team that actually looked quite good in the group stages.
Yeah, they did.
In the beginning, they had a 44-point day, and then the second day wasn't as impressive, but still.
But again, it's a roster we don't expect to see come out and kind of stir the waters all that much against a lobby like this. And I think most importantly for them, because I don't think they see themselves as the top fracking roster in the lobby, despite the fact that both Tosi and Rex are phenomenal mechanical players, they just got their rotate game down. Like, they really were able to avoid confrontations throughout a lot of this tournament. Now they have a difficult one to make, though, as this one sent us up towards San Martin. You can see Gen G up there in the north next to T1, a team that they have been running into more often than not.
And T1, I mean, if we're going to talk about T1, we have to talk about Type.
Yeah.
He was absolutely phenomenal when it came to bailing T1 out of very rough positions. And looking at center of the circle as well, Toby, you'll see a familiar face. It's going to be Twisted.
Twisted Minds sat inside San Martin in this race right here for the compound. You know what? I'm surprised Nan fully committed to this pull-up. He was driving in from the east side towards Graveyard, saw 3 cars of an opposing team. We know it's B17.
Yes.
Opposing team coming in. They all saw there was just that one Mirado, and he's still committed to it. Normally, like, you would have them turn around, but 17 here, thinking better of it, backing off, and opting to go back towards the Crossroads compound. Smart on them, too, to avoid that fight.
I mean, well, it's T1 that's actually split, and they're...
The timing. Header is disconnected. They're in the middle of a very important rotation here. That is not good timing.
Nope, that's the worst timing you could possibly have.
Unless if you're T1, because they were in trouble and would have potentially been hunted, but they get to go back north and rethink their rotation.
Yeah, instead of, especially in this circle, you have a lot of teams already set up. There is a compound up above San Martin, the kind of the concrete Prio compound just to the northwest open, but they don't know that, especially with all the teams currently set up. They have Gen G to contest with, so the rotation makes sense. Go back north, take the time, especially it's just phase 2. We see Sparking now with a Panzer, which have done a considerable amount of work so far at PGS 6.
Like just a Rottweiler standing in the front yard waiting for you to come say hi. It's like, you sure you want to open this gate, my friend? Because I'll bite your head off. That's what the Panzerfaust does to you.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Rottweiler. But
yes. Combination of both, yep.
That's Luna Galaxy have made landfall into the circle. The north side, they're going to have water treatment for now. They will run into problems later if they try to further commit, especially if the circle does kind of center up. At least on the compound, we see T5 in, and that duo split there from those 2 members of T5 is one of the strongest compounds when this is dead center. It looks like they're just driving straight up to it. Did they even stop to scout?
Nope, they did not. A scout on the fly, maybe expecting to see people out on the balcony, but T5, since they're playing a 2-2 split, are opting not to try and scare them off. I thought they might want to peek out early, but the bait doesn't work for them. I like the idea of Luna send 2 players up over the ridge line. Just drive close, don't go all the way over. Right. And then you had a player still playing the north side, looking at windows, looking at doors to try and see if there was going to be anyone peeking. But not the case. But still, they think better of it, and Luna stays on the north.
Yep. Just worry about Luna because we saw a lot of their issues when it came to group stages was just rotations without any information, and they got punished quite hard for it. So glad to see they're slowing it down quite a bit here. Sparking will find 4 AM. That fight is happening in Hacienda with TSM rotating into a 2-2 split.
Now, there still is quite a lot of space to play around in this circle. You can see FaZe actually with a lot of real estate available towards the east. San Martin, only effectively one team in it proper right now. So it's going to be up to these teams, regardless of where this next circle goes, to try and figure out how do we maneuver through. It's just the fact that there is actually space to maneuver is kind of rare, considering this area of the map.
Yeah, and it's easy for us, right? We have the God view, we can see everything. But yeah, for a team like FaZe, normally, you're absolutely right. A lot of these compounds, a lot of these ridges, the space would already be occupied as we look at that southern shift. And you want to talk about space to be occupied, there's a lot of open space in the center of this circle currently. We are going to see T1 most likely make it to that rotation, and Luna's going to have to go through quite a few teams.
If Luna Galaxy commits to a full Hacienda pull-up, you know what? I respect it. I highly doubt that's going to be the case, but we'll have to wait and see. Also for T1, a little easier said than done than just sending it into the compound. But FaZe, they've been looking at that compound for a while. I wonder if they're going to set up shop on the edge there and then move forward if they're looking to go deeper already now.
And another thing to note is TDT split. They were so effective in the group stages with their splits, even staying longer than even you and I would have hoped. But they made it work.
Didn't get punished.
They didn't get punished. So very curious to see if that's going to continue here in the grand finals, as they still have that 2-2 split on the eastern edge there towards the north. And FaZe, actually one of those teams with T1 following behind, trailing that rotation, could potentially be a problem for them.
I'm liking this Gen G rotation. Again, if you don't have the map open, do exclamation mark in the chat and get it open as well. A wide western wrap here. They know no one's going to be playing into San Martin slow, and if they are, they're probably stuck in there with other teams. So instead, Gen G says, you know what, we came from the north. We're the last team coming in because Ada had to get back on the server. Let's just do a wide wrap. There might not be a ton to play on that southern side right now, but if the circle swings south, if they get a knock on Cerberus, they can full speed send it over towards Graveyard, take fights there, and potentially play in from the south. I'm not opposed to this rotation at all.
And at the very least, they do have ridges to play on the southwestern side, right?
Yeah.
So it's not completely a loss. I agree. And they still also actually have the high ground, and so they don't need to commit to that.
And look at the amount of potential turmoil they avoid in the north.
Right,
I mean,
just
there's teams all over, and everyone is locked into compounds.
And look at FaZe, Toby.
Yeah.
FaZe actually have managed to navigate all the way on the east side, just in front of a very wide split Cerberus, taking up as much space on that southeastern side as humanly possible, as now Luna is making their crash into one of those splits of TDT.
Yep, here they come. That vehicle went all the way up, came all the way back down again. Fortunately, no one got hit by it, but in the meantime, TD team trying to fend off here against the opposed team. Imposer able to get the double. We have seen highlights of this player, but he is now the lone survivor of Luna Galaxy, and you could only imagine that other teams are going to be coming to force this compound too.
And finally, one of the rare occasions where we actually see the split come into play when it gets punished. And if Posa could hold this off, I mean, Hwang F is trying to push upon that building. There is the opportunity for him to get at least one, if not two members up. Vinny is already blot out.
T1 has to try and make a play on this. They see, and I think they've just realized now where this fight is taking place and what's happening in the kill feed. You can see now they're starting to look over in this direction. They have no one on their straight north, so the back should be clear. And with that kill coming through, they now know exactly who is in there. TD team out. The compound is clear, free for the taking for T1 should they want to, and they're just going to claim it.
Yeah. Beautiful recognition and the timing, right? They didn't force the rotation early. They took their time on the north. They were trailing FaZe. And that was the play, but now the circle is shifted once again. They are out, and they're going to have to play in between 17 and KDF, which, although they're in for now, they do have an edge of that compound to play. They will have the high ground, so they could potentially harass and get rid of T1 before they're even able to make it. But there is a ridge line T1 can use to hide.
Definitely. We're seeing the markers there on the map done by the observers down towards FW's current position, and I fully agree that it's going to be an area that's going to be fought over. The issue is, as it stands, Cerberus has the entire south on lockdown. Normally, you have two teams in Mina's area, so the team that is there, or teams that are there, can't really play over the hillside too much because they are have to focus the other team that's next to them. They have it all to themselves, and they've had it all to themselves the entire game. So they're going to be on that hill, overlooking everything in the fields down below, making it practically and effectively impossible to get any usage out of that position. So if Himas and Haisagi stays on the hill for much longer, I don't think you can play down below.
No, and the big issue here is we see T1 currently rotating to the north is there's not enough space. I'm not even close to enough space in between 17 and where Twisted Minds is currently playing. And so with that, I mean, that's going to be a mess in and of itself, but down south, looks like Gen G will be encroaching onto the territory of Cerberus, but so far it's going to be 4 a.m. taking out two members. Make it Yeah, 2 members of T1, only 2 left.
T1 wanted to backfill more. They had the east side open, but it's such a hard transition across towards the south from there. So they wanted to go back up north towards Hacienda, see if there was a way to maybe wrap over towards the mountains on the western side. Not quite to be though, but in the meantime, as you were saying as well, Gen G opting to actually engage on Graveyard, and now that gives Cerberus something to think about because they're caught in their split. Himas and Haisaki, do you try to help down below, or do you still look for points from up high?
Yeah, this fight is still an issue, regardless of the winner, as they still have to find something to play. Twisted Minds is taking shot into this. You see Batulins is going to land some damage onto Sparking, so they will trade one out for now. 3 members still up with TSM. And the best case scenario here at this point is for them to just get as many points as possible. Making the circle is going to be very difficult here.
Try and see what you can claim with it. Salute out in the open, trying to get Heather back on his feet, but it ain't easy whatsoever. In the meantime, FaZe also in the open. Fortunately for now, not really being shot too much at from Cerberus up above. They're still looking down towards Freak, so effectively helping them out to some extent. But I mean, this circle is just open. It's open and it's new heavy. It's this next shift should go into the, I mean, even harder into the open, and that's when teams can start committing to it. Get some of the high ground out of play. That's when you can start to utilize the fields down below.
Especially if you're Twisted Minds, you have a few members of T5 right behind them, playing that anchor position. You can see the field right now with FaZe, Falcons, even FW just trying to survive, and sending it here early, I mean, is generally not a great idea, but these teams didn't have a choice. There was nothing else to take, and so now they have to try to survive as long as possible, and as you stated, New Happy is comfortable in this.
Yeah, definitely are. The full commit from Nan to claim the compound, literally 2 seconds ahead of 17 Gaming early, has truly paid off, as they'll just sit back and wait. Probably won't be a lot of points initially, but once all these teams come off the hill, once they come out into the open, they're going to be New Heavies for the taking.
But this is also the problem when you get center circle. I don't think New Happy have been able to get really anything off, any damage. I think they have 1 kill, so that is the symptom, especially of a circle like this. But in the later game, they have the opportunity to clean quite a lot of the chaos up as Guangdong Freaks here. 1 down, trying to stave off this push from T1, but they're not even in the circle. They still have to contend on the west side with FW.
Exactly. We have 9 out of 33 players inside this new circle. Everyone is fighting on the edge. Everyone is trying to just claim points, knowing that the next rotation might not be survivable. So Loon, Twisted Minds looking for more. They already find Norins, but they can't really commit too much harder for Thanadol. It's a weird off angle. They don't want to push through the open. So they've claimed what they could on this side of the circle. They have to look inward.
Yeah, and now they're going to have to contest with TSM taking the shack below. You can already see Batulins setting up for that example as well. They're in the vehicles. They know there's at least 1 member left of Day Trade, but they're just going to ignore that for now. Getting the position in front of them is going to be much more important as T1 Type is also on his way to this area. As the fight happening, Lou, still being the anchor point, needs to get rid of that adult as quickly as possible, and he does.
I love how much we've been highlighting Lou in this tournament. Our eyes are usually on Perfectix, Batulins an example, but his ability to hold off ankles, to play this contain role, like has won them so many games over the course of this tournament already. And here we see it again. Support players don't always get the recognition that that they deserve in order to keep their backs clear, in order to allow for your fragging players to play aggressive forward.
A lot of shine is given to the superstars, rightly so, but it takes 4 for a championship-winning team, and Lou is, as you said, been such a good anchor support player for Twisted Minds. Deserves all the credit as well. 17 will be sitting in the center shack. They've rotated down after they did hold their edge quite successfully against multiple teams, T1 being one of those, and this is the problem, though. I mean, they're safe for now. They have a position, but once that closes, there's really not much to play around the shack if they so choose, if they want to start to flex out. As now Cerberus have fully consolidated and will be taking the fight on their north side to KDF.
Yeah, that's correct. He's able to get some points. Finds 1 more. He's in the blue, but doing a ton of damage to Freaks before finally going down. Himas has been knocked, but more points being garnered on to the Freaks, and they will fall. But here comes Gen G immediately after. From the other side, is Cerberus ready for this?
A big opportunity here for Gen G. It's going to be a 2-on-3 currently. 1 member is getting up Himas. It looks like they are able to get him up. Solzy still needs to heal as what a ship down to the southwest. That is brutal for the teams.
GG
actually, all the teams.
Good game, New Happy. You won this match. It's I don't see any other outcome in this game unless if somehow Twisted can get off the hill. The teams coming in from the east here are going to be so wounded They shouldn't have anything left to work with, but you know what? In all fairness, it's them getting the points right now. It's them getting the kills. Let's see who's going to come out here. Cerberus, as you said, able to reset, able to get all 4 players back on their feet. They need to take this fight head on. They need to clear it and then move forward.
Yeah, and actually one of the members of New Happy has been knocked, and that is really the only opportunity you see. Twisted Minds are thinking about making that crash as early as possible. FW gonna go down, so Cerberus will clear out one more team on that eastern edge. They still have to deal with Gen G though, Toby.
Yep. I'm sure Navi is sitting watching. I wish someone would shoot them with a Panzerfaust right now, but not quite the case. Sushu, well aware of what's happening up above, but can't quite get the angle. Lou is almost inside the circle, but you can see him in the last 50 meters is in an open road from where he will be visible to the entirety of New Happy. So not a whole lot he can do. AC, in the meantime, looking towards the east as well. I mean, they know. They've been sitting here for so long, gathering so many audible cues. They know exactly where their opponents are. Let's see if Cerberus, off of the smoke being locked by Flood, will read this one. Wait, one good nade here by Flood.
One good nade and some help from New Happy could ruin this game for Cerberus as they are being held at bay. Example will go down, so 17 still as active as you can ask for a 3-man team in a shack. So
definitely
take those all day. Flood, oh, Lou's gonna line this one up easy. Boop. But the question is, does he let them do damage to Cerberus first before taking the shot? No, he's just gonna go for it. Flood will find one. He'll get that knock.
Himas able to find him in return, and now Sparking on the other side finds Lou. Everyone was looking for Flood. In the end, that comes to bite them. All of them falls right after one another. Falcons out, Twisted Minds out as well. But honestly, Falcons managing to get 6th place in this game, considering how early they lost to. And then, of course, it has to be back towards Cerberus once more as well. That is an incredible find in that one. One nade lobbed over here. That's a triple kill for you. And again, Gen G, them disconnect on the north side, wide grab on the west, and now coming into a top before. That is what Gen G has done. We said it early game. We didn't expect to see it from them, but this is how they've gotten to the finals. Just being really, really smart about their rotation.
100%. Their macro is really what's carried them into this field. As we said, their mechanical skills are top tier as well, but yes, their improvement on their rotations overall have been quite impressive to see over the course of this event. Just a few 17 members now, you can see them spreading out. They're just trying to get the kills, get all the solos and as many placement points as they can, as they know inevitably New Happy with a huge advantage here.
Yeah, plenty of util to work with, plenty of vests and helmets. Not so much ammo anymore, I'd imagine, considering the fact that they haven't really been able to loot anyone that they've taken out. But here comes Little Ghost, able to find the first one. They know exactly where they have the rest, but Himas from behind the rock is able to do damage in return. 7 kills. It's almost as if you shouldn't have taken him off your fantasy team today, as he is able to dish out a ton of damage, again in a game that Cerberus has been fighting up close for the last 3 circles.
Yeah, but this is exactly what New Happy needed to do.
Oh,
This is what we're talking about earlier. Clean up as many of the kills as possible, as Gen G will make another great decision, even if they go down here, finding themselves in 2nd place.
You know what? 2 extra points. You can see all the all of the New Happy players were going for it as well. There falls Ada. You'd have to imagine that Rex is soon to follow. Nate comes over. Ooh, just exactly avoiding that couple. The entirety now of New Happy with angles, and it's gonna be New Happy off of a swift rotation in phase 3 that comes out victorious.
Sometimes that's all it takes. As you said, they had just beat 17 to that compound.
Yep.
And sure enough, ended up winning them the game, but still 17, having to deal with all the teams in the north, having to make those pushes, make the decisions. You know what? We're not going to win this game, but maybe we'll get 10 kills, 11 kills. We'll get the points in the 2nd place. Impressive stuff for them as well.
Cerberus fighting off the hill. Gen G on wise Korean rotations along the western side. And then, of course, New Happy. I mean, you know what? When circles keep coming to you, you better make the most of it. And they did right there. Now, let's hop back to the desk as we get ready for the next match to follow the final Miramar of the day here in the PGS 6 Grand Finals.
New Happy holds on strong here in the compound to get themselves the first victory of our final stage here for PGS6. It will be a pretty straightforward, clean-cut one for them here, with that compound still existing in towards the later circles, and all the teams had to try and scramble for an opportunity to even compete.
It is so hard to play around that graveyard area, right? When New Happy got the compound, they're going to most likely win the game. You know this from the point whenever they manage to get here as the circles start to condense in, but they're not going to be able to get a ton of kills because of all the firefighting that was happening beforehand. Everybody knew that this is a very wide open section of the map, so it just became about trying to get whatever kills you could get, and we saw a couple of squads walk away with a ton of them. Most notably, Twisted Minds. Even whenever they can't manage to make it in the late game, they're going to find a ton of kills.
Yeah, it was always going to be hard for them to get off the high ground that they were on. But, I mean, yeah, it's almost getting towards the 10-point mark or even getting that. It's fantastic stuff for them. Likewise, Cerberus on the other side of this battleground seems to have, I guess, woken up from what the group stage was, because the group stage was not great for them. But this was a good game on the east side, constantly moving. Big spread to try and... I even saw a potential for them to try and corral the remaining members of Falcons in towards Sololzi. It didn't happen, though, but it was just good play overall.
What do you do if you're any other team right now? You got New Happy, got pretty much the only really great compound that's in the circle. Twisted Minds on high ground, coming out of Power Grid, looking down on an entire valley of targets that they can shoot at. And you got Hemas and Cerberus on the other side that's just running amok, killing everybody. I guess the only thing you do is just jump in a vehicle and send it straight at him.
Yeah, you
that's
call
about
Rex.
it.
Yeah. He's going to raw down there and see what he can do about it. So not too bad for Gen G, though, in terms of the position and points and kills that they were able to get from this. They did feel like they were just waiting for the Cerberus move. And I understand it, right? Like, you considering where they were, considering the overlook as well. It's very important for them to just be patient against a team like Cerberus in those situations, because otherwise you will be going down. So good stuff by Gen G to get things rolling as well. But again, coming back to New Happy for a moment, they were in this compound for a long time. So much so that I do feel like they may have even, I didn't quite see it, but they may have even set up that mortar way ahead of time, knowing that eventually, in a circle like that, somebody's gonna go to that dip.
And that's one of those situations, like, you kind of double think, okay, the circle will probably come to us, but how long do we hold on to our mortar shots, right? Because late game, the mortar in that situation could have been massive, but also using it like maybe earlier to blow up a couple of vehicles to try to set up something, to try to set up like maybe a barricade or make it harder for people to move in, could be interesting as well. So it's like, I really love how the mortar meta and how different teams are choosing different timings on when they think it's best.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got an opportunity to get it on board, if you've got a few shots in your compound as well, great. You can even load some up into your UAS if you want and get that going. But anyway, we have got actually Cerberus leading the charge when it comes to the kills. They will take 11 for their troubles. And it wasn't, I mean, a lot of it was Himas.
A lot of it was Himas. Like, I think it was like 5 or 6 kills last I saw. Yeah.
But that being said, I mean, instigating those fights and stuff like that, you know, you saw Duckmai and Haisaki really getting in the thick of it too. 2.2k damage will be going their way. It's not the biggest win for New Happy, but they knew if they've got this kind of compound, it's basically a fortress. Nobody's really coming down from the high ground. Nobody's getting across the road.
And yeah, I mean, we're looking at the winner chicken dinner team stats, because as you did see that, yes, due to overall points, Cerberus is probably going to come out on top as point total, but it is going to be whoever won the round in this situation is going to be New Happy. And yeah, this is about them as much as you're going to be able to do there. You can see that they did a lot of damage, made sure that nobody could come close to their compound. They had those big open sight lines, and they couldn't get the kills. Even if you got a knock, it was going to be on somebody in a dip, and then somebody that was like Twisted Minds up on the hillside is just going to take it from you.
Zhao Zi took 0 damage.
Man, I mean,
he was chilling. He was absolutely bing chilling. But anyway, yeah, Nan, it will be him at number 1 here for man of the match. Lovely stuff to see with the 600 damage. So still, as much as, you know, it's not the most kills coming in from this game. It's still them just being able to shoot at literally everything that moved around them if they kind of like popped their head up a little bit. But nobody wanted to, because the lines of sight from that compound are just so open towards everything else around them.
Yeah, and what are you even going to do whenever you're stuck in a perfectly comfortable position, and then you have Twisted Minds and Cerberus on the outsides like we were talking a second ago. Those guys were just racking up a ton of kills. Cerberus going to walk away with 11, Twisted Minds with 9.
Not too bad, not too bad. We got Gen G with 10 points, 17 Gaming, 10 points here. So quite the even distribution for our first game, as all of these teams had to deal with what's not necessarily the easiest of circles when it comes to this road.
Group stage heroes, though, 15th and 16th between the two of them, all 1 point apiece.
Nobody could have called this. No, it's not. Oh, we're one game in, right?
Yeah, I know. They're going to get more points
sizes. But if you think about Therodon 5's entry, right, they are coming in from that northwest side. They come up against who? Twisted Minds.
Right.
That's a problem.
And they're both teams that play really well whenever they get a starting game, or at least a point lead of some type to where they don't have to like double think what they're going to do. You know, whenever they go, okay, let's try to push this. Let's see if we can get some more kills. And they're not having to chase having low point games. That's big for them. And starting off a bit slower, I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to react to that.
Yeah, it's a tough game like that, considering that all of these teams trying to get in, and it was kind of slow rotations for a lot of these teams. I don't think I saw a single emergency pickup, for example, to try and push themselves towards the middle of those circles, which is difficult because there's not that many compounds to even get anyway in circles like that. Never mind, not even that many dips.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not like they had to go too far. I mean, it's just power grid down to graveyard, right? It's just that little bit.
All right, well, let's get to it then. It is game number 2 here of the final stage. We head to Miramar as we have got ourselves Toby and Godspeed for all of the action.
Well, thank you very much, boys, as we do head into the last Miramar of the day before we mix things up in the Central Games today. And yeah, that was as interesting. I'm not going to say interesting. That was as brutal of a circle you can ask for, especially for the teams that weren't New Heavy.
That weren't New Heavy, exactly. We need to fight. Well, everyone had to, except for New Heavy, that is. And, now, yet another game, yet another fair playing path to work with. We're never going to get Ireland endings, are we? But I'm sure.
Good.
I'm sure everyone but me is. I'm sure everyone but me is pleased with that being the case. As we take to the battlefield once more. I love the way the first game played out. I like it when we have yes, they were tough circles, no doubt, but you saw how well teams actually played them. They didn't just instantly turn into a game 6 of scrims whenever the circle popped. Teams did, for good reason, what they could to make something happen, and I kind of love those games from a viewing perspective, from an analytical perspective. Getting to see the best players in the world being thrown the worst case scenario and have to make something of it. The way that Gen G wrapped in, the way that we saw servers come off the hill to just take fight, even Correxy from the east side in the blue able to claim 2 extra points just before going down against Freaks. I think that's what makes you tournament championships. Like, that's what wins you big events, is the games where you have nothing going your way and you're still able to claw home a couple of points.
Yeah. And ultimately, that's why I like seeing those crazy circles and crazy shifts. It's not because I hate the players. It's just because we generally see some of the best highlights of PUBG play at the highest level when those situations arise. Now,
exactly.
It's been a while since we've had a Southwestern like Chuma circle. Yeah? I'm trying to remember the last time we did see one, but it's a really fun circle to watch.
I hate hopping on the superstition player bandwagon of maybe it's just not this patch. Every patch has all the circles
different
they
circles.
do. Yeah, exactly. But I'm agreeing with you. There has been a while where Chuma was on repeat. Like we were literally going to church every single Miramar game. It has been the case recently. So yeah, I agree with you. Nice being back here. Does it swing west all the way over towards the trident of roads leading from Val del Mar, or do we go towards kind of the big mountain in the center, which Daytrade currently maintains control of? Actually, come to think of Daytrade, I'm curious to see how they're planning on playing this game, because they've been playing in from the edge a lot recently, and now the circle is on top of their faces. How do they play off this?
I was actually going to mention that as soon as you started talking about it, because Daytrade in the last game obviously had to fight through some adversities. But speaking of adversities, they didn't really have in group stages. Let's talk to Fluky and Therodon 5.
แผนก็คือเล่นให้เหมือนตอนที่เราคัดเข้าแกรนด์ไฟนอลครับแบบว่าเล่นกล้าได้กล้าเสียแล้วเดี๋ยวคะแนนมันก็มาเองครับจบ PG5 พวกเราก็ไปหาวันพักไปเที่ยวไปทะเลไปแบบไปฮิวใจกันนะครับแต่ว่าไม่เป็นไรถึงว่าเราจะผิดพลาดไปก็แก้ไขใน PG6 แล้วพวกเราก็กลับมาทำได้ดีอย่างที่หวังครับ
So I feel like your a train of thought got cut off by an interview. Continue talking to me as we see a daring escape attempt here by Fluky, who does not want to go down in the early game. While he's getting shot at by TSM, he should be able to get away safely. You can see even TSM is starting to look the other way. Wait, are they hunting him now?
Maybe. I mean, they saw just one, right? Why not get that point?
They're at least getting... Now they're going away. If there's one, there's more coming. Oh, they're going high. They're getting high ground to try and shoot him out on the road.
I don't think it would have been crazy, though, if they did hunt one as well. But yeah, I mean, they're not in the circle, so they still have a rotation to make. But yeah, I was just talking about Daytrade.
Yeah.
now that they have center, and oftentimes we talk about also just being difficult when you are given first circle dead center, like where do you actually choose to play? Do you go for a split? Most teams generally do. Do you try to take the highest point on the map, whether it's elevation wise or if it's somewhere that can cut off rotations? That also is a difficult decision. Just because you get dead center doesn't always mean it's the easiest game. In circle 1, right? Obviously if you're dead center in phase 5, you're probably much better off, but yeah, we'll see what Day Trade does here, and I'm curious if Theraton 5 went to the same beach we happened to go to yesterday, because Thailand is it's a gorgeous country, actually.
Definitely is. Has a lot of beaches. Beaches well worth exploring. As Nan also goes exploring further down towards the south. Day Trade, I mean, you said what are they going to do? Right now they're still trying to maintain a 2-1-1 split, but we are seeing people in cars making their way further towards the south. PGS total kills. Himas. You are in a league.
That's crazy. 52 kills over example of all people is just wild.
Yep, you are definitely in a league of your own. And for a good while, he had to contest Tycon for those points too.
True.
It's pretty insane. Pretty insane that he's able to play to this level, tournament in, tournament out. No doubt in the conversation of one of the top 3 mechanical players. In, well, yeah, all of PUBG.
It would be hard to contest that. Even looking at the leaderboard now, New Happy did win that last game, but Cerberus is in first place based off of the control that they had on the southeast side of the circle, fending off Gen G, fending off FaZe, who initially came into that rotation. So, yeah, Cerberus still continuing to grow this year, which is so crazy considering how good they've been.
And it's one of those weird things where sometimes not getting the circle is actually the best. Had they had the circle there, 100%. east of Minas, where they were initially fighting against Falcons, it's really limited what you can do, especially when you think about the Cerberus playstyle, but it kept shifting west a couple of times. They're like, wait, we get to play edge now and just overlook the entire circle? Hell yeah, we'll have the circle shift away from us. It just put them into a position from where they can play their playstyle.
Yeah, and that's something that we always talk about, oh, teams are an edge teams are more of a center team, but we don't really talk about why teams prefer the edge, and that's simply because when you have the edge, especially in the later phases, you know that angle, your back is completely covered. No one should be coming out of the, an edge unless 2 minutes in.
Posa.
Unless it's Posa, yes. And so it gives you a lot more room and a lot more agency to focus on what's in front of you rather than being in the center and having to focus on everything around you as Gustav will fall. It was 4 a.m. all around him.
I hate smiling when FaZe players fall, but there's a bittersweet irony in this sense. No, there is an irony in the fact that FaZe are so good in the EMEA at setting up these camps, and they've done this exact camp in the past, and now they're falling victim to the exact same thing. Of course, it's a tilter. We've seen FaZe. I mean, they are the clear winners of how to get out of tilt, going from their first day into their second day of group stage. And maybe that's what's needed in order for them to strike back in the finals. They need an abysmal day 1 into a phenomenal day 3. We'll see if that's going to be the case. But 4am also, they like to go center somewhat early. They committed to this. They committed to this setup. They knew FaZe were coming in from the north. They were sat here for at least 2 minutes, and now they're the last team to rotate in. So definitely an intended setup, and not just 2 teams randomly running into each other.
Yeah, and those are some disgusting shots being landed there. But we kind of talked about it very briefly before the broadcast started, is which phase are we going to see today, right? Is it going to be the 11-point phase?
Do you have a coin?
I think that's kind of how we do it. They got 11 points in their first day of group stages and then 68 in their second day. Just a massive turnaround and a very impressive one at that.
Yeah.
And you said it yourself, and I am 100% with you. It is so frustrating to be a FaZe fan, because I do love that team, because you just don't know which one is going to show up on a given day.
Also, I mean, one thing is out of... do we get some revenge from last game? Does Solozzi fall? Yes, it does! Roth double headshot connected. And you know what? While last game, of course, wasn't a great start to the day, I'm sure there's a little smirk on Falcons saying, haha, we got him back.
Well, Falcons just need to have a good start, a good day overall, right? They, I mean, barely skated by in that tiebreaker. So they need to get as much momentum going as possible. Again, they've been kind of shaky in these internationals recently, and this would be a big boon, especially heading into PGC, right? To really give them that confidence boost that they need with this roster.
FaZe are good in this timing. They've just set up an E pickup. They're going to come in up by Hacienda, which their timing couldn't be any better. They're going to hit the circle pretty much. They're going to be a little bit into the circle as soon as the new one pops, as we take our eyes over to Salute, who might just be blessed with the best timed sandstorm ever.
Oh, he is
Nice, Julian. Yeah, he's not going to move further forward.
No, and I'm not sure how much further forward Twisted is going to move, though. They have a great position here on the west side, as you said, around this trident. We did see one of the group stage games end in this area. And
again.
Oh, I see. Okay, so Falcons will take another member out early for Cerberus here, and that's, again, they need this start. They need to continue to push the pace, get those points, and make sure that, more importantly, Toby, they don't lose anyone early.
Yeah. And so far, has not been the case. So maybe now that you got your 2 points, you cleared your side of the circle, slow down a bit. Don't get too eager.
Pump the brakes.
Exactly. Whoa. Okay, we got 2. Let's reset. Let's figure out what's ahead of us. As everyone is doing that exact thing. 17 seconds until the new circle pops. And with Chuma being the dead center and a lot of very difficult terrain to maneuver, this next shift could be huge.
Yeah, and I like this from T1. They don't have to commit to this. If the circle ends up shifting down to the southeast towards them, they can just get off and retake that compound. If not, if it's a hard western shift, they can opt to, I mean, realistically, they could stay if they wanted to. So we'll see what they end up doing here as Human taking shots over at Twisted Minds. Finally, that trap looks to be sprung, and they're going to spit out the Bronco.
Gotta hop out of the car. A lot of shots being fired. That's actually from TSM on the other side, but Tulens will follow. Example immediately there to follow. Freaks, their setup, I want to call it a Freak special. You saw one of the players kind of climb up. It was Salute, I believe, climbing up towards the compound they were in just before. And then once they try and leave, they take them out. They did the exact same thing to 4am in the group stages. And, well, here they are once more, getting the double knock. 1 point, or 2, sorry, I should say, confirmed already. And, yeah, Twisted forced to make a run for it.
Yeah, and that was with the help of TSM. Kurt getting a few of those as well, or at least one of those points as TDT now making their rotation. This is happening on the north side of Chumacera. They have opted to stop down. They did see in front of them T5, and so I agree with this. Take your time. You know there's already a team in front of you. Just backfill and work with the room that you have, because on the north, it's completely clean for them to work with. Meanwhile, Posa will find a member of 4am, but the trade comes from Bobo onto Vinny.
Last bullet in the chamber to get the knock onto Vinny as well. Unluckily for him, he will fall. I think they thought that after one player falls, the rest of them left, but nope, they were still here. They were still lingering. Haven, same double headshot onto a jumping Bobo as well there, but has his back turned for a second again. That's the second time in a row they get caught by surprise about the amount of players that are here. Nice trade though from Posa. This is what we've been wanting to see from Lunar Galaxy, actually being able to trade fights back and forth. And yes, he's the last one on his feet, but if he's fast enough, he might just be able to get Heaven and Vinny up on their feet.
Yeah, but Xiaopian is actually looking for that as well. Oh, he gets knocked so low. Yeah, and he's going to go for this. That's 3 points potentially for the team of 4 Angry Men, and especially as a solo, you go for these all day long, especially when you know it should just be one left.
And again, I mean, overall, a terrible game when you think of how early both these teams could potentially go out. But if you're Xiaopian and you get 5 points, a 5-point game without looking at the score and how the game actually went, you'll take 5 points every day of the week. So, so let's see here what he can get with it. Vinny back on his feet. Posa should be trying to buy some time for him. Maybe peek forward, maybe trying to figure out where he is. That's exactly what he does.
Luna will take all the time they need to just get rid of this last member of 4am in a 2v1 situation. With the blue, I mean, this is their best bet to just get another point before they make it in. They're already going to be late into rotation. Meanwhile, Gen G now looking at the remaining 2 members of Twisted, and this is going to be happening just south of Chumacera.
Can I just say how rare it is that Twisted in Phase 2 runs into 4 different teams? They usually, in these circles, play in from the northern side, play slow from behind, but because so many E-pickups came through, because so many teams were wrapping around them early to kind of counter what they were doing, Twisted early losses in this area of the map is not something you see too often.
It's been pretty rare for them to lose anyone early, realistically.
But in this area in particular, I suppose that finally does get the better of him again. 4 points, so even though it's a tough one for Luna to lose too, 4 points is still 4 points.
But have you noticed, it's always been Posa. Posa always being the clutch for Luna. And you could even argue that the member that got knocked, I didn't remember who it was, but he back turned. I mean, he should have been ready for that push over the hill.
They definitely got caught by surprise, so twice.
Yeah,
so the
twice.
fact that they get to the fact they get to stay alive in this one, very, very, very important. Maybe a telling of them starting to reseek and seek stuff. Oh, you saw that there in the face, his reaction on it too. And there's the first ones going down from Luna, and I think, especially with Gustav's reaction like that, it's him knowing, of course, that I knew this. I knew that this could happen.
That's the more tilting than not knowing, right?
Exactly.
Like, I knew better, or this shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
That's a not great feeling.
It seemed like that was avoidable type of reaction. Not that I'm an expert at reading faces, but I do like to think that I know Gustav. In the meantime, Circle has shifted up towards the north. Day Trade are going to fortify down below. They were playing the compound that Gen G has just taken control over, but opting to group up towards the Valley compound, which again makes pretty good sense looking at how centered it is.
And I love that split from 17. That is such a strong split to hold between the school compound on the west side of the church itself, but FW potentially in some trouble here as they're just going to crash straight into this. Tosi will find Banana 1. He'll get the flush, and now he's going to back off.
It's like delivered by Grab almost. Just sent out straight to the front door and just welcome. Oh, there's your food. Thank you. I'll take a point. Unfortunately for him, Grab bites back, and Reese is going to be able to get one in return.
Barpo now still with a few members of Gen G here. Adder now making his push in, Tongke, and yeah, they've just opted to take the stables currently.
Have to take this fight, because where do you go?
They have to, yeah.
Where do you run to from here?
Twisted with a big opportunity as well, kind of looking to see if there's an opportunity for them as they make it over that hill between this fight of Gen G and FW.
Yep, back and forth knocks. It couldn't be any better. You can see they want it, but they don't have a car. So do you run down this hillside and hope to not be seen? I mean, there is a saying that if you're in a tough spot that where don't look for you, maybe it could work. We'll see now here. 6 able to take down the shots, and here are the first shots coming through. Perfectix able to get the knock. The flush should be coming right after, and indeed Lou will confirm it.
Yeah, but as you stated, now it's going to be very difficult for them to make it down that hill because their presence is no. Sure, they got a point, but there is no way without a vehicle you're making that empty run, especially now that both teams are slowing things down.
Also, they just got shot at by Freaks from behind, so they now know that there's a team coming in outside the circle towards them. They have to stop up here now, look west, because they're inside the circle, and effectively in the only spot Freaks can really play coming into this next shift. So them getting the knock and the flush also tells Freaks, wait, it's Twisted. We saw them lose 2 earlier. If we pull up, it's a 4v2, and that's going to force Twisted to leave here. I think they're feeling the pressure of Freaks coming over the hillside.
And KDF have been doing this all group stage long. They've been coming in, backfilling the teams on the edge who believe they're comfortable. I mean, in this situation, Twisted is down to 2, so it's kind of hard to fault them for this, but yeah, they've been really, really effective on the edge, especially when they've been coming in late on some of these rotations, taking their time, and they've looked good.
Oh, Vinny out of a burning car, has to jump forward, 3rd on 5, no points so far. Has been playing in quietly from the north, but he's lost track of Vinny down below. Nice trade though, again, T5. Their setup, their approach to these engagements, incredibly well done. Pathenpong might fall here, but the fact that Ranger X is instantly there to respond, it's just not something we're used to see from these Thai teams.
No, but now with that circle shift, they are going to have to be very mindful of 17 as well as TSM, as you see Fluky now maybe being the anchor point for them to come into that town. Cerberus, Haisaki, and Himas.
My shack.
Just kind of sitting in this shack, hoping the day trade just stays in the compound they're in. And at this point, I'm not sure they're really going to push out. So they'll be safe for the time being. Now, T1 is also looking at this. As TSM, like I said, with the potential to hold out T5 from the north side of Chuma.
Yep, it's they're kind of forced to stay right here. They've heard the shots fired on the northern side between T5 and TDT. Oh, sorry, against T5 and Posa earlier. So they know there's a full team sitting up here. And where do you go from here? If not, I mean, YOLOing down the hillsides, right? They are inside the circle right now, which is more than can be said for half the server. So stay here. If someone comes your way, take the fight. If not, you just play audio cues.
Yeah, I also want to talk about TDT, though. A beautiful backfill coming in right behind 17. As soon as they left, they had taken that position over, and TDT just continues to impress me overall with just their game sense when it comes to these types of things.
Rotation game clearly on point, and I mean, 17, not a team to be rivaled with. They'll stay. They'll take the fight if they think it's worth it, but they showed presence, came up with 3 vehicles, and 17 thought better of it. And again, it's just the daringness, not to solo YOLO aggro into positions. It's the wise approaches to, okay, we've read this split. If we just commit to it, we can get this position on lockdown. Similar to what we're seeing here. No risks taken. Double flash into the stables. Little do they know, there's no one home.
KDF managed, again, to keep 4 up. Salute will have a kill, and I think James brought up a fantastic point when it came to this team and just how good Salute has been.
Yeah.
Basically his entire career, and now on this team, I think KDF is kind of on the rise. They've really been starting to level up at a lot of these events that they've been able to show up at. So not surprising at all to see them here in the grand finals. Now the assault begins. You see some utility This lethal utility with the blue zone coming in against FW.
Beautiful util usage. Oh, the nade goes a bit short, but this setup was perfect. Double blue zone, you know it's going to force them back. Throw the nade into the room behind
Had it landed.
I mean, had it been in there, that could potentially have been a knock, but let alone the fact that they double blue zoned in means that now we have a place to go. We know they backed off. Issue is they're going to be forced to stop to heal because Zenith is hitting amazing shots from afar.
Yeah, Zenith and the rest of T1 on that high ground have been actually looking at vulturing at this compound for a while since the fight broke out initially between Gen G and FW, and so pushing these long buildings are so tough. There's, especially with the deployable shield right there and utility as well, going through that smoke is so difficult.
This is going to be incredibly hard. I love the fact that Reese is looking out to the right because you do have FaZe just over the hilltop. You can see there Correxy with the Dragunov in hand, just outside of 100-meter range. You won't get the instant knock, but there's the double nade, and that should allow for them, if they want to push forward. But that's a fight that's taking place in the north. I got chip-baited.
You did get I was like, wait a second, Hunt's not in this compound.
Here. Yeah, that's my fault.
No, it's okay, but FW still holding this side of their long building. And yeah, Kwangban Freaks is going to think the better of it. Pushing this and being aggressive too fast, rushing into this, whether it's a 2-on-4 or even a 1-on-4, can be a disaster. As that knock will happen, I think he had a nade in his hand.
No, it was a flashbang and flash entire team, and they're going to be forced to now play back. But that's also in tow going to allow for FW to push forward. But again, 6x Reese, they know they're down to just the two of them, so don't want to push further forward. The Circle 2 has just swung away. Daytrade getting the blessing once again with this one. Gen G now from the other side. Remember, there is two more teams in this compound opting to engage from the other side. Human should have a double kill on that one, and indeed he does. Freaks cleaning up, clearing out, and they can push further forward.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Gen G, Freaks didn't take any losses there, aside from that initial knock. They got it up quick, and there was just no window for Barpo and Adder to take control of, so they'll just still have to sit committed on their west side of this compound, and Circle does not favor any of these teams, as they now need to make their trek onto the eastern edge of this circle.
Yeah, I can see in the meantime, a lot of rotations taking place. T1 trying to get a position in the open, but you still have FaZe players up on the edge of Chuma with a perfect overlook position. Same thing on the other side of the circle for TSM, forced to make moves soon. Oh, I think Adder missed the bus there. He's going to have to make a run for it. As, I mean, him and Barpo, how the hell do you make anything happen here? I was going to say you probably just die, and yep, I think that's the strat here. Just go down, give all your first aids to one guy and see if he can get a placement point.
Yeah, so, I mean, Barpo's going to have to make it to Adder. Meanwhile, we have to see what KDF are going to do on the south side, but now this is, I mean, KDF is just trying to find something to play, a ridge.
We cannot forget about Falcons either in this game. I like that Freaks have upped it to try and wrap around. They know that Cerberus is in this position, so if you can double Molly, if you can double Blue Zone it, you could potentially take them both down and play the shack for yourself. It's on the very edge of the circle, but hey, at this point, you'll take anything.
Yeah, especially if they get the split on this, they can then just completely focus on the south edge, which is uphill, right? They don't have to worry about another team shooting them in the back, especially because there's nothing on the western edge really to play.
Yeah.
See the rest, or the last member of KDF coming in. Salute is going to meet the rest of his team, but still one grenade could completely change this, as there is a mess of a fight happening on the east.
Oh, can you get one more before you fall? Nope, he can't. As a matter of fact,
Thanadol
has to take him down in return. In the meantime, Thanadol helping out Cerberus a little bit and getting the knock and the flush on the other side. Himas does spot Salute over on the other side. He's fully flashed. There you go, Haisagi. The double peek over the top is going to take down Freaks, and they can now fall back to the position they were in before.
Now, looks like the duo of T1 each splitting duty, watching both west and east. You see Raining looking towards Falcons, and then Zenith looking towards Cerberus to see if they can pick up any points there, as Daytrade will catch circles all day, and they will be more than happy to accept those.
It's insane how evened out this game has become. No one's really able to take off in kills, and the teams that did get a couple of kills early were eliminated because of it, because you have to come into these areas. I mean, A, there's only so many spots you can really play. B, if you're going to take fights here, you're pretty much guaranteed to take casualties from third parties from afar. So I don't think anyone's kind of most likely to come away from here with double-digit kills.
Yeah, and I will say the fight for the north is going to be very important, because whoever wins can actually just play the entire road, and they will have complete cover from the compound, especially if the circle shifts a little north off of that compound. Then anyone on the north, or the one team that survives that, will be able to completely look down and just shred them on those angles.
Definitely.
So whoever wins the north here will take control of the road, and that's going to be big for I think the outcome of this game, Toby.
Yep. A lot of teams that want to get off to a strong start here. Falcons, New Heavy out towards the east, both have to make moves. Cerberus and T1 on the southern side do too. Can you commit? Can you get into a car, crash into day trade? What's the play here? Regardless of what it is, you got to come up with a plan and you got to come up with it fast.
Saki now still trying to get rid of the pest that is reigning for them so they can start to make their move on the south. As meanwhile, off in the distance in the east edge, you see the Falcons taking shots over towards New Happy, but 17 has been the first to strike on the north side. That's going to be against TSM, who are currently split.
30? Do they know? I don't think they do. That Molly could get the better of Luke, but Purdy has still yet to spring his trap.
I mean, he's going to have to do it soon. Looks going to go down. Purdy just the last one alive. It might be a little too late. As he'll go down, and 17 will completely take control of this angle.
A bit of a mistiming on that one. I feel like as soon as the molly comes in, you gotta try and peek on over. Lob a nade, throw some util. If you had any, I couldn't tell in time. But nonetheless, I mean, a very, very tricky 1v4 to come out victorious in. But just unfortunate considering the fact that we saw they had no clue that he was there.
Yeah, this fight between TDT and 17 will be isolated as Daytrade doesn't really have too many angles on it. Meanwhile, we've been talking about this fight almost the entire game. It was going to have to come down eventually as it looks like Roth will find the nade onto AZ.
One good nade lob towards the north, and Ming and Nan could both be down, but it could go the other way as well. Here comes the push on forward. Oh no, the smokes looming in front of them is going to dissuade them, at least for the initial push. But you can see Ming wants to make something happen because their teammates are falling like flies.
Yeah, Chauncey actually died to the blue there, and it's going to be Snakers to find another one just down to Nan. Can he do it? No, he can't. Falcons will finally take control of the east side.
This is not to sound disrespectful, but a rare one fight by Falcons. No casualties either, at least not yet. If they can get inside the circle, which they should be able to in the dip right in front of them, get the full reset as well. Huge game for Falcons to gain some momentum.
Yeah, but realistically, they're going to want to push on this road. They're going to want to wrap on the north, and they're going to have to contend with TDT, and I believe Daytrade even has angles onto that push anyway, so it's okay for now. This shift actually may just completely change things. 17 will have to push on to TDT, and that might give Falcons an opportunity to sandwich.
They're going to have a toe inside the circle, and that's about it, a tire of a car. But as you're saying, they will have a good overview on both TD team and 17, and neither of those two teams can waste any time looking Falcons' way. So it should be pretty free to engage in that side. The issue is, as you can see, there's a little bit of elevation towards the north, so I'm not sure they're going to have the ankles.
No, but that's the other issue, right? If Falcons do need to push, which they won't, you're absolutely right. They will play that edge on the east because there's no angle from Daytrade. But if they have to cross, that is a wide open, just flat ground for Daytrade to just shred them.
Yeah, you can play right below where TD team is and potentially with cast, deployable cover 2, go on like out of line of sight of Daytrade. But this is going to be the important fight. Who wins the north side? Who comes out victorious up here?
More importantly,
and what does Falcons do to try and suppress this?
Yeah,
I think they go towards TD team.
Also, the other thing to talk about is what is Phase 8 going to do? If it shifts Daytrade out, it completely changes the dynamic of this game. If it keeps them in, then yeah.
Here they come. That's the exact ridgeline I was just talking about. Stop right here. Get out of your cars and push forward on foot.
Absolutely perfect now. Falcons have to make sure they're not stepping over and being seen by Daytrade. They're going to pour over, and sure enough, they're going to do a considerable amount of damage and get rid of TDT. Now the focus shifts to 17.
Nice decisive push here by Falcons. Then they get rewarded forward. Xiaobei solo pushing forward now. The Falcons are down to low HP. I say that, but I take it back because they're all there. But look at this. It's a 1v4 push now by Xiaobei. Xiao move from afar. Finds one, but here comes the shots in the front line.
The trade is necessary. Snakers will find him, but Suju will find Rello. And all this has been a back and forth affair, but Daytrade, the perfect play, coming out of that compound, knowing that this is their game to win.
They don't want to wait for the game to come to them. They'll go out and take matters into their own hands. Tries to get one down, but Flood stays alive for all of it now. Finally able to be dealt with, but 800 damage done, and Daytrade comes out victorious in a nice push there in the end. Didn't have to do much to claim it, but they win it.
You know what? But even before they got to that point, they were being as active as they could. We talked about getting the circle is great, but how many points can you realistically get out of it? We saw New Happy do it in the last game. Yes, they caught those, but they were proactive. They had 9 kills before even getting to that fight.
Falcons' decisiveness is my main takeaway from this game, but overall, great performance all across the board. We'll hop back to the desk and let them break down match number 2.
Daytrade buys in the dip, and they have got themselves the victory for game number 2 of our final stage here. Holding down the compound strong, but hitting the timing right towards the end, making sure there was no breathing room for the opponents in the north.
I mean, look, sometimes it's leg day, sometimes it's arm day. Sometimes you just want to kind of sit back and watch some TV. Daytrade was enjoying watching some TV, and Falcons were doing a lot of the heavy lifting inside of the in-game of that firefighting. But sometimes it just be like that with PUBG, right? I mean, you just got to take the circles as they come at you, and if sometimes they just all come at you, then life gets pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, big game for Roth, as you mentioned, with Falcons on that side.
Yeah.
They were taking fight after fight after fight, looking all right for this one. But at the same time, though, with Daytrade having this compound, I mean, there were moments where I thought, maybe people will push a little harder on it. Not to be the case, though, at all. They had a 2-2 split across what were 2 of the most important compounds for a long time in this, kind of got together. We had Cerberus pitch up in the middle of them and not be able to do much with it because they were wounded anyway, and they were on the south side of that little dip. So, yeah, I don't know who really could have challenged Daytrade in this compound.
Twisted Minds out in 15th, totally washed, man. It's done.
It's it's
over.
It's over, guys.
Yeah, no, it should be fine. Freak's also doing continuing a string of very solid firefighting performances coming off of the last game as well. So love to see that one. Cerberus also, while not the biggest game for them, they did manage to deal with a very, bad low ground situation as they were trying to move into the Daytrade firing lines, and did manage to pick up a couple of kills, and most notably kind of competing up against that T1 line that was happening on the opposing side. So that was a very interesting section as that whole hillside was just recessed down into the valley, with Daytrade just being in the middle of almost everything and seeing near on everything.
Yeah, in terms of who got the better compound into late game circles, was it New Happy or was it Daytrade, Batrim? Which one would you have to pick from our first 2 games?
I would say that I would say that the first game is the safer compound.
Yeah, probably.
The easier one. I mean, you just kind of sit there. You also have like the power grid, like complete cliffside back over to your west. That feels way better than just a slight recess up to the north.
Yeah, they had a lot of room around them. So anybody that were coming in,
I mean, Daytrade had to leave their compound to actually win.
Proactiveness.
I know.
Well done. Good job. I mean, you see the opportunity, right? There's no way you're not going to take it. It's just, if we do stay here, we're probably going to win, but we're likely to get potentially less kills if the other 2 teams up there actually clean each other up, come out wounded.
And can we talk for a second? While having 17 on one side, Falcon's Flood was focused, beat it in on that, and then still managed to swing over and get some damage, and I believe a knock before he went down to the push coming out from Daytrade.
Hey, but look at it. Again, it's a pretty even spread for our top teams here. 10 kills go the way of Daytrade, 9 for 17 Gaming as well, who was shooting a lot of things. But Falcons, this has got to be one of the, I guess this kind of game, one of the better starts that we've had for one of the stages for Falcons.
I'm just happy to see Falcons getting kills and getting some damage out. It feels like it was not
very animated with it as well.
It just was not really happening during the group stage, right? It was a lot of positional plays that were getting them into what they were doing, a couple of solo salvages. This just felt like very good team fighting coming out from the Falcons. So good for that to come through. Daytrade as well, picking up the kills at the later stages of it, but also doing a good job on control of area. 17 Gaming also in that northern position had to deal with a lot of competition that were all just trying to be in the death funnel, given the fact that Chumaseri is kind of south in this map.
Yeah.
They were having to control a lot of positionals that were coming down from the north.
I mean, a lot of these teams had to have known that they were probably not going to win this game. So you just stay up on that high ground, be it over on the east side, be it on the north side, and just kind of rotate around each other and just shoot with each other.
Neurons didn't take any damage either.
It's perfect. It's exactly the same. So, all right, but it will not be him taking the MVP. It looks like it's going to be good old Thanadol. And I will say, actually, if you look back into the annals of history for Daytrade and things like that, PGS 3 and 4, they did not have Thanadol there. But even though they'd already committed to picking him up as a whole, it was actually Pushoes. We had our Pushoes on for that one. And but then eventually we finally got to see Thanadol alongside the main roster at these internationals here. And I do think he has breathed a good lease of life into Daytrade. I think he's changed them a little bit and of how they're approaching these games.
And you guys at home, this is a guy that, I mean, Clark, you've been talking about a lot. So, I mean, you can just feel free to go into this one as much as you want, because he's been a very good player and really kind of reinvigorated, like you were talking about. What's going on?
Ever since like 2 or 3 years ago when he was on Third on 5 and I accidentally picked him up on my fantasy team and he happened to pop off because he was only 17k, and I was like, man, this guy's kind of good actually.
He's kind of pretty good.
He's not kind of bad. He's going to be good fantasy points. Yeah, no, I've been a Thanadol enjoyer.
See, look at the benefits that fantasy gives you when you play.
It does, because again, it actually gets you more invested in the numbers, kind of the brass tacks of what's going on with the players. But anyway, we have got ourselves.
That's why I'm a big TDT fan right now.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the overall leaderboards here so far. It's only 2 games in. Do bear in mind for the final stage. However, 17 Gaming, number 1 right now across the 2 games. And this is a team I really do have my eyes on, and I'm sure you do too, because again, 2nd place in the last PGS, 2nd place 2 times at World Championships. Yes, they have a PGS under their belt, so in theory, if they're able to kind of move things on here from this litany of 2nd places they have as well, they could be a 2-time PGS champion.
And 17 Gaming can have a problem and stumble at the start, and we've seen that the worst tournaments that they've had are whenever they really have struggled to find successes in the first couple of games or whenever we get to the final stage.
Yeah.
That's not happening today. They are full on kicking, rolling, and so if anything, that just means as we progress specifically back over into Erangel, they'll just feel that much stronger.
We heard it at the beginning of today as well, right? In that small interview that was going on. They also know that they are coming so close on some of the biggest stages all the time. Again, yes, they won a PGS. It was a long time ago now, technically, right? They've had themselves 2nd places since then, and they want more gold on board. Right, well, we're going to go to a short break here, Matchroom, and when we return, we have got our wildcard maps on the cards here for PGS 6, so don't go anywhere.
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi.
Follow my lead! Shut up! You can't even run properly!
A new vehicle, a new arcade mode, and a new crafter pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 32.2 patch report. First up, the black market is back, bringing another opportunity to collect some fan-favorite progressive weapon skins and new chromas for the Mark 12, the Barrel M762, the Ace 32, and the M24. When you pick up the Crafter Pass Black Market 2024, You'll be able to complete missions and collect rewards which you can use for crafting in the workshop. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details. Next up, Arcade is getting a new mode. In Hot Drop mode, you'll drop into a very small area and have to fight to survive as the circle closes in. With 64 max players, things will get cramped in the circle very quickly. So loot as fast as you can and start fighting for ground as the chaos ensues around you. Hot Drop mode will be available from November 20th until December 3rd. We've also got a brand new vehicle floating your way. The new inflatable boat is a more stealthy option when navigating the waters of the battlegrounds, using good old-fashioned teamwork to move. The inflatable boat can seat up to 4 players and moves faster as more players row, so make sure to put your back into it. There are also some updates to the clan system, map bug fixes, quality of life updates, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 32.2 is here. Pick up your crafter pass, hot drop into the new arcade mode, and row your boat gently with your team. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
PGS 5 champions, Twisted Mind!
Welcome back to the first day of the Grand Finals here at PGS 6. We have finally finished Miramar for the day. And we are headed into our third map, and so far, exciting.
So far, exciting. Final circles. It has gone very much in the favor of the team that's been set there for 8 of them. So let's hope that doesn't repeat itself. But even with that said, I like how all these teams, again, it goes back to what we said in the previous game, when you throw pro players curveballs just to get to see what they can do with it. So many full speed sends, and I feel like honestly for the most part it's kind of turning into a good warm-up for the rest of the finals, because everyone I feel like at this point has had back-to-back rough games outside of Day Trade and New Happy.
And the best part of the finals, of course, is the fact that it's 18 games, not 12, right? True. So it gives these teams a lot more room to work with as we head into Taego, our third map of the day. And Taego has been, it's been pretty wild, I'd say, so far in the group stages for PGS 6.
I will say wild, but with there's also been really impressive moments within the map. Of course, when we end out in the open field, it's hard to really do a whole lot. But some of the open hillside endings we've had, I feel like teams already now, and understandably so, because we have more played hours on the map than we did in the past, have really gotten lines of sight down on this map now as we head on over to Taego.
Yeah, and speaking of, I mean, FW was one of the teams on Taego in the open. If you remember, we cast that together where they survived against like 3 or 4 teams. So they definitely were finding their footing. And as you stated, and as we know, Taego is a very wide open map in certain areas and can be difficult to navigate. And FW did a great job in one of those days of the group stages where they found themselves there.
So now the question becomes, do we get a chance to see our new hospital on Taego far down towards the south? And not only that, a change that came with the same update when Hospital was replaced, when Hospital replaced the studio. Also, look at the south side. It used to be that there was cliffside all the way around the west, and you had the same, like a red line, you cannot go here. But now you can actually technically wrap wider on the southern side than you could in the past. So maybe, just maybe, we'll get to see that explored, as we do have some edge teams remaining in this server, and we have seen a lot of very, very effective edge type rotations in this tournament, or in this finals, already on Miramar. So we'll have to wait and see here as we head on over to take.
Yep, as you stated, much more room on the south side, which is actually interesting because we've seen so many Southside circles in Taego when it comes to not only just regional comp, but I think international competition. We have these globals. We often go to the south near Songam quite often. And so to have that red area removed, as you said, gives a lot of teams so much more room to work with when it comes to those rotations or even cutting off rotations. It gives varied options when we go there. But it doesn't matter because we're going to the east, which we've actually seen this, I think, twice already in the groups.
We're talking about circle or patch superstition, and I think players at this point are starting to believe that maybe there's something about this shallow river on the eastern side, because I think that's the third we've had in this tournament already, or maybe combined with PGS5 as well. But we do tend to go out here quite a bit. Now, the mountain just north of where HSMM from 4 AM is at, my eyes instantly get hotfixed there, and the two compounds surrounding it, because again, if we are to believe that circles head back in that direction, the teams that play from there do tend to come out not only victorious, but also with a boatload of kills. The previous two games we've had didn't allow for center teams to claim a lot of points, but here it's a whole other story.
Yeah, but even still, both teams did claim at least 10 kills and points on top of the win, so impressive. But you are absolutely right. And so, yeah, we do look at that area. That T5, I mean, they haven't really been splitting as much, actually, I've noticed. They do have a 2-2 split here or there, but they generally at least keep 3 and maybe 1 anchor out. But they've been finding success with that setup.
Also, look, I mean, I know Fex took some damage. Not sure exactly how it was done to him, whether he jumped out of a car or flipped a car or fell into a tree. I'm not sure.
Or hit a tree. Or
nonetheless, look at the amount of space FaZe actually has here. They land one person in Buksan Sa and then split off the remaining two. Obviously, they saw the circles too, but now let's listen in to Ming Ming, our winner of game number 1.
Welcome to the Make It interview, and now we're joined by Ming Ming by New Happy. Congratulations on winning our first chicken dinner in the finals. How much do you think this win can boost your morale in the future plays? 所以恭喜我们吃下第一期。你认为这次的胜利呢，能够让我们在后续的比赛中士气大涨吗？
其实还好吧，然后我们尽力打好每一场比赛就行了。
Yeah, kind of, but we will just do our best in every match as we play. Thank you very much, Ming Ming. Good luck, and Toby and Tosby, get away.
Get away from Ming Ming. He's an absolute killer. Thank you so much, Lisa, for that insight with Ming Ming and New Happy. But yeah, they do their best. I think they did in game 1.
They did. They definitely did, as you said. I mean, as we both kind of said, not a position from where you can do a whole lot. No.
Yep, that's not necessarily the start you'd want as Corexi, and TSM will pick up that point. And you were stating earlier, sorry, what were you saying, Toby?
Not only is Corexi my fantasy team, and that's a -3, but that's not even my side. If you go back 2 tournaments, I know that's a long time in esports terms because everything is right here, right now. There was a time where FaZe and Petrichor were hot-dropping each other in Poksan Sa, and the team that was always lingering, always looking to third party when that was happening was TSM. And this, I think, is yet another. This time around, Corexi is the one to fall. But I think if we get a highlight of Corexi's reaction, it's the exact same that we saw from Gustav. Like, I knew that could be the case. I knew he could be there. Why, oh why, did I opt to rotate that way?
Especially when there's empirical data to prove that that is probably going to be the outcome in that situation. So
one thing is early game mistakes. Another thing is big-time avoidable early game mistakes. And I feel like those are the ones that hurt you more.
Yeah, and well, I mean, especially when you start a game of 3 and you know, already have had days where you've struggled in the early game, and
they know TSM likes to do this. They know they like to spread out early and try and see if they can pick people off, and they've even tried to do
especially
it
in that area, right? That's the point.
They've literally done it against them in the past. So it's a feels bad, man, because they were spread out, and now they're trying to maintain a 2-1 split because they aren't obviously down to 3, and it just makes their center or their current center position that much more vulnerable because they are actually currently in control of some pretty prime real estate, and it just becomes that much more dangerous trying to fortify a position as a solo.
Or even if that circle shifts far north and they're now old center, new edge, right?
True.
That becomes an entirely different problem when you have, only 2 or 3 members. So we'll see how FaZe deal with that. But as you said, right now, yes, they're holding valuable real estate in the center of that circle, just south, just below 4 a.m. And T1 now making their rotation in. I mean, they are very far, and they are trailing the team of TDT. This is happening all the way on the southwest side of the circle, just by Prison.
And it's effectively I don't want to say the only 3 edge teams we have here, but kinda. Gen G, T1, TD team, they are gonna have, and they had as well, so much space to wrap on the edges of circles, because there aren't really a whole lot of teams contesting them. Your Na'Vi, your Ascent, your Petrichor, Tianba as well, teams that will play edge but also take fights on the edge.
Yeah.
They're not here, so have fun doing big donuts in the circles, guys, because you're not really going to be contested.
Day trade with this is actually a good position for day trade.
Yeah.
Sitting on the southwest side of the circle, that southern edge, they'll be able to come in, backfield teams, do what they've been doing, as you explained, even on the first day when we saw them in group stage. Now really start, as you said, with the absence of those edge teams, day trade can now fill that gap, and they can be that aggressor on the edge and take control, and they absolutely have so far in group stages.
Now, we talked about teams that lose players in the early game. FaZe was one. They've lost one. Falcons we mentioned as well. Last game they avoided it, and hey, look what happened. They got themselves a pretty good game off of it. This time around, well, smart on their rotation. They were about to run into New Happy, but managing to path their rotation a little better. They'll make their way further down towards the south.
They made the best of that first game. I mean, they got 7th place, no kills, but with how early they fell in that initial fight between Cerberus, and they got picked apart. It was great. And then in the last game, they got 3rd place with 10 kills.
Yeah.
So much better showing. Falcons have already started on the right foot. They just need to make sure that they continue to not make those early game mistakes where they lose players and then have to play placement and just hope for the best in the end game.
You know, the offer we just saw with Flood having a mortar in his car. I would like to see if you just press I, like just right now, and see how many cars currently have mortars in them. All Panzerfausts, one of the two. I think we're at like 90% guarantee that vehicles are packed to the rim with explosives.
And why not? And we talked about it even when they were, being added to comp. Like, how much of an impact would those have? And I think mortars, not so much in the beginning, but we started to see things at global events, like with TIG initially getting those, and now we see so many different mortars. But Panzers have, since day one, have come into play and played a huge role in a lot of these games.
I mean, when you can one-click a team,
in a car,
and
a whole
just go
team,
kaboom and blow them all up, that's 4 points you will gladly not have to try and flush. In the meantime, now TD team again on their south side rotation. They opted to wrap in a bit earlier than I initially thought they might, but they still have Cerberus backfilling them. They've been running kind of side to side for a while now, and here they are potentially having to fight one another. In the meantime, same thing taking place, and that's very circle center. This is actually not something you want to have happen if you're either of these two teams. T5 and 4M have been blessed with amazing positions in this circle. If you can back off right now and focus on what's around you towards your, further towards the edge, instead of having to fight among the center teams, that's what you want to do if you're these two teams. But at the same time, they don't like to share.
No, they don't like to share, but you are correct. This is a notoriously difficult hill to hold. In the beginning of the game, when you're dead center, you have teams, not necessarily right now, but teams that will be coming on your north side, teams that will be pushing through that ravine on the west side to try to get to the shack that we currently see the team of T5 on. So this will become an issue for them later in the game.
Now, I like the idea that they come up and claim this hillside, 4am that is, but to continue the fight forward, I don't know if I agree with. Obviously, I'm not the one to make that decision, so they can do whatever they want. It's more so the fact that use them as a meat shield.
Yes,
no fights are going to happen in this hillside later on in the game. Go up, get that hillside. Hi, Sagi, bye-bye. Go up, get the hillside, lock it down, because that is one of the weak spots for the compound down below that HS has control over. But then from there, just sit tight. Again, let them fight other teams, because if you start a fight with them, other teams are going to pull up on you.
But more importantly, Toby, is if, sure, let's say they go and wipe T5. I mean, you can't control that entire hill as one team. It doesn't matter if you split 4 corners. It's not possible. So yeah, I agree 100%. Use them as a meat shield, as we see Rex becoming kind of a meat shield, as he'll go down to Banana 1. But use the team as a meat shield. That way you can third party and potentially get even more than just 4 points later. So I agree 100% with that. And yeah, now this is exactly the situation we just set up. It feels feels good when that happens sometimes, Toby.
It does feel pretty good. Circle swings towards the east. It could still very easily head straight back towards where Twisted Minds is playing from. But for now, it's going to be over towards the east. Gen GFW, you just saw Rex go down. A big loss. And again, I feel like it's Rex on repeat that is the first one to fall. Cowed out on rotations. He is usually the one that flexes out and tries to kind of play these split positions, but where he normally comes out victorious throughout PGS 6, it's been him on the losing. And good thing for Gen G is that Tosi, in the absence of Rex, has actually stepped up and played phenomenally.
Yeah, Tosi has been great, especially as their IGL. And now we see T5 looking at some parachuters coming in through the sky. He's going to try to get out of there, and he, just might. Buggy Tires will survive, I think.
Oh, that car isn't long for this.
But yeah, he's going to have to make it on foot. No, it's going to be Jazzy that's going to find him. So Rossiter will go down, but it's going to be Batulins to steal that one.
Yep, able to get the point off. And again, I mean, we talked about it before. You have a valuable center position. Now it's on the edge, sure, but you have to split off. You have to try and group up, and that's FaZe losing yet another one just 11 minutes in. Gustav barely able to get out of there alive as more teams are now starting to drive side by side. It's Luna, yet another team that takes early game casualties. We're from 2 games that had really tough circles, but somehow everyone kept managed to maneuver. We go into an east side shift that should be rotatable. I mean, given how much space is in the north and the south, that everyone is trying to cram through the center, just send it down the middle sort of strat, and we're seeing a lot of teams take casualties because of it.
Yeah, a lot of teams actually opting towards the southern side, right? Even on the western edge, it's still southwest, and so that's causing a huge log jam of teams that are currently having to contest with each other. These rotations have not been pretty for quite a few teams. Even Cerberus, Himas picking up Little Ghost. Cerberus lost a member early to Luna, so that will be some early rotational woes for quite a few of the teams on the field. But meanwhile, Falcons, I'm looking at them on the map. They have taken a phenomenal position with, as you said, so much freedom on the north.
I feel like the teams feel like they know something. When you have Twisted Minds, New Happy, 17 Gaming, and Cerberus, pretty decent teams, some might argue, sat right next to each other, committing to the west side. We talked about the superstition. They're all expecting this to swing back in their direction, not assuming it's going to go hard east. But for the teams that opted to go east early, if it does swing over there, for all the teams having to cross that river, it is going to be a nightmare rotation.
Yeah, that is the least envious position to be if you're an East team and it hard shifts West. I mean, even if it doesn't hard shift, even if it centers up, you see the position that T1 is currently in. They're going to have to go straight underneath multiple teams, one of those being Gen G. Now, TSM is actually going straight to that position. I'm glad we're watching them that I was just talking about, hovering underneath this hill. It'll be fine for now, but once the team crunch starts to happen, once KDF realizes a third-party opportunity, once TSM may take a knock or two, you have T5, you also have KDF, and even on the south side, 4EM is looking at that angle because they just saw TSM rotate this way.
Now, does T5 do anything to give TSM info on their current whereabouts, or do they wait for the next shift? Because if you take the fight now and the circle shifts away, it's like, why did we start this now? We could be rotating. Whereas if you don't take the fight now, wait for the next circle comes to you, you still have the element of surprise in your favor. And maybe teams are going to be pulling up towards TSM. You could time that right. But now let's see this next shift. Are we going east, or is it going west back towards the teams who are desperately hoping not to have to cross? No, we are swinging east. KDF, dead center.
T1 now with a huge ridge line to play on the east side. Very fortunate for them. And Gen G even with the split. But a decision to make here. Do they try to hold that, or do they actually consolidate with Adder for a much more central position, especially with the north being so clean? I mean, there's no way for them to know that. They decide to consolidate, and I like that decision.
I mean, Gen G know they've been backfilled already by other teams, so it's on T1 and Falcons effectively to decide, do we want to sit here and hold other teams out, or do we want to go further towards the center? I personally think Gen G could have tried to maintain their split, at least for a little while, not sit all four together in the same position, but let's now see Jeans kind of solo right now against the entirety of 4AM as Gustav is coming up to help, but he finds the double. There's still 2 players behind him though. HS, Wang Sai coming up from behind, but he's hurt their vehicles.
Yeah, they need to conclude this fight with haste as they're just a duo now. But fortunately, they will be fighting the other duo now, the 4 Angry Men, as we saw a nice play there.
Is it a bait?
I'm not sure.
He just went up over the hillside, then drove back down, leaving Wang Sai on the hill, but he's sprinting around, so don't feel like it's a setup. It's just, honestly, the remaining 2 4M players not quite sure what they wanted to do.
No, but 17 has smelt this, and now they're starting to push on the backside, but actually it looks like they're rotating further south. So they're going to leave this fight to conclude, which means that whatever duo wins this would have control of this side of the circle, but Jeems now backing off Gustav as well, taking different angles.
you know you're going to be running into fights ahead of you. So I like the idea that James is backing further off. He saw the vehicle, heard it too of HS wrapping around the side. The thing is, HS is still driving. Again, there's, the way I see it, some clear miscommunication on what they want to do here. Maybe thinking he could bait a peek, but they know that Wang Sai is down here still. Gustav looking over the ridgeline for him. And if James and Gustav reach this well, they could instantly now take the fight to Wang Sai and get themselves a 2v1. I'm not sure what HSMM is doing.
Yeah, this is somewhat confusing. Maybe he's just telling...
They know where he is
Wang Sai to just play for yourself, but yeah, there's
James
no...
is waiting for HS, but he's not here.
He's not even close. I mean, he's basically left him out, so now this is, as you stated, it's a 2v1. You see James now trying to look for the last member. Gustav has to be careful, though.
Saw him through the grass there, but couldn't quite connect the shots. A lot of them going into
might be
third
good
as well. That nade could be good. Oh, just got the first nade off in time. 55 damage done. As he's currently backing off again. Don't want to leave yourself in a 1v1 when you could be a 2v1, but you can see James is still looking for HSMM going, did he just give up on his teammate? And it seems like that's kind of what happened. In the meantime, now Raze, well, he's not going to survive that, I suppose.
No, he's not, but now the rest of FW starting to collapse or trying to give support as they can to their teammate. Raze will go down 17. That was a very wide wrap to the south. They actually went into the blue. They avoided what was happening between FaZe and 4AM, and trying to deal with now the teams that are on the south, and TDT as well on that side.
That nade could not have been placed any better. 6X were coming up, ready for a double knock off of his own nade. Not quite to be. Circle now, though. Swings north. Falcons fans rejoice. Gen G now going to be the ones on the edge trying to hold off the south side. I wouldn't be surprised if Gen G actually opts to leave and drive further north. The issue is I'm not sure they've scouted it, as we now see Twisted Minds and New Happy potentially in the fight here, unless if New Happy can get away in time.
New Happy with a big task ahead of them, taking care of Twisted. This is going to be a 4-on-2 situation here. Nades and Util starting to come out, and it's just the two members here currently. I was going to say, New Happy Mingming's going to go down to a nade by Lu, who we said are heat-seeking missiles coming out from him.
Again, the Util use the fact that you can get them 100 to 0'd. And it's such a big threat as Ming Ming in a fight like this. It could not be any better. Twisted Minds so smart about their approach. Door is closed. Nope, door is open. Is it going to close a third time? It might just. There he comes around the corner. Perfectix takes him down, and that's the 2-2 split from New Happy. Punish.
Beautiful plays from Perfectus. The way that he played around that door, knowing with the pre-fires, baiting him out. That was just textbook from Twisted.
Just nothing you can do. I mean, 100 to 0 nade placed right at your feet. Ming Ming, such a big threat up close. Never had a chance to fire off a shot.
And to your other point about Genji earlier, you were right. They could have opted to stay, and that compound they came from to the north is still open, so that option still available to them if they are able to scout it out. Meanwhile, TDT now will have to contend with 17, who dealt with most of FW, as Suju is going to find a knock onto Hong F, and now TDT opting to just leave him behind and get out.
Yep, they're all coming towards this wall of potential bullets by Gen G. They've set up 4 turrets on the line, trying to prevent anyone from getting into this position. The issue is, by being split so thin, they also allow for teams to take fights to them one at a time. In the meantime, Killfit, you can see popping off 4 AM down and out. FaZe down to, I believe, just 1. As Daytrade now start to take casualties too.
Final member here of FW is going to be spotted out by Vongi. TDT Esports still 3 members alive, and Adder is actually going to find a knock off of the distance onto T1, but still that last member, Banana 1.
I mean, we're seeing Twisted Minds right now wrapped towards the north as well. This could be a winning rotation. We currently have 2 teams in the northern half of this circle. The remaining 12 are all fighting their way in from the south and the hills towards the west. But it seems like Cerberus is them on lockdown, 3rd on 5 in the meantime, trying to prevent Daytrade from making their rap on in there, trying to get any final points they can here outside the circle. Oh, I think Patham just saw him. Indeed, he did.
Oh, he did. He was trying to first aid. He's going to step out. But he was out of ammo, but that's going to be an easy cleanup there for T5. Patham Pong will get the rest of Daytrade as they will fall in 14th place. And now looking over here towards the field, 17. Remember, they opted for a very wide rotation down to the south, and now they're starting to get punished by not only TSM, we also have T1 and TDT in that area as well.
And while all the fighting is happening on the southern side, there's a chill tea party vibe towards the north between Falcons and Lunar Galaxy that are just waiting for the wounded teams to head their way. Today it's been very much a day of a few teams rejoice and Circle's gone their way and everyone else fighting for dear life, and I feel like this one's going to be no different.
Yeah, 17 now, just down to a couple players. Two to be, in fact, as TDT maintain even when they're on the back foot, so impressive.
Yep.
TDT has really pushed the pace here for this event for themselves in PGS 6, even when they'll find 17.
There's 5 teams trying to make their way in on the southern side, but they only make up about 1 team altogether. They've all been hurt so hard. Try to just make something out of this really, really tough games. But these are the games that truly test your mental, truly test your ability to salvage points in games you know full well you're not going to win.
And even with 1 knock or 1 kill, T1 have been so patient working this edge. As I say that, though, Tosi will find 2. And it's going to be Himas to take out Example off in the distance, but Zenith just down to 1 HP now. Tosi, can he get rid of T1?
If they can clear them out fully, they might be able to wrap up to the ridgeline further north. The issue is they've lost 2 already themselves. It's just Zenith here. He wants to get out Gen G. They know that it's just down to a solo, but maybe this play in the blue can help him out, and it is! Zenith able to find Tosi, get the flush on him as well, but he will fall too. Barpo, can he get the rest in time? I think it's second knock on Tosi. Yeah, nope, that's going to happen.
But the damage had been done at that point, as you said, Toby. It was just 1 member left of Gen G, and
20 alive in phase 5.
This is craziness, but look at the way that TSM have actually opted to use the southern side, and the fortunate thing for them is that everybody went east. Nobody actually decided to contest that hill that we were talking about earlier.
And the reason we see this carnage towards the southeast is all due to the fact that Gen G opted not to leave, opted not to look further circle center. They set up a perimeter. They said, guys, either you run into our turrets or you fight amongst each other. And, well, somehow Gen G ended up becoming a victim of the same fight they were trying to avoid and now falling because of it. But that's what starts the whole chaos. When the line in front of you doesn't move a step further in, you can't just push into them. Right. So you're forced to take fights to your neighbors.
And TSM now with an opportunity to scout a compound, or a small compound, that is very open for the taking. And I'm sure they stopped down on that ridge. Are looking for just that. Meanwhile, Kwangdong Freaks have to deal with the rest of Cerberus, as they're still a 4-strong. KDF have been doing this so well over the course of PGS 6, is actually keeping most members alive coming into these phase 4, phase 5 shifts.
It's such an interesting situation that we have had so many fights happening in the fields, and Kwangdong Freaks technically had the perfect overlook, but they've only got 1 kill because they've had Cerberus next door the whole time. They've heard them growling. They've seen them peeking over, doing damage, and therefore they just have not had a chance to peek into the fights down below. Which, I mean, I guess kudos to Cerberus from preventing Freaks from getting any points off a pretty good position.
Yeah, but now Cerberus have to survive with the complete, the complete safety of Falcons shooting from their compound. They still have something to play.
This is actually not a bad
As we see Rello, look at Rello's position right now. Opting to take dead center circle and try to deny some space. As he's going to opt to go back, though, it's really difficult to hold some of that. I mean, he'll just get off the dead center. There are ridges for him to play for now, and with his team currently anchoring in the north, they should be able to shoot off most members of KDF that may try to crash.
And a team we haven't really mentioned throughout all the chaos we've seen because they haven't lost anybody is TSM. 9 kills already, still all 4 alive. They made an early rotation to get around on the inside of all the fighting we saw before and have been able to lay low, find flushes at the fights there were, and then just with util, you saw Sparking push forward. They clear out the entire south side. I think of the 9 kills they have, that's probably 4 or 5 teams eliminated on wounded teams. They maintain all 4 up, and now they can play into the circle. Incredibly wise on their rotations, on their timings of engagement on this east side play from TSM.
It's a very big brain team who have found so much consistency, but Posa's position has been revealed. He took shots early at TSM, as you now see a couple members rotating in. Posa springing a trap maybe too early. We'll see. Snakers, meanwhile, will find heaven. And this is what I was talking about. With that position that Rello take, it was going to be very difficult for the rest of KDF to realistically make it down this very open hillside.
I think Cerberus owes Team Falcons a drink in the bar after this game is over, because all of Freaks were looking down towards Cerberus. They had 2 players prone behind a rock. As they start shooting, Falcons shoot up the hillside towards Freaks, and that forces them to fall back. And somehow, despite having 4 guys with clear headshot opportunities on you while you're prone, Cerberus actually gets to stay alive, and it's Freaks that take casualties. So thank you, Falcons. I'm sure all Cerberus fans are saying right now.
TSM with the opportunity to take control quite a bit of the circle. The east edge will give them so much ridge line to take peak battles over towards Falcons and the rest of the lobby that's still left alive. But first, they're going to have to take the fight to Luna. They need to get rid of Luna Galaxy first, as you can start to see Flood and other members possibly going over to that edge to spill over this Ridge and third party. They also had, I did see TSM had a mortar set up, so I'm sure they'd want to use that as well. As you can see, yep, Kurt is setting those mortars straight towards Luna. I love this.
Yep, set up the assault going forward, always artillery first, and then the to follow as Purdy on point with the first,
another
one with the second. The third weaves a bit far north, but let's see if there's a fourth coming in. Posa down, Posa out. TSM takes out Luna Galaxy.
The old kings of Util are back as TSM dialed in those mortars to get rid of Luna Galaxy, and now they can do exactly what we were saying earlier, take control of this eastern ridgeline.
Exactly, and they do so fast with the Util usage that Falcons has no chance of responding. Falcons are still respecting Freaks up on the hillside. They know they have the high ground, and if you aggress too hard, you might leave yourself open to the teams down below. Now the circle swings south. Freaks have to move, but I think for now, it's going to be everyone looking towards Freaks, waiting to try and see where they're going to go. Is there a third party for us to engage on? I don't think anyone is going to opt to go further center right now. Then maybe Rello. Spotted by Sparking, though.
I mean, it's pick your poison at that point if you're Relo, because you either go on the side of the wall that's exposed to TSM, or you go to the other side that's exposed to KDF and Cerberus. So now, all of a sudden, a position that was so great for Falcons has completely gone against them, as TSM now in the driver's seat for this game, and Flood will fall to a nade by Alo.
I'm loving the reaction plays from TSM here. You know that if everyone's shooting the same way, that might mean that you should be looking towards the guys that are standing still, shooting moving targets, and that's exactly what they do. Flood falls, Wrath down to low HP as well. They've already dealt with Rello, so it's only Snakers that still remain unseen.
Oh man, TSM just
they're feeling it.
Taking this game by the reins and not letting anything go, as I say that. Snakers will find a beautiful shot onto Alo. That's going to be a knock that should be easily picked up.
And look at the kill distribution on TSM as well. They're all out there dealing damage, all out there finding points for the team. As now, head up, trying to prone this one out, trying to lay low as a solo player left alive. So Lolsey as well. I mean, somehow, Cerberus is still 2 players alive in this game.
Yeah, inching forward, and a lot of that is because of the fact that first, Falcons were able to shoot off KDF, but then Falcons got in a fight of their own with TSM, so that's allowed Cerberus Duckmai so close to Rello, as Solozzi will fall, the last member now for Cerberus.
Snake goes down to 1 HP. Falcons' hopes living on his shoulders as he's trying to live up to his name to the best of his abilities. But again, TSM, I mean, you can talk about Falcons and some of these teams that were able to sit tight and just kind of chill on the northern side. Freaks chilled on the hill, kind of in a stalemate with Cerberus, but it's been TSM that's been brawling their way through this game, fighting tooth and nail on the south side throughout the mid phase of it, and they're the ones with a ton of kills, 16 at that, and all 4 alive. Make it 17 as they look to a potential 19 kill win with no casualties.
And a 29-point game would be a huge swing in their favor, as well as a big boost of momentum and confidence going into the rest of this day in Grand Finals.
Definitely the push forward. Alo knows exactly where he has Duckmai, but can they find him? They've had, I mean, 2 tough Miramar games, and to kick things off today, they've still been able to find placement points in both games. They've been able to weather the storm, and here, just aligned perfectly for them. 18 kills and counting for TSM as they take over first place, and now I believe Heather's been seen, but kudos to him for being able to snake his way to second place. Nate's on point, and they do it with Util once more. TSM, 19 kill chicken dinner.
And of course, the last kill would come via a grenade, but those mortars, everything from TSM that game was just beyond impressive, coming in that hill that we were talking about for so long in the initial parts of that game, and then pushing off all the teams because of Genji's position, as you stated, taking the eastern edge, getting rid of Luna. That was
insane.
Perfection.
We had the script written up. It's just going to be circles that come to the teams and they're going to win it, but TSM stirs the status quo and bring home an insane win in Game 3.
Well, we are going to have TSM sending it mid and getting themselves the big win here. Question on my mind is it time for TSM to game when it comes to strong play over in Americas, because this is putting them very much so on the map internationally, and maybe even putting them in striking distance here.
TSM has been the squad in Americas that you have to say is the most consistent on the international stage, and it's
agreed
by far.
Yeah.
I mean, Falcons has been really, really great, but sometimes they've been on a little bit of a slide lately. The thing about it is they play in a very heady way, very similar to Twisted Minds, but they're very much more of a close-range squad. Whenever you see the control come outside from Twisted, making sure to really keep like several hundred meters away, TSM, they want to get close. They want to get in. They want to make sure that they can put a lot of their utility down and absolutely demolish. And this was the perfect opportunity for them to show.
Well, it feels like they've been building something special at TSM. With the leadership of Purdy Curdy and Sparking joining along for the ride. Luke 12 looking fantastic. Halo doing his part as well. Like, looking at how they were playing this game out too, it's not like our first two games where the circle just comes to a compound and gives these teams, a big leg up. This team, TSM, had to fight for this down in the south, in those hills. Great rotation around eventually to find themselves towards the middle of this, because I thought this was either going to be a Falcons win or a Guangdong Freaks win, considering where they were, the Koreans up on the hill, but not to be.
Keep an eye on the map. If TSM has an opportunity to use some type of cover, be it like a ravine, a ridge, those types of things on Miramar, or in this case where they can just line up right along like the rice fields themselves and kind of use that, they will navigate, they will get in your face, and they will just continue to rain down terror. It is full on suppression fire sometimes, where it just feels like you have no idea on what's happening around you.
I think they were playing really, really good checkpoint PUBG here. They knew exactly what they needed to do against the teams north of them when they were coming in after they found themselves the spot towards the middle. And it will be a TSM win. Is it one of many, as we kind of speculate potentially here in the final? Because, as you said, their consistency has been strong. Yes, okay, sure, over in Americas, you've got guys like Sonics who are able to smash it out of the park over in Riyadh, but TSM is always prevalently there in the upper echelons of these tournaments, not quite being able to strike out some of these podiums internationally, but I mean, they're getting there.
They're not hitting the top 3, but they're always in that like top 6 area over and over again, and they're kind of the Americas squad, right? Because they also do have, they cross all of the Americas, which is very uncommon for our teams there. They've got a Latin American player in Sparking on them. Then they also do have the Americans themselves. And then, of course, we also have to have the Aussie on the team. Because that's the way we do it in America. I don't know why, but we do. And so it's just a bit of everything all in one. And it's just led to a very consistent, strong squad that if they can get close enough to you, you will not be able to get away from them, and you are going to go down.
I'm excited for them if they can keep up putting up numbers like that, as they were able to hold down on that south side very strongly. I mean, considering that there were a lot of wolves at the door, 19 kills go the way of TSM. Very impressive stuff here. And to be honest, with that, I mean, yes, there's 15 nades there, but actually I suspected it would be even more utility off the back of a 19 kill game. So it's huge for TSM.
I mean, they knock on the door with the nades, and there's a lot of jokes about the fact of how good TSM has been with the nades, but it's just because their accuracy off the start is so good that just lets them unlock the rest of it. And you can see the Falcons managed to make it in the later stages, but I just kind of want to see the breakdown on this one. Is Kurt has been astounding here at this event, man.
Yes, he has. But at the same time, look at that. Good old Spark in 7 kills. I say that, Spark in 7 kills, he's going to be the man of the match. But let's talk about Purdy here for a second.
6 kills, 700 damage?
The old man can still do it. Here he is.
Yeah, I know. What's going on? Feeling good? I mean, sorry, we just had Kurt walk by right now, so I had to give him the fist bump, man. It is just a phenomenal performance. I mean, he's been also kind of the guy behind the M24 meta, quote-unquote meta, because like I know some people are really enjoying it, and he's been pulling out man of the match on top of that too. Not going with kills, going with damage this time around. I like it.
Yeah, I will take that. Okay, so I have to think about 7 kills from like 400 damage compared to 6 kills from 700 some damage. Yeah. Purdy, man,
and IGL, by the way.
Yeah, very impressive. Damn. But again, like I think that there is a lot of, without knowing them too well, so maybe you can kind of talk to this, I think there's a lot of mental discipline about this team, right? I don't think they're really phased by too much.
Well, it's the squad that had Gunner before he went to Sonic, so that should tell you a lot.
They understand. They have some really, really good kind of mental strength about them. 29 points is huge here for the final.
And it is a bit of, I guess, our older squad, right? A lot of the players are not necessarily the youngest outside of Sparking in and of himself, so they're a lot more, they approach it in a very mature fashion whenever they're looking at the game in and of itself, but also adding in Sparking to give it a little bit of, like, I guess, energy into the squad is exactly what they needed.
I'm pretty sure Huang F from TDT just made fun of me. He's like, walked away saying 29 points. Oh, I'm a big fan of that. That's so good. We're having a good time here at PGS6.
Yeah.
I personally really enjoy having all the players behind us. Like, I mean, yeah, okay. Sometimes I miss my desk. In Riyadh, obviously, I didn't have a desk, but I didn't have the players behind me. I love being able to see them coming back and kind of seeing how they're feeling going into the next game.
Well, we get the benefit, too, if they all want to know the scores, and the best way to do it is just to walk up next to us with, we got these monitors right here. So we get all of the attention coming in off. But, I mean, that was also a very interesting game, even when we look back to how at Circle 4 everything kind of shifted into a very weird hillside position, so it led to a high ground, low ground battle that just kind of put a theme through it. So one of the big things I want to bring up was TSM was always on the low ground for a lot of those kills. So they were having to deal with high ground control, which was where Cerberus and where we saw Twisted Minds playing from.
Yeah, no, you got to be cautious about it. And now we move on to Rondo. It is going to be a scary potential here as we have all of our teams getting ready, getting good back in the room. As I say, the vibe in here, if I have to use a Zoomer word, is ecstatic. As we get to it, it's game number 4 here of day 1 for the final stage. Toby and Godspeed, take it away.
Matt, but Matt brought something up, and that was that we always talk about Gunnar as just such a great coach, as we should, but Wooly, I feel like, is such a student of a game, and when you have Wooly combined with Kurt, who have both been playing for so long and have so much patience, but also mental fortitude and strength to bounce back. I mean, you have the recipe for what we are seeing in TSM today. You add Luke, you add Ayla, who have been a part of that roster for so long, and then you throw in a superstar like Sparking, and it's a recipe for success that is really paying off this year.
And that's what makes these teams scary, and a lot of them can be added to the conversation. We'll stay on TSM for this one. The fact that you have a team like TSM who can go out and get 19 kill wins and make it look like they've never done anything but that. I mean, they literally make that entire south side of the map look like they didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah.
They just ran around from fight to fight, cleaned them all up, got pretty much all the kills they were to get off of it. And you know what? For that, we'll give them a potential hot drop. I think that's a win.
You've earned it, boys.
You've earned a hot drop against I can't even tell who it is down there.
I can't actually.
It's New Happy.
Oh, it's New Happy.
You know what? Take a hot drop. Also, can we just mention, this is an incredibly northern, north side plane path towards the west, and we're going hard east. I was questioning whether we were ever gonna go northeast on this map, and you know what? We might have had our questions answered.
I've never seen
exactly
Maytown or even Mahupa.
We've never been north of Mayran, and you know what? This might be the first time we go up towards the northeast. But let's keep our eyes on this hot drop between New Happy and TSM.
I don't even know if I've ever seen a hot drop in Phong Tun. What have we been this far east or west?
Yep. Never has a hot drop meant less than when a circle swings to the complete opposite side of the biggest map in the game.
And just, I mean, think of the implications of rotating after how much this may take time-wise, right? The timing is huge. So at this point, the teams may just commit to it because why not? You're not going to get out early. You're not going to get into any meaningful position from this side of the circle to the east. So just try to get the points, and more importantly, try to stay at least 3, if not 4 people alive.
I kind of like this trap play by AC. He's sitting here knowing that oftentimes in hot drop situations, the team will try and claim some vehicles just in case they have to dip. So he's just sitting next to the car going, if someone's coming in here to try and take it, maybe with the layout of this city, they wouldn't be going for that. But I kind of like the idea. Anyway, to set a bit of a trap play, it's very clear to see who is on the aggressive and who's on the defensive here. It's TSM that are wrapping forward, of course, still probably thriving off of the momentum that they got coming up victorious in that previous game. No fear in the life of these boys.
But can you expect a Purdy to be coming around with the Panzer? And I do love the way that he was actually playing with Luke there. Luke going in first, Purdy being the man behind to make sure that the trade was there if necessary with that said Panzer.
Yep.
Meanwhile, QBU is going to find some shots there. Yeah, this setup it's really going to come down to AZ, and if they're able to get a knock on him But the way that New Happy is set up, I mean, they have a good crossfire angle for support.
Well, that's one thing. Another thing is AC is, I mean, A, he's sat here for a trap play should they come to him. B, he is hearing all their footsteps.
Exactly.
He's giving so much info and cross, and he's just told them all, guys, they're leaving. They're running towards the northeastern side of the city. And you can see in response to that, New Happy is also starting to fall back. As we said, I mean, these are two pretty wise teams. Seeing the circle go as far away from you as it possibly can, that's boys, is this really worth it? Like, is there a way for us to just loot and dip? And I think you're seeing the result of, the answer to that question right here.
Especially because both teams have done well so far in the game, right? Both winning a game. Yeah, why kind of commit to this when it's not necessary? So
exactly.
I agree, you agree, they agree. So.
Yeah, everyone agrees, except for those random people on Twitch chat that just wants to disagree with everyone. We see you. We see you in there. Whoever you are.
Hey, at least they're in there.
That is true. That is true. Welcome. Well, we like you. We like you. You may stay and disagree with us all day long.
Also, another thing to point out. Oh, what happened here?
Don't wear a gas can when you're getting rested.
Yeah. Also, day trade. We didn't really talk about it, but day trade is even further south on the southwestern side than we saw New Happy and TSM. And New Happy might actually be rotating in the direction of day trade as we go into an interview with Perfectix and Twisted Mind.
For Navi, it's because they try to fight in central spot, and they are was not too ready for this, and lost a lot of fights or lost a lot of opportunities to play normal games and didn't qualify. I think it will be a little bit more chaotic and unpredictable. We are very confident. I think we might take back to back, and we will try our best.
Love that we're getting to hear from Perfectix. It's usually Batulins in the interview booth, but great English coming out of a great player. As he brings up a pretty interesting point. 3 of the 5 top teams in PGS 5 are not here. Right. And I think that's kind of been the storyline for this entire beginning of we have been surprised by some of the performances by some of these teams that we usually don't see a lot from. And so far today, while yes, circles have been chaotic, I think we've overall seen some incredibly good PUBG.
We have. We've seen a lot of adaptations coming out from these teams in difficult situations, especially with the shifts. I think, TSM is a great example in the last game on Tego. And Twisted Minds, we always talk about them historically being, kind of a slow starter, but they really haven't been, at least in PGS 5 and PGS 6 specifically. But this, even I wouldn't consider a slow start. 21 points in 6th place, sure, we expect them to be higher, but they have really been able to get behind the ball so much earlier than we've seen in the past.
And as we're seeing this chase scene take place between Third on 5 and Quantum Freaks far up to the north side, again, the few actual edge teams, of course, they're bound to run into one another. It's actually kind of interesting. I hadn't thought about it this way before just now. The fact that not only do we see top teams not make this, but it's also teams that are already guaranteed for PGC that don't make it. And I kind of like it, because that means that the teams we have left here have that much more to play for. They are still here fighting for spots coming into, well, they've made grand finals, but now it's when PGS points on the line. And they, for the most part, have chances to qualify through to PGC. So you could argue that, yes, it might not be the names and the teams we're used to seeing, but because of the circumstances and this being the last tournament before PGC, it actually ends up giving us a better setup.
It does, and I agree. That's a great point. Something to think about where, you don't have the usual suspects that start to sponge up those points.
Exactly.
And this, as we know, this is the last event of the year before PGC. So for some of these teams as well, it is do or die.
Yep. A lot of space still towards the far north again. I mean, it's hard to scout north when you've literally never had to go there before. Can we just go all the way up? Can we just end this game in Muhoban? I would absolutely love it.
I would love to see that.
Love it. But we'll see how far north this game is going to end up taking us. Falcons, very, very cautious in their rotation. They've lost people on bridges quite a few times in the past. So double and triple checking before they cross over. This time around, though, they're going to be fine. They're going to be fine for the next kilometer and a half to their rotation. So, but again, I mean, even though we can laugh at it, we can see that it's free. I respect the fact that they're taking the time. Because it's the times that they've taken for granted that they were safe, that they've been losing players. Yeah. So play it slow, play it smart, do what you've been doing so far, because you're in 4th.
And we've seen a lot of the teams actually really start to kind of slow things down and make sure that their macro, their scouting has been much more on point, because that's caused so many teams issues in the past, and not only PGS 5 but PGS 6. And something else, even just talking about the circle, Toby, I mean, the north side, and the northeast, it has so much fun terrain to kind of work with that we don't normally get to see. As we see a nice little pit stop here from Salute, just kind of gassing up. The question is he getting
Observers? Are we getting a timer? I think it was like 4.7
Is he getting premium?
seconds.
Yeah. What type of gas is he also putting in that dust?
Well, that's one thing. A, what type of gas? B, what did it cost? And can we get some pit timers? I don't know if they were that fast in this one. That might cost them a lap. I know nothing about racing, but that's all I could do.
I was like,
I know they time the pit stops. That's all I can do.
Oh, they're actually going to get deactivated as well.
You see, had they been faster, had the pit stop been faster, this would not have happened.
And so there it is. At some point, that EMP zone is going to deactivate those vehicles.
How did Sololsi get knocked?
I don't know, actually.
My friends, Dogma is turning around now. Observers, I'm sure one of you has a replay hidden somewhere. No, wait, Twisted is coming down here. Did they pop him trying to go for the buggy?
I'm not sure.
They might. Batulans is sending it down in this direction. They might just have read this. It happened off screen, so I'm not quite sure. But Batulans is out of his vehicle, MK in hand now. We'll see if Dogma gets to get away with Sololsi alive. He is now within reach from where he should be able to not only shoot with his DMR, swapping over to the AR now as well, but can't connect.
Unfortunately for Cerberus, that Pico bus does giddy up quick, and so there was no real issues as far as, especially when you try to turn a vehicle. And at Dacia, sometimes it takes forever to turn and go in the direction you're looking to go. So Pico bus, a nice play from Cerberus, will save them a member for now. But yeah, it was probably Twisted.
You would have to imagine. Given their reaction.
We were making a point, and yes!
As we swing north, Sushu sat center. And in an area of the map we have yet to see any real fighting, any real games take place, at least in terms of global PUBG. Twisted gonna come up towards Mayran. There ain't a whole lot to play in that city, and it's very open for teams around you to engage in. You can kind of see what we're playing around. It's very Miramar-esque in terms of the hillsides. The issues is that all these hills are very blunt, I guess.
They're quite open, yeah.
They actually found him.
Okay, so nice shots.
Good shots. But hey, you get to live with the scare. But yeah, they're open. They're not as sharp, the hills, the edges here, so it's hard to really play in the open. You're visible. That's the word I was looking for. They're very smooth hills, and it makes them hard to really play around.
Yeah, and some of the valleys and ravines are quite open as well. It is difficult to traverse those, especially if you don't have vehicles. Vehicle ports, most likely, as well as deployable cover, going to come in big for a lot of these teams setting up in the late game as 4 angry men trying to stave off some rotations, but they're going to let T1 right through, and they're going to run just into Cerberus to their north.
There are a lot of rotation paths you can make towards the river on the western side here, but it seems like no one's really opting to go for it. Everyone trying to send it in through the south, and Twisted Minds are the ones currently playing gatekeep towards all the teams that are making their way here. Type will be the first one to fall. First kill of the match, 11.5 minutes in as well. Everyone playing it smart and slow on this one. And they're now finding themselves entangled with TD Team further towards the southwest of where we're looking right now.
TD Team might have some more action coming in from their south. It looks like New Happy Ming Ming was stopping down to take shots over there, but the rest of them are actually going through.
Congratulations, Batulans. Cheers in the chat. 250.
We take those. And that's an impressive number, especially for someone who is an IGL. Being able to frag that hard, as we just saw Kurt in the last game also putting up some very impressive numbers. So yeah, these IGLs are no longer just brains. They have the aim behind them too.
I feel like we need a fanfare. Whenever it's like, and a little push, fireworks.
Confetti.
Yeah, a little confetti going off whenever we see the players hitting some of these milestones, because it goes to show, I mean, A, how often they've made these events, B, how incredibly well they've played in pretty much all of them to be able to rack up the amount of points that they have.
Yeah, I think it's hard to argue Twisted not being the most consistent team over the last
And they're still all behind him as.
Yep. That's a good point in and of itself. Real quick, Cerberus is dead center just below Gen G, as we're now watching New Happy come in. Yeah, they opted to go around TDT in the fight that had popped off between Twisted Minds. So now they're going to land just below Mayran, which is the current position where 4AM are sitting. As you can see, that kind of set up there, split. Quite split, actually, for 4AM. They need to be careful not to be caught off guard here by New Happys. They're going to stop down early to cut sound. But I believe one of the members there in HSMM heard New Happy coming in.
Might just have. I mean, you'd have to imagine, considering that it's right next door. I don't like to play favorites in these circle shifts, and I know that T5 has been getting plenty of circles already, but I really want to see this next one swing north. Just because uncharted terrain makes for good games. HS will let the New Happy player leave without any warning shots fired. New Happy back in their vehicles, didn't like what they saw. Maybe too many open doors, maybe they spotted the vehicle on the side. New Circle pops and we are, in fact, going north. Maybe not full well, but close there too. Look at how many teams now hells to make their way in from the south. And honestly, I can't really tell you what are the
I don't know
here.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. We're going into esports uncharted territory.
But at the least, I love New Happy's play. They realized Circle was closing. They realized Mayran is very southern on the edge. And so they immediately got out of their vehicles and are now potentially beating Twisted Minds to this rotation on the west side. And they're going to take the hill that can now stop down and look at all the rotations coming in from the southwest besides Twisted that may come in that direction. But Twisted also getting some angles onto New Happy's rotation.
Trying to funnel them towards opponents as best as they can. Again, Twisted Minds, not only are they great individually, but they're really, one of the things that I think gives them so much success is that they're good at forcing teams into each other, thus creating third-party opportunities for themselves. New Happy right now trying to find a place to call their home, but they have to learn the terrain on the fly. I was curious to see how much space you actually have in this compound that FaZe has. Now they're going to start shooting. They don't want teams nearby as we go over towards Falcons on the far east side here. Trying to make their rotation too.
That's such a rough spot though, Toby, to start it up because TDT is going to see them in that bowl, which could cause mayhem for them. We can see New Happy now starting to rotate further north. But yeah, Falcons now on the east side. What is their play going to be? They have this small lake with some terrain to play, but that's not even going to be in the edge because FW is currently holding them out on the east.
From a topography perspective, this circle is atrocious. The circle's center is an open hill that you can't use for anything. So I guess the good thing is that there's a lot of line of sights that's being broken kind of across this circle, but with so many teams now coming in from the south, we're going to lose. My guess is somewhere around, he got popped out of the... Bye-bye, Rillo.
He did.
He got popped out of the glider. Tozy just hits those.
And you could also see that so many teams are just driving in circles trying to figure out where they want to play. Yeah.
This is where you want the comms to the coach going broke. Do you remember this area? Do you remember going through this? What was good, what was bad? Because it seems like I've never seen so much indecisiveness as we're seeing right now. Now we're seeing more fights happen because of it. Everyone's being so slow in their decision making here, running into one another. Flood able to find Belmoth.
Oh, but Flood going to get the flush as well. So that's going to be a kill. And you can start to see, though, FW sees this fight happening on this very open hillside, starting to make their push. Himas, meanwhile, off in the distance, is going to be in a fight with 4AM between Luna Galaxy Sandwich as Xiaopian will be found by Vinny.
It's the South on fire. It's the teams that were indecisive. They didn't know what direction was smart to wrap on. Like, if had this been a Miramar game, everyone would have been wide wrapping, finding those small dips that you can play. But in this case, I honestly think a lot of it comes down to teams just not having had to maneuver these areas of the map before, thus playing it slow, trying to let other teams go in front of them. But since no one is moving, this is what we're seeing. Gumin, runs out of bullets, but still has an opponent in front of him at last, low HP.
And you can just tell, I mean, Falcons, and it's not just the Falcons, it's every team is just trying to figure out, they're getting in a fight, they're getting a knock here, there, and then they're just like, wait, this is a terrible position, we have to move, and so because of that, Falcons will fall, but also, look at KDF, they've lost 2, or they've had 2 knocked from their team as well. Meanwhile, FW continuing to push on this southeast side, and once that circle closes, they can then finally start to take the push up the hill towards day trade.
Himas, P90 in hand, trying to lob some util over, both of course to do damage, but also to force Kraken off the angle. Double nade comes through, finds Kraken, and now we'll see if they're gonna commit to the rest. P90 versus the Grocer, who's gonna come out victorious. Himas, headshot connected. Haven down to low HP, finds Poster to low HP as well, gets the double. It's Himas, P90 in hand. You cannot stop this man.
Huge knocks coming out from now the solo. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get up Duckmai, but you can see Duckmai trying to feed as much information as possible as this has just been left down to a 1v1. He should get it. No, he doesn't. Luna, okay. And that's a big knock, but they're on the edge. I'm not sure he's going to be able to recover everyone. Posa, he's going to have to leave.
Yep, there's the open angles. Has to make a run for it, so points will go Himas' way, even if they fall. But again, I mean, just goes to show the individual prowess of this man. Sure, the P90 helped you out, but he was hitting headshots all over the place.
This is such a mess. The unfamiliarity is obvious between every team currently on the field. Gen G about to be in a sandwich with T1 on the south side, and then 17 about to get involved in that as well, as FW still holding the ground on the southeast.
Look at the west right now. You have TD Team FaZe alongside New Happy, all completely entangled. New Happy trying to put his dips down below. TD Team trying to kind of flush them out with util, and then FaZe on the other side joining in that party as well. In the meantime, Gen G running over T1 to eliminate them, and we're down to 12.
New Happy now trying to clean up the rest of this edge. As you said, TDT has fallen and had a few members taken out. FaZe, meanwhile, at least have 4 members alive. You see 2 kills on the side of Gustav. They're also embroiled in this fight with New Happy, trying to get rid of them to clean up this western edge, because as you can see currently in the center of the circle, there is only one player, and that is 4AM's HSMM.
No one's daring to bomb its center because they don't know what to go for. There might be a dip, but it might not be worthwhile at all. It's just HSMM prone in there, waiting this one out. Correxy opting to go for the mutant meta. It's not something we've seen utilized a whole lot this tournament so far, but it might be a confirm on the fact that FaZe made 1 rotation and just have been sat here ever since, and he didn't find a better gun.
Yeah, and Hogf might be able to find some sort of reprieve on the west side if FaZe is actually just making sure to keep their eyes just on New Happy. You see Fex there. Possible backstab for him. That is Hwang F, but Barpo going to find Thanadol now, and Gen G still with the possibility of recovering here, but
we're centering up again. There's 5 players inside this next circle. 30 people have to explore uncharted territory within the next 50 seconds. This is going to be a bloodbath. I know you're all ready for it, chat, so let's get excited for, again, I mean, unfamiliar territory here on Rondo.
Yeah, and you can see Twisted had a good setup, but they're starting to have to concede some of that area because of the way that the terrain kind of shapes out in 17, a full 4-man strong, pushing that angle as we speak, and they're going to have to contend with Gen G, but more importantly, there's still FW and Daytrade fighting on the southeast side.
Yep, everyone trying to make their way on in. Twisted, in the meantime, trying to claim some center space. Oh, Xiao spotted Ada over the hillside, tried to lob a nade over, but it's too late, he's already gone.
Xiao still is trying to wrap this side. He's about to see a full Gen G with their backs turned as multiple knock. This is a big opportunity for 17 to clean up this side.
Yep.
And then that would give them actually the perfect angle to fight Twisted Minds from, because there would be no one behind them.
South is practically impossible to maneuver through right now. 17 on a wide sweep, wanting to clear up both Gen G and FW here as Xiao Wu is able to find Ada. They should spot Tong K down in front as well, but not yet.
Still making this sweep happen. 2 members left of Gen G. 6 kills, though. They've been doing well for themselves to at least be as active as possible. FW has caused so many issues on the south side of the circle. And you still have Norins in the blue, in the backside, waiting for a backstab.
Yep, shots fired now still. Norins
there it is.
piping in the blue, able to find Tong, but a tough, if not near impossible, rotation for him to make last first aid being used now. Phase 5 starting to hurt quite a bit. Xiao Bei Kai and full level 3 gear car, not something you see too often, but not able to find a DMR either, as he's going to try and sprint on forward to now Tozy. Last line of defense here, realizes he's up against the entirety of 17, might want to try and fall back.
And the problem is Twisted would like to get involved in this, but they really can't. They're being shot by FaZe, and so this is all up to 17, and all these points should go their way, as there is a knock on one of the members of Gen G.
Important fight happening on the northwestern side as well. TSM and FaZe Clan fighting for what could potentially be really good real estate with that rock up there towards the west. Gen G will be found as Fex, no mind, he mollied himself. As Perfectix it is, finds one Correxy, able to get one more point in as well. So FaZe up to 6 kills, but down 3.
Down 3, a possible chance to still take out what is TSM. You have 1 member left of T5. Looks like Rossita Jr. on that western side, as the other members are off to the east in the compound trying to get some points. And again, this is what I love from Therathon 5, is that they're being very proactive.
Yeah.
Looking for those kills where they can. They have the anchor point still in Rossita, so great heads-up play from them.
Definitely Twisted. A quiet game for them, but a game they'll happily play quiet in, having seen all the chaos and carnage taking place on the edges here. Able to play center, but again, look at what they're playing around. They're just embracing the fact that no one's able to see them, and why not give them the circle? But I think for 17, even better.
Yeah.
Leave them in. That's top 2 guaranteed.
Yeah, 17 actually in an arguably better position. It's hard to tell because of the slope that Twisted is on.
Yeah. This up here, that's...
Oh, actually, I don't know. That's pretty open on that hillside. I may retract that statement. Yeah, I thought they had much more of a plateau to work with.
I think they
do not at all. This is rough, Toby.
Right now, it's a matter of, can we outlast? Because it's only T5 that can see them. Can we somehow outlast T5? Because they have to move before us. So can we sit here, make sure that car doesn't lose any tires, potentially get to Xiao Bei, and that might be a bit too risky. I am seeing someone try to make a run for it. Also, it's second bleed, I believe, on him. So dangerous to try and commit to. Because again, 3rd on 5 has more to play for too. They need to get inside the circle, and now they're leaving. So they might just have survived for long enough at a loss of Xiao Bei.
But then you also have to realize, what does TSM do here? What do they even have to play?
They all wait for Twisted to get pulled up on.
Yeah, I do like that FaZe has come up on the south side, the last member in Jeem, so that's a great decision from him to see if he can get something off of any knocks coming out from the south side of 17, now starting.
Can't fire, guys. Get away, get away.
Oh, but that's unfortunate. You were right. I mean, if they were able to keep that car safe, they would have had a better option. Now it's just going to be on foot.
I need to see smoke counts, because you had the upper hand against Twisted Minds just before, but they've been able to reposition to be out of your line of sight. This is going to be a 300-meter run down the hill, and keep in mind, Example has still yet to even fire a bullet. He is playing spoiler, he's playing surprise up on this hillside for 17 to come towards.
Look at the knock coming out from Little Ghost, that distance through the shrubbery, through the trees onto Purdy-Curdy. What a shot.
Look at their util, nothing. Everyone's been rotating this entire game. 17 bullets left for Xiao Wu as well. 3rd on 5 though, they've been chilling on the north side. They've been able to sit tight for good whiles. Pathan Pong is found, should be resible now. I say that might not actually be.
Also commendable effort from Twisted Minds to be able to hold off these teams in the open, this terrain. Again, so unfamiliar. But Tulin's even going to find Rossiter Jr. with a grenade. Lou now trying to hold down the rest of T5, the final 2 members, that he's making his push. He's going to heal first.
Yep, trying to go for the shots. Lou, connecting initially, but not able to get the knock. And now James on the other side. He's been creeping up towards this hillside for the last 3 minutes, trying to get away from the shovel with TSM earlier. And TSM, in the meantime, are going to react too. Wrap towards the northern side, play safe, let all these teams fight one another. You know that you're outnumbered, so let them get wounded, let them get broken down for you to then come in and claim the win in the end.
More importantly, even if they die, they get more placement points. So again, another wonderful play coming out from TSM. They are taking shots though, so they do need to be careful. Example, we'll find the final. We'll find the finish with the exploding vehicle there onto Pathan Pong.
Such a great reaction play from TSM, setting themselves up. Yes, you might not get those 3-4 kills extra, but you're pretty much guaranteeing yourself a top 2 finish. Circle swings west now. Now they can play full contain alongside James, who's just going to prone on the other side on this one. And somehow, through the chaos we just saw, Twisted stays 4 alive, but it might have spoken too soon as one falls. Second sample found by Xiao Wu.
Xiao Wu and Suju now, but Tulin's knock, it looks like Perfectix will follow, and all of a sudden it's falling apart for Twisted Minds, and TSM will get involved. That's going to be the knock on to Perfectix, but Xiao Wu will steal it with the finish.
The duo of TSM and the solo in FaZe might just take out a 4-man strong 17 and Twisted Minds here as Sushu and Xiao Wu will fall back, and you can see James is still in this position. He's waiting for 17 to fall back because he cannot see what's happening on the other side. He's expecting them to cut back down his way, but they are not committing to that whatsoever now. Instead, looking towards Luke. First 2 shots missed, 3rd one connects, but only an arm shot. Not a lot of damage coming through, but he's going to be able to track him over behind that position. Now, though, again, I was just about to say, you have to look up towards 17 because now you're the one in the open position.
Yeah, but he's also the only one. James went from being a solo outside the circle to now being a solo, the only one currently with any spot to play for now in the circle. And if he gets the knock, if he stops Luke from creeping in, there's a real chance he could win this game.
I love how this game has been kind of ranked game in the vibe of just seemingly everyone being, Clueless is going really far, but really, really confused about what to do with the terrain around them. It's clear to see that it's a hard rotation to make all the way through, and now Xiao Wu going down. Team's starting to realize it too, running no gun in his hand too, but crucial shots being missed by Xiao Wu. Has the prone down, even though he has the health advantage, and James going to force the ray gun forward.
The question is, does he know he has the health advantage? He does, so he'll clean it up. The hopes of James, my hopes of James maybe getting a solo win here out of the cards, but it's just going to come down to a 1v2 from Luke and the 2 members up from 17.
Now, Xiao Wu is inside the circle. Bad news for Luke is that he is not. By literally a centimeter. This is going to require an aim battle between these teams that Luke has to come out victorious, and he needs to connect headshot. He has a better weapon for it, but you need to connect a hell of a headshot in order to win this, because the good thing is they're not in the same position, so you can peek 1v1 twice, but you're the one that has to peek.
He can isolate, but the problem is time is running out. The blue is coming in, and that is phase 7, so this is going to tick quite hard. He has a goblin pack, little level 3 backpack, so no jammer is going to be available, and he's just going to deny.
You know what?
That's the proper play.
The leaderboard. You've been seeing what's been going on. You know it's 17 that is on your heels in this game. You don't want to give unnecessary points over to them. It's a 1v2. It's you running in the open with no util. Makes perfect sense not to give those extra points over, and you can see him shaking his FaZe, guys, there's nothing I can do there.
No, that's fine, and I don't think they're upset at all. And again, TSM still getting a second place, but what a crazy circle.
Yeah.
It was so fun to finally go to a part of Rondo that we have not seen before.
I was just about to say an actually exciting Rondo game. We like to see it. Give us more of that as we head back to the desk and let them break down that match there.
One of the true challengers to the throne at the top in 17 Gaming after having that litany of second places as well as the first place at PGS, of course. We get 17 Gaming with the win here on Rondo, and a spicy Rondo at that. Not often. I mean, just before we even got to this Rondo match, I was saying, yeah, we never get circles up here. And then we get circles here.
Do that more, please. I want you to kind of complain about where, hey, we never see circles over here at all, so that way we can get all of the fun ones. This was a very interesting game, and one of the things I did want to bring up before we deep dive into everything, one of the benefits I think that we're starting to see from the dominance that Twisted Minds has been putting out is the evolution of everyone else. Is it feels like we're starting to get everybody else that's been chilling in like that kind of like second through sixth positioning going, okay, no, Twisted's got theirs now. Now it's our time. Maybe we can manage to do it too. And they're trying to come up after them. 17 Gaming is one of those squads that so desperately wants it. We've seen them time and time again get right in that cusp position. Now they're starting to get some gusto coming them right here.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds in that scenario where there was like, what, 3 or 4 teams south of them, and they threaded the needle to be able to get onto the high ground and then move down in towards the dips. I believe what Twisted Minds probably expected to happen there was to have all of those teams fight, which of course they did down in the south for the most part, but then at least for any team that would come out, at least be wounded slightly, like 1 gone down, 2 gone down, because there were so many teams down there. But 17 Game came out, all 4 alive, and that caused so many problems for them as time went on.
It's very interesting because we actually did have Twisted that was up on top of that hillside, but they moved in for the center to get control over the circle because there was all the firefighting that was happening in the north with TSM, with FaZe, and everybody else up there. So they were trying to position for the later stages of it. 17 then came up back behind them, got the high ground, and that's what cut off Twisted's capabilities to move and go after those kills that they want. So that was a lot of very smart plays coming. So it's not like you can fault Twisted for making their move, but it's at the same time, it's almost like you gave up the position that was the winning position. That always kind of
I think it was technically a great threading and a great play down into those dips, as long as I say, either someone gets wounded on that north side and then they come in kind of limping a little bit, or the teams in the north expose themselves for you to eventually to be able to kind of triumph over, and then you conquer whatever's behind you. But with Terraform 5 still alive, with eventually TSM coming in and causing a bit of a problem as well, a bit of a ruckus. There was just too many threats on too many sides.
That was what was so weird about it, was that T5 couldn't move into the circle because of Twisted's new positioning on that lower ground area. And so it was T5 that was taking shots into 17, so it all kind of became a domino effect where everybody got locked, kind of stuck for a second.
Well, everyone had to piece the puzzle together, and this is what it yielded. We have very even kills across the board, because it reminds me, even though the maps are totally different, these numbers kind of remind me of Sandhawk numbers, where you're trying to solve this crazy puzzle of like, going over these hills. You find yourselves in third parties, fourth parties, and things like that. But for a lot of these teams in this particular area, they were, calling things on the fly. We could hear it getting quite raucous in the studio as a whole from all of these teams, trying to figure out what they wanted to do in the moment.
And there was a part of me, and I know it was with you too, where we were having the dream of the potential of Jeems and what he was trying to do.
There was a moment.
He was sitting there, was like, maybe, because we got into the 2v2v1 style situation there at the end. It was like, this could be spicy, but high ground 17 managed to continue the work put in the rain.
Yeah, Jeems doing all right for FaZe. FaZe doing all right in general here to get things going. Just a far cry away from their first group stage day, but it looks like it will be Mr. Xiaowu getting himself the man of the match for this one, with the 4 kills going their way. And again, I do have to credit them with the resilience that they had about all of those south fights and then eventually cresting, because there could have been some some urgency or more desperation about when they were sat on that rock. Eventually their car blows up. They're like, okay, if the circle shifts away from us, we may not have any means by which to get away from this rock. But they understand that Theron 5 eventually had to move away from their firing line.
Yeah.
The circle was pushing them. So just bide your time as 17. That will provide you better options.
And it kind of sucks for T5 because they were in a lot of very good positions for, depending on the circle didn't stay along that hillside, right? And instead kind of had to move into a no man's land. There was no way for them to approach the new circle. So you can see 17 Gaming, TSM, FaZe, Twisted Minds, big beneficiaries of how the shift came into play and just really the firing lines that got set up against T5. Also, you mentioned the brilliance of how Twisted managed to kind of sneak in. I was very intrigued to see what you were talking about with 17 and how they had to bully their way in way more.
Yeah, they did. And they've bullied their way into second place as well. 45 points on the board. Once again, we just had Purdy come past, and he has seen that TSM is number 1, 52 points. I will say this is an excellent start to our finals here, final stage, because Twisted Minds wins. They're on the way. They're inevitable. We're in the Twisted Minds era at the moment, but potentially at least. But we're expecting those to come along. But the fact that we haven't had them yet, 4 games deep, with all of these other teams proving that they are very feisty here for the final, loving it.
And Cerberus getting here off of consistency is what is an interesting thing to think about as well, because we've known them to have their big pop-off kill games that have really kind of shifted them in. Yes, they've been able to pick up some kills, but they've also been able to navigate and competing up against TSM, 17 Gaming, Twisted, and kind of a placement points style positioning. Would you have imagined that going into game number 5, saying that Cerberus has more placement points than Twisted Minds would it?
Normally no.
That's a wild world, isn't it?
Hey, blips can happen, all right? I was about to talk about a positive blip as well. Team Falcons, 27 points so far. They had a decent Tego. We saw them at prior have another decent map as well. So 27 points for Falcons, I would say, considering they have had some ups and downs in group stages. Yeah. I think this is a great start for them as well.
Specifically, I mean, they just narrowly made it off of a tiebreaker to get here, so feeling a lot better. Yeah.
Yeah, it was close. But I'm expecting more. We'll see as time goes on. Right, we're going to go to a break. When we return, we are moving on to the grassy pastures. We have got 2 maps coming your way here for the rest of the day for PGS 6. See you soon.
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi.
To out-survive anybody else that's going to be in front of him, and hey, he'll take a couple of shots at whatever.
Your 2023 PGC champion!
Hey, are you pumped for this year's PGC? Last year was epic. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up for us this time.
Totally. PGC 2023 was a blast.
Got a Skullbone was new this year?
Oh, buckle up. There's a ton to unpack. We have so much to watch this year.
So, we have separate regional series in 5 regions where teams can earn PGC points. Then, we have 4 PUBG Global Series this year where teams can gather PGS points. You have to commit to all competitions. Every event matters and is key to entering PGC 2024.
Exactly. We've got 15 regional qualifiers from PGC points, 8 PGS points teams, 1 wild card.
So, where's the final battleground?
It's all happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The stage is set with a whopping $1.5 million prize pool, plus more from crowdfunding. The fans, they're incredible. What do you say? We catch the grand finals live.
But how's PGC 2024 going to work out?
Let me lay it out. PGC 2024 is slicing things up differently. We're looking at 3 circuits based on point rules, each featuring 6 heart-pounding matches over 3 consecutive days.
And here's the kicker. Rack up the most PGS points year-round and get to chill on the first or second day of the first circuit.
So, every PGS match is critical. The better you perform there, the bigger your advantage at PGC 2024.
Bingo! Each circuit reshuffles based on the last. So if you nail it in the first, you're sitting pretty for the second. After all 3 circuits, the top 16 teams brawl it out in the grand finals.
Speaking of the grand finals, they are running as usual, right?
Not even close. To grab the trophy, you gotta clinch it with a win. Once a team hits the point threshold, their next chicken dinner could crown them champion. But if they miss that shot, the game rolls on. More teams reach the threshold, and any of them could snatch victory with just 1 win. So every match matters in the grand finals. PGC is taking the Battle Royale esports back to its root to be the last team standing. Welcome to Smash Room. Smash 'em all!
A new vehicle, a new arcade mode, and a new crafter pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 32.2 patch report. First up, the black market is back, bringing another opportunity to collect some fan-favorite progressive weapon skins and new chromas for the Mark 12, the Barrel M762, the Ace 32, and the M24. When you pick up the Crafter Pass Black Market 2024, you'll be able to complete missions and collect rewards which you can use for crafting in the workshop. Check out the upcoming Black Market announcement for all the details. Next up, Arcade is getting a new mode. In Hot Drop mode, you'll drop into a very small area and have to fight to survive as the circle closes in. With 64 max players, things will get cramped in the circle very quickly. So loot as fast as you can and start fighting for ground as the chaos ensues around you. Hot Drop mode will be available from November 20th until December 3rd. We've also got a brand new vehicle floating your way. The new inflatable boat is a more stealthy option when navigating the waters of the battlegrounds, using good old-fashioned teamwork to move. The inflatable boat can seat up to 4 players and moves faster as more players row, so make sure to put your back into it. There are also some updates to the clan system, map bug fixes, quality of life updates, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 32.2 is here. So pick up your Crafter Pass, hot drop into the new arcade mode, and row your boat gently with your team. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
PGS 5 champions, Twisted Mind!
Chaos and unpredictability now behind us, we head into the tried and true, the grassy pastures of Erangel. Welcome back to PGS 6 Finals here. We head into the final 2 games. I'm Godspeed again with Toby, in case you just tuned in. And man, it has been a crazy day of circle shifts and just circles in general.
A crazy day of circle shifts to circles, but also just a crazy fast day.
Yeah,
I mean, the games have come to an end incredibly quick, and of course when we head to Rondo and do what we did there, ending the game very early, that's just a blink and you missed it. And for some of these teams, well, they've missed a lot of points and we want to climb back up that leaderboard.
So Yeah, and the leaderboard itself is just looking, it's already not a crazy separation, but you have, TSM in first place, then 17th Cerberus, and then it just kind of drops off all the way down to 9th. I mean, some of these teams have really struggled to get some points. 4EM and T1 kind of being two of those teams, as well as FW.
And while there has only been so many winners of circles, because it's been the same few teams every game that the circles have gone towards, there has definitely been a lot of losers, or a lot of teams on the losing end of some of these very, very tough shifts. But as you can see on the screens of the players, 10 seconds to go until this plane will take it to the sky, as we get a glimpse here of Adder and the Gen G boys getting ready for what it looks to be a northern plane path here on Erangel.
It really has been. I feel like this day has just gone by in the blink of an eye. I mean, it's been just lightning quick. As these games have been crazy.
Ready to fight. Yeah, they have.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
I was just singing.
What were you singing?
That's what I was singing. That's what I was singing as we get a great look here at Stalbup and the plane coming through. Again, north side plane path, military base out of reach. And again, we've been pretty good at avoiding hot drops today. We had a cold drop on...
It's like a lukewarm.
There wasn't really a whole lot. Yeah, they tried. TSM tried to put pressure on, but New Heavy wouldn't have it on Rondo earlier. And you know what? Kudos to you, TSM, for not fighting, because you got a second place because you didn't.
Yeah, also kudos to New Happy for just disengaging. I mean, they were the ones that set up the trap in that game, but ultimately, they, both teams made a wise decision to pull off of that one. And as you said, TSM, a lot of consistency today, finding that second place. And now we look toward, talking to, we were kind of joking around with Poro. It's like, man, we haven't seen a Zarki circle, a Kameshki circle, or even something Southwest, any of those types of circles when it comes to Erangel in a while. We've had actually a lot of central circles, so we'll see here. I mean, you guys did get to cast at least one melee base.
We got a melee game.
Yeah, but
I'm still vibing with his music.
I can see it. I wish the camera was on you.
And we're still ready to fighting.
We're ready to fighting.
We can play a game.
Okay.
You have to do a push-up every time it says ready to fight.
That's a Northern Circle.
Okay, we'll be serious. Northern Circle, yes, I agree. We got to see Genji just before the game ended, and I'm sure they are ready to fight. As everyone's going to rotate north. Had it been any other map, I would have been scared because there's a lot of water, only so many rotation paths, but it's Erangel. We're ready to fight still.
There's ample space to play in the circle, even though there is a decent portion cut off. And yeah, New Happy is still just kind of trucking along, currently sitting in 9th place. But again, look at that cutoff. You have first place TSM, 52 points. Then it goes down to 45, not too crazy. Third and Cerberus. Then you have 27, 25, then 17, 16, two teams tied at 15 points, and T5 and Luna. And then, you just have the bottom four. So it's been a top-heavy day, to say the least.
It's kind of interesting looking at the drop spots. Again, a very northern plane path. Some of the teams that would normally go down towards the south has had a hard time. But you know what? I'll hold that thought for a second as we listen in to Luke.
Thank you for joining us in the mid-game interview, and now we're having Luke from TSM. So guys, really played some amazing, crazy plays in the third Teagle games. How do you guys manage to go into this kind of zone?
Well, from PGS5, we had some key point takeaways that we wanted to focus on for this tournament, and so far we've been upholding them, and we've been communicating well, so that's what we've been focused on, and it's been rolling good.
Yes, correct, and it's clearly paying off. Thank you very much, Luke. And Toby and Tosby, take it away.
Take it away, we will. So, Luke, you said key takeaways. What were they? I don't like it when these pros, they give us all these very, very kind of smokes and mirrors answers. Let us dive in. What were the takeaways? Maybe we'll catch him at a later interview off stream and have to ask him what they were. But no, to go back to TSM for a second and finish my point from before, they were forced to loot 4 in containers, and good on them that they were able to get themselves an E-pick up fast, because they're already using it now, despite technically already being inside the circle, because FaZe kind of contested them. They said, we can't go Milta, we can't go military or south at all, and we don't want to go anywhere else, so let's just claim the west side of South George. And TSM, obviously, currently in first place, not really too eager to fight for it. They see themselves forced to loot further east and now leave altogether.
Yeah, and more importantly, I mean, with an opportunity here to catch Gen G off guard, they're in a wide 1-1-1-1 split because they're all still looting. It's still early game. They were given the circle, so why not, kind of spread out, get as much loot as possible? That could be something that TSM punishes here, but you can see now that also T5 Therathon 5 is in that area, so they could thwart the plans of TSM as they come in off that air pickup.
There's definitely a case of, I like to call it Severny syndrome, where since you're split looting, you're rarely ever keeping 4 players in Severny early game. You take the warehouse, you take the far eastern side and all these different areas. And because you're split, like it's arguably one of those areas of the map where when you're split looting, you're the furthest apart from one another. But also one of those areas where, they wouldn't prioritize this early on. But when the circle then comes to you, you have to group up so much faster than you usually do elsewhere because you're split so thin. So it's very often that teams who loot Severny and get circles coming Severny are actually the first team to take casualties. And, well, it could be the case, but it seems like Gen G has learned from that. And this time in a 3v1 against Purdy.
Purdy is going to step over, and that's going to be an easy knock there for Tosi. Luke 12 now trying to pull up at shooting range to try to cover his IGL. But it's actually going to be Gen G. And as you stated, they actually consolidated quite quickly here. So that's going to be a nice play from them. Good heads up to realize that and not spend too much time looting, and they're going to be rewarded for it.
The reload cancel from Tosi to then just go headshot, body shot on Sparking. That was beautiful.
Really well played from Gen G. And that's exactly what you were just leaning into, and they made sure to remedy that with no issues whatsoever. So
more often than not, it would have been a solo guy here with a guy still in Severny going, oh wait, we had to group up now, and then he gets called out by the entirety of TSM. And honestly, I think that was the reason TSM went so aggressive up here. Guy in an E pick up 3 guys in cars, sending it as fast as they could through the forest, but not fast enough, it seems.
Oh.
Having said that, Gen G, you just couldn't prove my point. Bob Hope falls.
Yep, TDT now will have to deal with FW coming in behind crates. This is exactly where TSM had just left from, and you still have FaZe on the west side and South George. It looks like James has actually opted to take that bridge early just in case to make sure that there's no rotational issues there happening from teams camping them out. But as we know, I mean, they are just clear on that northwest side. There's a soul on that side, but you do see TDT somewhat kind of setting up for what could be a bridge camp.
Yep, not a soul over here because they didn't qualify.
I see what you...
That was, okay, I'm sorry.
That's not what I meant, but I see what you did there.
FW trying to make their way north, living with the scare of a potential early game fight inside of containers. As they're now looking towards the other side of the river, but 17 is already sat in cube. They're in a 2-2 split, so if they fully engage on it early, they might be able to catch them off guard. But 17 again, I mean, a team that's usually very, very good at grouping up fast. But having said that, Little Ghost is kind of being caught between all of these players.
Yeah, and TDT just, once again, impresses me. Just the way their early game is, at least. Say what you will about their late game, but when it comes to early to mid game, I mean, they really have such smart setups when it comes to whether it's a bridge camp, whether it's cutting off rotations with their 2-2 split, whether it's staying in those splits longer than most teams would. I mean, they really have kind of a knack or really gotten a grasp of how to play the early game with their play style, and I really like what we've been seeing from them.
That's definitely been good. Definitely. Look towards the map now, though, dear viewers. Look towards the west in particular. FaZe, as you said before, Godspeed, locking down the west bridge early on, knowing full well there was no one really opting to go north, George, in the off of the plane path as well. If they come in now, maybe keep one in and around North George to keep track of who's coming in from behind them, and they take the hilltop too, they're gonna be in an insanely good position should this next circle go west, with full control of not just the center, the circle center, but also knowing full well there's no one behind them.
Right, and that's
valuable
information, to have, but also to be able to enact on that. And we know FaZe will make good decisions based off that information. As you said, complete control of the west side of the circle for now. Banana One will find a knock into the distance on one of the members of TDT I was just praising.
As it usually is when we try to compliment someone, they go out and make small mistakes right after. True, trying to get some damage done. One of the, I feel like one of the kind of MVPs of this TDT team, part of the reason why they made the grand finals. He's been incredibly strong individually. We'll see if now they can fend off against FW.
Yeah, ZYU has had some fantastic moments, solo moments, as well as playing well and off of his team. We've seen some great trades coming out from him, and now they do recover June. Another thing I will say about TDT is they're so good at keeping those 4 alive, even in these splits and reconsolidating. I mean, they have just been a pleasure to watch.
It's one of the main components to being a successful team in PUBG is that even if you're in a fight, always be in a position to trade the knocks. Always. I mean, you see it in most other first-person shooters, but it's only within the last year or two that teams, I mean, everyone will say even the tier teams have really gotten good at it. Top tier teams have always known how to do it, but it's only as of late that everyone is starting to think a lot more about how they position in some of these fights.
And FW, another one of those teams early game that likes to press these fights, as you now see FaZe starting to utilize that position. And it's just Corexi. He's been left here to kind of keep tabs of the teams coming across those crates bridge, as the rest of FaZe just kind of peacocking up to the west side. Again, the amount of control. You even have Gustav all the way north on that side taking control, but Sixax will find a double with his grenade.
I'm not even sure where that nade was supposed to go. I don't think they were the intended target, but getting a double knock off of Corexi, being able to get him down to low HP, that is absolutely phenomenal. One more nade locked on in, wants to go for the flush, just guarantee those points off of the knocks that you got. That does allow for the first stage to come through for Rangio. Now the circle pops and
oh my goodness!
We just mentioned it, and look at FaZe. Look at the perimeter they have. They effectively have half the circle, or close there too, under control. Not that I'm expecting them to be able to keep all of that for themselves, but right now, no one can come west. They all swung east. No one's going to go into blue, into hospital, and cross South George Bridge. If they can lock this down, this is going to be the most chaotic east side game we've had in a long, long time.
Yeah, and a plethora of options for FaZe, as we see that it is FW that manages to take care of TDT. They do take 2 as far as casualties, but they get those 4 points, and now here comes New Happy rotating past. And Daytrade as well have taken the hill that we saw Corexi on earlier, so now the center of this circle is becoming quite crowded.
17 rotated early, Xiao Wu, 12 spare bullets, and we're in phase 2. You'd want to have some more ammo. Good thing is that he makes the SKS sing, finds himself a knock and a flush to follow as Xiao Xi falls.
And now we see Cerberus coming up behind 17, and that's a big point. Only 11, 13 rounds now left for Xiao Wu with that SKS, so 7-6-2. Running solo for the team. Xiao Bei will find Ming Ming.
Can they get him back on his feet? I think he fell inside the compound.
Yeah, he's fine.
He did. Should be all right to get back on his feet. But as you were saying, Cerberus starting to backfill now. Haisaki, the front mover on this, and they're taking it slow. I like this. They're hearing all the commotion in front of them, sending Haisaki up on the hillside, still with 2 behind. Again, Cerberus not eager to play center in these circles. They'll rather be out on the edge, figure out how many teams are close to them in a nearby vicinity, and then as circles swing forward, play off for the info they get. Very Twisted Minds approach to the game of just letting everyone go in, do all the crazy stuff, and then backfill and clean up.
The positive here for Cerberus is that they have no one behind them. They have no one to backfill them, so they can do exactly that. Take their time and start to really put the pressure on the teams that are in front of them. 17 also have, again, somewhat backed off the... you still have Little Ghost, though, that is sitting in that ice cream just below the hill that Daytrade has fully taken control of. And now New Happy as well. I mean, that's the area I'm most concerned with right now, is that New Happy, Daytrade, 17 Cerberus kind of crunch that will eventually happen once the circle shrinks.
It's really interesting to me how common this circle and circle shift is, because we've been here so many times. But the reason that it plays out the way it does, as we see these shots go short, is that the plane path was so far north. Normally you have your Prim team, you have your West Coast team, you have your Gatka team that would be wrapping west on these sort of circles, but no one could come in from the south side. No one could do the wide western wrap. It was only FaZe, and they landed in hospital. No one else was over on that side of the circle, and therefore the entire pressure is being built up from the east side rather than teams coming in on the west. Now, FaZe has, of course, had to kind of consolidate some of the wide split they were maintaining control of. So T1 has managed to wrap around them, 4 M's on the north, and now Daytrade close down south. But it's just interesting to me how a plane path alone can really make what is a pretty common circle play out completely differently to what we normally see.
Yeah, and speaking of the East, that's exactly where Luna is coming from right now. They're coming in on that Eastern crunch. You do have KDF, you have Twisted there. Falcons at a
There's
position
normally space here this time,
There normally is, but Falcons also in a position to gatekeep the east side with even Gen G. We saw that early fight they took, the great decision-making to consolidate so early is that's going to make it even worse. And so now the onus is on Therathon 5 to make sure that they hold that eastern edge with that crash plane.
Yes, I don't think if you're Therathon 5 that you leave here. Maybe if you read that James is playing out of that compound on foot now as well. That's a very brave pull-up because I think T5 is expecting there to be a full 5-man team in the compound. But maybe Daytrade catches James running. He's going to run back towards the compound now as well. Maybe James thought T5 would be pulling up, and therefore he now goes back when they realize they don't.
Twisted Minds. Again, they are gatekeeping here, and it's actually KDF, a great decision to move forward early, not being stuck on the edge. They were just below Twisted Minds on that hillside that now Luna has occupied, and so they're still going to be looking for space. It's much better, especially for them, to find something in the circle rather than stay on that edge, try to fight, and then have to come in afterwards battered and bruised.
This could be an important fight. We've seen Gen G win games from this position, and we cannot have FaZe kept being caught off guard. But again, I mean, Gen G kind of spearheaded by Tosi. He's going to sprint forward. Good thing for him is that he kind of loses track of Fix there for a second, so it should allow for him to get back off the hillside. The issue is, the reason FaZe's position works out is because they can play together. They can overlook the shoulder of one another, but with Gen G now on the top, James is all alone in the meantime. Heather and Salute. 1-2 punch Luna down and out.
Absolutely eviscerated. In the blink of an eye, we lose Luna, as this hill, as you were stating, is so hard to hold, though, if you're FaZe, even if you're Gen G, because of what's happening on the north side as well. 4am now is in a fight with T1, who tried to pull up on this.
I think this is, I mean, Gen G in a good position. I think it's good for them that I don't think FaZe knows it's them that are taking casualties right now. Then they would have probably upped it to peek back up over, as to say that they are actually running up over the hillside, as Tosi is able to find Fix. See here, Xiaowu in the meantime try to get healed up, but Cerberus is all around them. And Falcons too.
Yeah, Falcons also now in some trouble, as just everyone is crunching and condensing on the north side, and really it's going to be T5 that has the advantage as they come in after most of this fight is done. But T1, and of course it's Type, just an animal when it comes to his performance in game recently.
Cleaning up, confirming points here for the T1 boys needed. It's actually going to be loot to steal it away from him. Gen G taken out there as well, as FaZe should be able to reset. Somehow they're the ones to claim the hill after having had to run off it.
Type in trouble now, 2 HP. You see smokes coming out of EN, trying to cover for him, but no, he's going to go down. He's going to be found by Path and Pong, and like I said, it's going to be T5 that comes in and starts to reap the benefits of this, but now Twisted Minds getting involved as well.
I love the fact that T5 opted to hold back, opted to let everyone go past them, run into one another, create that traffic jam up ahead that you can then just come in and pick apart player after player. Freaks, now in the meantime, wanting to come down and get the better of Falcons, and Roth has no clue what's happening right behind him.
And he's the last one alive for Falcons. He's going to get some cover here in these smokes, or what he can, but you have so many teams looking up at that angle. You have Cerberus 17, KDF, who came after they got rid of Luna, and that will be a kill for Little Ghost through the smoke. Yeah, nice shots.
Yeah, tough one for Falcons, but a tough game for everyone trying to come in on that eastern side. 4 teams pretty much sat on top of each other, and Twisted Minds still with 3 alive, but Tulin's first one to fall, trying to make their way out of this. They ran into T1 on one side, realized that's not the play for us to make, but now they've been backfilled by Theron 5. We'll see how much they up to engage, because they're still split pretty thin. And keep in mind, James had that compound on the east. He's now actually opted to leave it on foot.
Yeah.
So one of
Which is crazy that he made that run, right?
One of 2 compounds left inside the circle, if we don't count North George, is complete. As a matter of fact, they're both free, but sort of being overlooked by FaZe.
Yeah, and this is kind of the issue for FaZe, is they have a great position, but deciding which team to try, or which fight to try to third party can be difficult. You have 3 teams in the north. You have Daytrade, who most likely won't be the ones to make that push, but what if they get pushed by New Happy? You kind of have this awkward split of decision making to make if you are FaZe, depending on which fight breaks out first.
I like this 3-1 split that we're seeing from T1 as well, but I think Twisted is realizing that something is up. Rain playing the hard northern side of this circle could potentially, he's prone down behind the bush there, could potentially spring up and get himself a double knock. That would be a huge entry to this fight, because then you have Type just over on the other side there to instantly respond when they get caught by surprise.
T1 have done well for themselves up to this point to keep 4 members alive. They've recovered Type off that knock, but again, they still have to deal with Twisted, and now you can see the pressure is starting to become a little more...
I think they're only 2 here.
Quickly, yeah, especially with that blue coming in. T5 is going to have to make a play, and then T1 realistically is going to have to defend, but they're actually going to find a knock onto FaZe first.
Now comes the shot from the back, though, thinking potentially that they came from the front, caught by surprise, and now it's up to Type to try and make something happen.
So Lou will throw the nade.
They're getting slaughtered.
Yeah, they're actually getting just sandwiched to perfection. Here is, yeah, they're just going to get eliminated, but that is going to actually not leave any room for T5 as they're going to start to come in here. But that was a very quickly finished fight there from Twisted.
I love the timing from Twisted in that regard. I mean, they're able to finish the fight fast, and also, honestly, like the push up here from T5. Issue is the fight comes to an end before they could do anything. Example, finding the first one would have really wanted to get 2. That's going to allow for Therodon 5 to push further forward.
More importantly, this is going to give FaZe a chance to come in and third party this fight as there are trades back and forth. Lou will fall. Fluky will be traded by Perfectix. And can he get the last spray? Ranger X, still 2 members. No, that's going to be Twisted down and out. But again, FaZe are making their push to the north.
Great timing again by Third on 5. I thought that Twisted was going to have the upper hand with 2 players kind of in hard to find positions. But Example only able to get 1, and Lou missing a couple of crucial shots there. It's going to take them down. And now she's saying, FaZe, what do you do off of this? You still have James on the southern side holding up, but you can see Fex and Fex and Correxi up on the northern side trying to wrap in, trying to see if they can find them from behind, and now they will. Peeks from one side, Fex able to find Ross, and that's T5 out.
And I love that they left James to keep tabs and make sure that if there was a push from Daytrade, because they tried, that he would be there to stop that. But now the Freaks taking that northern wrap, as you say, one more team trying to take control away of the position of FaZe, and more importantly, be able to shoot down onto the angles, because that northern angle could make Daytrade's position hell.
Freaks would have been a hard to take out team had it not been because they just started shooting at and Luke and took him out as well. So FaZe should know that there's a team in the valley down below. Corexi is still playing the north side. Seems like he is, I don't know if he's looting, maybe getting some more util. Now he's getting in a car to try and regroup. But they have to keep tabs on the fact that there could still be teams coming in from the northeast, even though we've had 6 teams come from there already.
Come from there already, exactly.
But that's again the game, right? Because everyone is playing in from these. They go, okay, that must have been the last team. That must have been the last team. T5 came in cars from the east. Like, they must have been the ones backfilling, but little do they know there's one more.
Yeah, now the Chinese team's really putting the screws to Cerberus. You see New Happy in 17 holding that line quite well, but the double blue zone grenade will come out. It looks like Little Ghost actually had a jammer pack, so that was instrumental in keeping him alive there, as Haisaki now trying to just displace the duo of 17.
No more lethal util for him to work with, just a single stun grenade. Sololza can't quite get the angle, and he knows that if he peeks too aggressively, he might be in vision of Daytrade. So limited what Haisaki can do from down here other than hope, wait for 17 to make a mistake.
17, though, have really not been giving much in the form of mistakes, and so they will hold this for now. Haisaki and Cerberus.
This, I mean,
it's just a duo at this point for them.
Yep, double molly, double blue zone, I should say, lobbed over from 17 to try and fend off against him. Now we're starting to see the pressure come from Daytrade, and that's up towards Quantum Freaks. If FaZe win this fight, you can look at the map feed and see how much control they have on that entire north side ridge line. If they win this fight, it could be a game-winning fight for them to take. If they can clear out Quantum Freaks without taking casualties, this could be huge.
And I love what FaZe has done here. They've actually let KDF come in. They've spread far to the west side to make sure that nobody wraps the team that is in North Georgia. New Happy can't wrap. And then once, if there is a fight between them and Daytrade, they can immediately come in and swoop. This is just such good positioning coming out from FaZe. The decision-making is on point.
Definitely. Expecting New Happy to make a play, expecting the same from Freaks. And now that New Happy is not running up, but staying in the apartments down below, they're going great. We got to commit to the north side, but the issue is now they've read where Correction is, and he's going to instantly fall. And now it should be when FaZe starts to realize, wait, there's an entire Korean team here. Good thing for them is Daytrade is there to help.
Yep, Heather will go down to Norns. That's a big knock to help give FaZe a break as they're coming in now to try to support Corexi. He is fortunately still within the circle, but Daytrade, I mean, they still have an opportunity to push. Yeah. They have circle, but they can push out and easily third party this fight.
The thing is, how hard do you want to commit to? Do you want to wrap all the way up, depending on how the Nox is, or do you just stay in the circle and play it smart? I think what they want to do is full speed forward. Yeah. I mean, the Daytrade of the past wouldn't have made a run on this, but this team is playing with more ferocity. But Sushu from the ice cream stall down below has a perfect angle on this flank.
And this could fall apart for Daytrade as Suju's still getting damage on. Fex will find the double. That's going to be Salute and Guman down and out. And Fex will just clean them up. Beautiful stuff.
So much help coming through from the teams on the other side. Daytrade's how to help them, but as soon as they come running forward, it's 17 from down below doing damage towards him. And now, FaZe. If they can clean up Daytrade here, they'd be in a good position. The issue is Daytrade has given up circle center, and New Happy is starting to realize that they're sending it towards the middle.
Yeah, and there's really no one else that's stopping them except for Sololzi taking shots at the people rotating in.
Amazing read by New Happy.
Yes, again, decision-making just on point for these teams coming into this game. And as you said, New Happy have completely taken control of the center of the circle.
Definitely has. They're going to spot the smokes down on the other side. Sololzi finds himself in one of them. Ming Ming will soon find out. But he's going to try and see how much time he can buy here. Yeah, I saw him on the edge of the smoke there. The X-ray doing us a bit dirty. I think he's just had a shoulder peeking out for a moment. As now, FaZe playing it slow. They know they have the circle to push into, but they also know that Day Trade are the ones with players behind them.
I'm curious to know if New Happy knows that the east side of their ridge is not safe at all with 17's angle, because Day Trade just got kind of shredded. At least lost one members because of it, but now they can flex out and make sure that they take the west side of this ridge, which is pretty much completely safe. But you do have Solozzi, so the opportunity for backstab is there, as we're going to see some nice shots from AZ.
This is hardcore theory crafting, but we might be setting ourselves up for a 17 gaming win. If they realize that there's all this 100%. Fighting happening on the north, they could play on foot and make it over to where New Happy was just before and effectively become a fourth party in this fight. Hell, Solozzi could even end up winning this game as New Happy now starts engaging. Teams on one side falls down, Gustav falls as well, and it's just Vex left alive.
Vex versus Norins is down to 1v1, and that situation you're talking about with 17 is more than likely to happen. Solozzi can also get involved. He's right behind Nan. As New Happy have taken a knock, I do believe they recover that though.
Yeah, New Happy able to reset, but now it's when you have to start figuring, wait, what did we leave behind? Wait, no one held behind? Okay, great, now we turn around. Now we focus southward, but is it too late? Has 17 gotten into too good a position here? Little Ghost, he's Solozzi over there, didn't he?
He's got the read, but this could, I mean, if they leave him alone, this could turn into a 3v. Actually, I don't know.
Beneficial.
Yeah, but Solozzi's outside. He's got to make his way in. That tree isn't in, and so 17, Little Ghost.
I think you wait. I think you let him bait. Like,
I agree.
Have shots come from the southwest. Yes, you might not get that knock, but you bait the attention at least for a second. If he can take out the flank and Nan, and you can play a 2v2 against AC and Ming Ming, I think that's the best chance you have of a win here.
We saw something similar to that in one of our globals when we saw FaZe. I think it was James let a member live up at the compound.
Exactly.
And he just let them do the damage.
Yeah.
So definitely an option. Will 17 take that? I think they want the point and just he's guaranteed second. We'll see.
Now it's outside circle. AC just spotted Sushum, so they're now aware that they have in fact been backfilled. And now is where Solozzi could end up becoming more of a threat to 17 than to New Happy, because all of a sudden, with Nan having regrouped with his team up on the hillside towards the north, Solozzi has no eyes on New Happy players. I think they know full well there's still a player from Cerberus on the western side. So take the fight to the east, take the 3v2, and then take the 3v1 afterwards. I think that's what they're playing for right now. Do not wrap on the western side of that ridge line, because you know you're going to be within vision to Solozzi.
Yeah, and the other thing we didn't talk about, it's possible that Solozzi ruined the game for 17, right? If he happens to get a knock on them. And you can see Little Ghost still, they are very aware.
I wonder if they know where he is.
He's got to be behind either one of the trees or the crate. But Blue is starting to come in. He's going to start to move here in just a moment. I think, he has a jammer pack, so that thing's going to melt fast.
He saw him. Oh, are you going to deny it? Solozzi wants to play here.
He's actually doing a good job of bobbing and weaving, but still, he has a long way to go, and it's going to be Nan. Yep, New Happy will take that. So we go into the final two teams. It will be a 3v2 between the two Chinese powerhouses of New Happy and 17.
Shanghai Showdown for the win here of the first wrangle of the day. The second to final match of the day altogether. And you know what? Even in a 3v2, I know we're only giving them a 33%, but I've seen Little Ghost play phenomenal games through the last couple of days, and I wouldn't hold it against them to come out victorious here.
No, and overall, this is fairly even terrain for the two teams, right? There's cover on both sides. There's maneuverability, different angles to get. I mean, it's just a numbers advantage, but one knock completely changes that into a 50-50 between these two teams.
Util, honestly, at this point, I feel like amount of stuns is kind of more important than amount of nades, because you're not going to, I don't know, it's just
it's hard with the slopes, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. These ridge lines are so incredibly hard to properly nade, so you need the first knock. And I think that's why New Happy is playing together, because they know that if one of us gets knocked, they're instantly going to sprint forward. We need to try and get one of them to then make a play. Circle right
as even as it, as even as it gets for these two teams. Don is spotted out. Looks like Sushu, but they're just going to reconvene. But now the problem starts to become is you can see that the wrap on the eastern side of this for New Happy is quite advantageous.
Yep, it's so open. The east side ridge line for Suture is practically unusable. Like, see how open it is? You see the util and the entire team there. Just two smokes between all of New Happy, though. So should they be the ones to have to make the play further south? Because they will be, considering the fact that 17 is just as close as you can, close to the circle center. It's going to come down to util. It's going to come down to a well-placed nade or two, or maybe some more headshots connected by the 17 gaming in-game leader.
So that will Again, buy some time, but neither of these two teams are really going to make that push forward until Phase 8 closes and we go into the final circle of the game. Another headshot landed by 17. They're making this kind of precarious for New Happy, but here is that east side wrap we were talking about.
Yep, 1 tree at a time, get within nade range. Unfortunately for AC, he didn't get the util from his teammates before he ran further forward, so 2 nades is what he has available. But Suchu has been peeking the same angle quite a few times, and then now we're seeing more smokes being deployed. Try and suppress. Molly's being thrown forward to try and dissuade them from making the play on through as well. Where is Little Ghost in all of this? Suchu has just read that all of the players are on this side of the circle. Little Ghost has to try and make a play.
Yep, they're going for the split, and if they can find the knock, cause confusion for New Happy, the nade is beautiful! Holy! So that is exactly what we were talking about. It's down to a 2v2. What a grenade!
Hit cooked to perfection by Little Ghost. Lobbed on over, of course, great info being fed across by Suchu, but how do you react to this? Did you miss Ming Ming on the slope towards the west-hand side?
The problem, though, is they really can't push because of what you just said, that off angle. They don't want to get too overzealous and then just turn it into a 1v3 all of a sudden, so they will be able to recover.
They were sat at 30% win chance before. Now we have them in a winning position at 51. If they get the rest here, it might fall back to them being at a disadvantage, but again, they're the ones with the dot. Little Ghost has the position, and that nade came over the hilltop without any real indication of where it came from.
Yes,
so they have to play it. So you can see they're nading the cast, they're nading the trees down low. They have yet to find Little Ghost's position.
And it all comes down to Suju as well, getting that off angle, putting more pressure onto New Happy. But look, they're actually all opting to go on the west side of the ridge, making this push together to make sure that they don't get split. Suju is trying to find a knock yet again. Little Ghost will strike, but so far, no knocks come out.
Have to try and make a run for it. Has to try and dip over the other side of the ridge. It's a full-on ridge battle. Who's going to claim what side? Ring around the roads he commences as now it's New Happy in charge of the circle center. And Little Ghost is going to send it. They know that they have Nan left behind as kind of the overhead protector. If they can 2v1 him and then wrap over the ridge line, this could be a winning game. There's so much micro play.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This is a masterclass of how to try and claim wins when odds are against you.
Coming out from 17 is just, again, the communication, that knock, everything. The blue coming in. No, that's so much unnecessary damage.
Tough one there, but Little Ghost is going to hear the footsteps. Question is, did Nan hear him? Does he have any idea that Little Ghost has swung the entire circle now? The flash is going to give the info across, but Suchu peeks at the exact same time.
And Little Ghost will go down to one. He threw that nade so they know where one is. The double! They line up, Toby!
Ming Ming, Little Ghost, both on low HP. Suchu wants to claim the points, but Little Ghost, where are you? Where is the peak? Now peeks another, can't find the shot initially, knows exactly where he is. Ming Ming gets the heal on up, gets the knock on towards him as well. All of a sudden, it's a 1v1 Suchu. Not even a full mag left to work with, and Ming Ming able to use a medkit if he gets this off. If he gets to 100, that could be game one. No vest on one side, no helmet on the other, and Ming Ming brings home the win.
Oh, you just hope that Suju peeked over. He was so lit, but he was going for the pre-fire, making sure not to get knocked. But man, what an attempt from 17, but what a way to close that one out for New Happy.
That was one of the best end games I've seen in a very, very long time. There was 12 rounds of 2v3 boxing going all the way through, and what a show, what a performance by two equally matched teams here in the end of the second to final game. What a match!
A previous world champion in Ming Ming and, of course, New Happy managed to rein things in, but it was so close going up against 17 Gaming, who, by the looks of things, look like they're number one in the standings overall for the most part, but New Happy, a very important win here for them. That's 2 on the day, actually.
Yeah, not necessarily getting points in a lot of the other places, so still not quite up at the top of the leaderboard, but I love this area where we ended up at, as we end up with a very non-Erangel ending. You know, like most of Erangel is known for like the flat locations that play around it, and instead, whenever you get over into this category, you almost end up with like that T-shaped hillside, off-angled T, means the fact that you end up with all of these different theaters of combat that you can be involved in, and it just progressed, where we kept seeing teams having to step very far into the north and FaZe, as well as a couple of shifts coming up from some other teams to really control that area, because nobody wants to play down the south.
No, and indeed, you're right. I mean, looking at how FaZe, how quickly they took it was obviously, it's a very important location. They understand that. I do just think that when you look at FaZe taking it, though, it felt like they were almost a little bit too spread out for all intents and purposes. Like Gen G came up, for example. You're not able to reinforce too many angles when Gen G came that way, so they kind of stalled it out a little bit. Say from the compound, for example, you can't really get those angles.
And you really have to keep the timing down on it, because if the lower line on the T for the hillside, if you surrender it for too long, teams are just going to swoop in there. And that's what kept happening. We kept having another squad step into the north, and then somebody would just kind of squeak in back behind them. You can see that FaZe had to shift into the north. They had to contend with what was going on with the Freaks, and the Day Trade crept in back behind them. And then now that Day Trade's made the move forward, you're going to have another squad, and New Happy, shift into that position. And you just have this cycling door of squads that are just trying to get a foothold on this hillside.
Yeah, one thing is for sure, like two main focal points, right? At the top of that hillside where we had all those fights go down with the likes of FaZe, etc., and things like that. And then, of course, Day Trade having that middle spot, going north, realizing, hey, well, maybe we can clean up here. But then New Happy moving in behind that, 17 coming along as well as time went on. So there were so many teams in towards the mid to late game that were effectively, in inverted commas, in the winning position. But because there was so much jostling for position, understanding that we wanted to take these third-party fights, and then eventually you get down to the New Happy 17 situation, it was a very pretty game of Erangel.
And you ended up with a lot of very weakened squads managing to find a way to kind of sneak in there. We saw it with Cerberus. Solzy, the last one up for his squad, just watching a lot of what was going on, managing to get into some like saving grace positions. We had Luke from TSM also playing out in the blue for a very long period of time. 17 Gaming, who we saw at the tail end of this, were down to 2 very early in the game and managed to kind of creep their way into the in-game firefight as well. I mean, it's just very well played, good positionals.
When looking at that final firefight, did I give as much kind of stock to 17 as I should have? Because, it's a 3v2, right? Yeah. And I was thinking to myself, but Suju's not been really on point this tournament just yet. If you look at the numbers in the group stage, he was not on point, but actually leaving him on the back angle there, Little Ghost kind of taking the charge a little bit, that gave Suju this opportunity to be very impactful, potentially game-winning impactful onto the members of New Happy.
I mean, I was really, really nervous, just the same way as you were, whenever Little Ghost moved into that northern position, and Soju was kind of the guy that they left to hold the point. And we haven't seen him hold the middle very well in a position like that before, as it's been often Little Ghost, the rest of the team that's been having their big star moments, but he finally got his here.
Well, it's spread kills across the board here for a game like this, and when you see these numbers again, it either kind of is indicative of something like our previous rondo, where the terrain is not as well mapped in terms of people are trying to solve the puzzle, so everyone's trying to solve it at the same time, or it has just been exactly what we described. The fact that so many teams were in potentially those winning positions, but it was scrapping till the very end. AZ actually getting himself the 3 on top, but again, that last kill by Ming, so important.
I mean, it's Ming, dude. He's going to win those. He has those big moments like that. We know it, coming in big for his squad. New Happy, again, second win on the day. But I feel like this leaderboard, whenever we're looking at kind of how this match is going to develop out, it's going to be a lot more spread. We've been seeing very top-heavy games coming out from the first couple so far today. So this one's going to be much more diverse, and I think it's total points.
Yeah. And looking at how every team had to try and get there, we have our 16 points going for New Happy at the top, 13 points for 17. FaZe Clan, once again, actually getting themselves some decent points on the board. Fex, I'm pretty sure, had 6 kills during this game, whilst he was up on that high ground there, just trying to kind of, scrape everything he could out of, considering he was taking wounds here and there.
James had the potential for a really big kill game too, because you pointed this one out where James moved down to that little compound that's just the east of the hillsides we've been talking about so much and set himself up a mortar. That would have been really fun to see.
Yeah, I thought that was going the way of Gen G, and then I'm not quite sure where it was shooting, and then I think it was going the way of Gen G, but there was a moment where I was like, what if he hits his teammates?
You laugh maniacally, and you're like, yeah, that's right. I mean, we haven't seen a big change up as far as the overall leaderboard. 17 Gaming just moving that position just above TSM. Cerberus still making the end game yet again. A bit more of a quiet game coming up from Twisted Minds that time, though.
All right, well, 17 gaming with the 58. That's great to see, like, overall. Like, I'm really happy to see them still challenging for that number 1 spot. Twisted Mind's not that far behind. I think the placement points is the really surprising factor, though, right? Only 7. It's not that common for them.
Late game has been elusive for them today. A big part of their component for victory so far is just keeping consistency off of kills, which the squad can do it, but I wonder if that's kind of a double-edged sword right now.
Maybe. I mean, and again, we've got a lot to play for still. We still have 13 games worth in our final stage here. All of our players are getting run back and good to go for this one. We're going into our final. Erangel, who you got your eyes on, Mashroom, and why?
I've got to draw back over into TSM. I know, as well as Twisted Minds, they're always going to be a focal point, but TSM has been having one hell of a day today. Had to do a salvage inside the last one. I want to see if they got gas in the tank because we got one more left on the day.
All right, well, I'm ready to rock. I am ready to roar, and so are all of these players. We have one more game for day 1 of the final stage for PGS 6, so why not? We get to it here and figure out who is going to walk away with the points for the first third of the tournament.
Indeed, the final game of the day, and it is just set up. This has been such a just blisteringly fast grand finals. Day 1 that we've had in recent memory. This has been a crazy awesome day.
Can we also just real quickly get a F in the chat for Day Trade, who 2 wrangles in a row have not been able to get to Primorsk because the first one was too far north, and this one is going to be way too far east. Even New Happy is going to have to stretch to try and get down towards Ferrypier if they even end up going there at all. They do. We see them flying. You know what? They might end up dying trying to get vehicles from Cerberus. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Or eventually even New Happy. Who knows? But yeah, planes so far on the day have been slightly unfair to some of the teams that we've had, but more importantly, the circles have just been brutal.
Also, I mean, that's the weird thing, right? Because most of the circles outside of the Wild Rondo one has been pretty fair, but they've come off of really tricky plane paths, which has made rotation opportunities very, very difficult to maneuver. Let's see, hard eastern plane usually followed by a hard eastern circle, but of course no guarantees in that regard. Luna Galaxy down towards Mills of Power. I actually thought we might get to see some Falcons players in that area for once, but not quite the case this time around, as everyone, as you can see, is landing on the East Coast.
Yeah, but now it's just a waiting game to see where it's going to go, and I mean, that's about as, I guess, normal a circle as you could ask for. It does have that Razak split, though, that river there in the middle. So this one, again, could be one of those type of games where teams have to make a decision on which side to play early.
Yep. Regardless of the decision they end up making, they can all agree that they have to fight in order to bring this one home. And the first fight could very well be between Falcons and TD team. Flood currently finding himself somewhat lonely. He's sharing this shelter with June.
And for Falcons, they've had a fair day overall, right? 29 points, 7th place. They've had some good early games. The last game didn't necessarily work out too well for them, but overall, this has been a much better start, I will say, than the group stages either day.
They still have had some of the early game commotion, which I know they want to get rid of completely. I've talked to Face about the same thing. Fex had a chat with him last night. It's like, we just have to avoid running into people in the first couple of circles, and we're actually pretty good at the game, like they've shown us here today too.
Crazy to think.
Yeah. But you know what? That's what Globals does. It separates the amazing from the good, because there really are no bad teams in this tournament. As you see some highlights there, the previous fight, and I think that fight was a great example of the fact that we just do we don't have bad teams. All these teams are being thrown curveball upon curveball, and they all find ways to make it happen.
And Little Ghost just peek. It was so close. They knew exactly where Ming Ming was, but he didn't want to give it away. But Suju just almost clinching that double.
Also absolutely insane that for that final fight, Ming Ming peaks with a helmet but no vest. Suju peaks with a vest but no helmet.
Yeah, and it came down.
And the positioning, honestly, the positioning for Ming Ming is just perfect. He knows he has the helmet available, therefore you head peek. If you full body peek, no helmet, then you're doomed, right? Where I think had you gone for what some people call Korean peek, if you're Suju there, instead of just leaning your head out, maybe the first bullet is a body shot, and then you get the initial body shot, headshot in return. I could have gone the other way.
But the problem is Ming Ming, I think, hit that first shot headshot, so that pretty much just
domed.
Didn't give him the shot at all. So yeah, it was a great game. It was a great game and very enjoyable to break down with you, just because of how that played out. That was so high level from those two teams playing on that ridge line.
Yep. In the meantime now, well, you know what? Thank you, Falcons, for seeing that and going the other way. We were just talking about how you don't want trouble early on. That's one way to avoid it. See people in front of you and go, no, 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 not again. Turn around and flip your car.
And there you go. That's exactly what they were trying to do. And for now, I mean, Falcons are in the circle. They have east side, I wouldn't say control, but they're in a nice spot. Uh-oh, Wangzai will find ZYU TDT with a rare misstep early, losing a player early.
Punish the splits. That's what we've been talking about throughout the entirety of the group stages of how, these teams have gotten so insanely good at reading how many players are in a compound at any given time. That's why you see all the time these players forced to try and shoot 5 bullets with one gun, swap weapons, shoot with the other gun just to make it sound like there's more presence than there really is. And again, I mean, they call the bluffs more often than not. And 4AM is one of the great teams at pulling up on these splits, and TD team gets punished. They're in 3-1. They instantly read it. They collapse.
So far, I mean, most teams are in the circle, but you still have a few outliers. I mean, Cerberus now finally coming into the south side on Death Road. You have New Happy, who have taken their time, and that's generally the correct play, especially if you're one of the teams on the south side, like T5, like FW, like FaZe, who are coming late. You might as well loot up, get as much utility, whatever you can as possible, wait for that first shift, essentially, and then rotate in when you have a better path in. So not surprising to see those teams, but with how condensed it already is, Toby, that could be an issue, especially if this continues to go north.
Definitely could be, and we can, I guess, somewhat repeat the debate that we had in the previous circle of why it ended up being so hectic on the east. It's the same storyline here. This time around, though, again, plain path, no one loots Prim, Gatka, South George, West Coast whatsoever. So look towards the east and how condensed it already is, with T1 out there, Falcons obviously playing the south side of Yasnaya, but we still have yet to even introduce FaZe, Luna, and T5. I mean, T5 is probably going to get 8 E-pickups and fly up there somewhere. But FW really right now, alongside New Happy, is the only team that is looking to go west. I think New Happy is going to wait, maybe go up towards... You know what? They could even go all the way up on Everest.
Yeah, why not?
They could play full Everest. They know they're the most western team right now. Go up, play Everest and Ruins, wait for the next circle shift, and hold out anyone coming your way. I don't see why they wouldn't. It would be a smart play to make. And for that reason, I mean, there's a solid 1.5 kilometers on the western side of this circle that is completely vacated.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I mean they know with the plane path, as you were stating, and well, there's an E-pickup. That's going to be from T5, not Luna, but yeah, New Happy can wrap all the way to the west. They can take Crates Bridge. Hell, they could even take Q Bridge if they wanted to, and then just have so much room on the west side of shooting range to deal with. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is the play that they've taken. But right now they're kind of close to 17, just around Ruins. So.
Yep. Definitely.
That also comes in which side do they pick, north or south, right? So that's also what they're waiting for, because they can still make that rotation at any point after the first shift.
And you can plan everything you want, and then the next circle is going to hard shift southeast, and you go like, why did we even bother? Why did we even bother? But of course, that's part of the mental games here. After the early looting phase is done and teams start rotating, it's not about committing to where we're going. It's about let's come up with 9 plans according to all circle outcomes, and then we can instantly, like, we don't have to discuss when we see the circle where we go. We already know at that point where we headed.
Yeah, and you could even argue that T5 could have taken that E-pickup a little later, take a little bit of the blue in the phase 1, and then come right down off the shift. But I mean, they're going now. Look at this, though. Yeah, New Happy in 17. As I said, they were getting close when they were in Ruins, but now they're right on the doorstep in Boathouse of 17.
Chelsea a little far forward for his liking, for his team's liking, maybe finding himself in a 1v3, and I think 17 is realizing now that there is a
noisy.
There's a sheep that's gone out of the fold, and I think Chelsea, jump in the water, swim back. You know what? While I don't hope to see these two teams fighting here, because it's not that great a place to fight, I do like that we're getting some boat yard action. Yeah. We haven't really gotten a chance to highlight. We oftentimes, it's one of those areas that we always fly around in the observing while the game is starting, and then we never see it again. So thank you, players, for shooting a bit here in this area, even if we're not actually going to fight.
Yeah, the change from Watertown to Boatyard has brought some... I mean, I like Boatyard, and I think fighting in Boatyard can be pretty fun. But
definitely. Luna.
We'll see if they commit to that as... Yeah, Luna's, again, rotating. I'm not sure if they scouted this. I mean, fortunately, it's open.
It's a good rep.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But that has been their issue, Toby.
Yeah.
They have had rotation issues, especially when it comes to a lack of scouting and just full sense. So, again, they do get lucky here, but we'll see what happens with the next shift. I mean, otherwise, this is a great position in the current circle.
Definitely is. I mean, they scout forward. They, I think, were initially looking to go Volcano and down here, but TDT obviously having already lost one, not too eager to get fully pulled up on. So they're going to allow for Luna to go north, and considering the fact that 4am has prioritized to go up towards the river proper to have like an entry to the other side. Oh, Vanji almost getting that one. Not the second one. Nope, not to be. But considering the fact that they're giving them the space, it's, as you're saying, pretty good spot in the circle.
And I love the split, by the way, from 4am. That gas station split on either side is just so good, especially it gives them a foothold, regardless of what the circle does, to kind of get a much, or jock for a better position in whatever phase 2 happens to be. So, again, great play, great stuff from them.
Sure, but their main issue is that they have two players, I don't want to say stuck in Yasnaya, but two players sat in Yasnaya knowing that Falcons are there.
Actually, that's true. I didn't see. They blended in with the Falcons. I thought they were 2-2.
It's not a 2-2, it's a 2-1-1, and their core of their team is stuck in Yasnaya. So, sure is great right now, but we'll see for how long it stays that way. Face in the meantime, backfilling. Obviously, you've heard the bolt shots being fired by Vanji down here, now firing some bullets of their own. Letting TD team know that there's a team sat on the hill behind them, waiting, of course, to see where that next circle is going to take us.
Yeah, they have an idea. They know TDT is there, and so we'll see if that push comes through. Also, you have Cerberus there, so if a fight does break out, the shirt. What is that?
You know what? We were repeating last game, and I was saying there's no one on the western side.
My goodness.
FW, New Happy, the only teams here. This is going to be a foot race to the west. The gold rush of 1849 is going to commence as all these teams are trying to make it to the west.
And what a position New Happy has as AZ is just sending it to his team, trying to get into that cube compound, which now is just high priority, as 17 as well is following suit, going to the north side of it. What a just filthy shift of the circle.
I wish we had a tracker right now underneath players alive saying how many players are currently in cars, because I think we're set in the high 50s in this rotation right now. Only TSM able to play the centers. Everyone now is going to go as fast as they can to try and claim some real estate on the western side. They know that it's currently free, but they know it won't be for very long. As Rosicet with 1 HP commits to the spray, but Flash shuts him down.
This is all happening on the north side of this. Flash and Day Trade now with an opportunity to slow down. With the other 3 members of T5, though, not even close, so Day Trade will just drive on by for free.
Flash just got a knock, and he did a total of 0.37 damage. That's probably the least damage needed to get a knock I've ever seen.
Twisted Minds now with a position to kind of hold off, and this is probably what they're going to do. They're going to play off safe, hold out the southern edge. There's no reason to rush, especially because of that island, the double bridge there happening just to the west of Razak. You still have New Happy set up in cube, so this is going to be their territory for the time.
0.37 and a head in kills. I like to see.
Hey, you take those.
You take those indeed. Yeah, I mean, as you're saying with Twisted Minds too, it's completely correct. They always do the same thing here. They play boatyard, they make sure no one's able to backfill them, and then when the circles do eventually shift towards the northwest, they cross over to the Bermuda Island there in the middle, and then try to play the shoreline, grabbing in towards the north. The only time, Luna sending it towards the warehouse, trying to take the position away from 4am, and actually succeeding in doing so.
The only problem, though, I start to see for Twisted is the fact that you see New Happy might split that hilltop, which gives them so much vision onto the position on Bermuda that we see currently Batulins and Twisted starting to occupy. So it's just going to be Batulins as that forward scout. We'll see if Nan is actually able to see him.
It's also now we're starting to see problems rise on the southern side because there were so few teams on the south and southwest early. Now we're getting some of these late backfills. Yeah. They tend to run into one another. Cerberus is coming over Everest as we speak, but right behind them in Face and right behind them is TD team. So if Face stops to take a fight and doesn't keep moving, they're going to get, I would imagine, pulled up on by TD team, unless if TD just goes, you know what, I've heard Northbridge is pretty cool. In the meantime, towards the north, it's kind of the same thing we're seeing here. Backfills on backfills on backfills.
Yeah, but Haisaki actually still up on Everest, and FaZe have pulled up right behind, and I'm not sure if they're aware, but that Dasi is okay, it's fine.
He's gotta leave, my friend. You're
he can't. Haisaki can't leave, though. At this point, if he gets in a vehicle, they're going to find out, and they're going to pour over and just take care of him.
But he has 3 players on the other side ready to suppress.
Yeah, but not from this angle, right? Oh, he's actually looking for the fight here.
Oh, DPS.
Luna is pulling up onto the compound with Raining.
And here comes the collapse type driving down here. That's going to alert them to the fact that there has to be at least one, because why would you collapse on a building where you just saw a full team pull up if it's not because you had a teammate there already?
So they're starting to set up type again. We talked about how huge he's been for T1. His performance has been outstanding. And
open circle.
This is a hell of a circle to play in your last game of the day, Toby. And yeah, as you stated, very open. A lot of the teams starting to set up. Lou actually taking a forward position up at the south, but now the DBS raining down hell onto post the first knock at a big member there for Luna.
Wish he would have peeked when he flashed, because he could have easily gotten one more. Got an underhand, a nade down as well. Make sure not to be seen from the side. As T1 not wanting to commit too hard to get into the building proper. I think they believe, they have faith in the DPS on the first floor. They're just wanting to have Rain and kind of do this on his own with help coming from the sides.
Yeah, but he might have jumped out the back. I'm not sure. Might as well find Gustav off in the distance. It's happening around Everest.
Yep. That's the back, like the late backfills we're seeing as a result of it. FaZe losing 3 as James now solo play left alive. Cerberus still 4 up. This should be pretty easy pick against Nate. Underhand, boom. No, somehow not dead.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a knock as well. The bike is actually blocking Solossi from getting her. The frustration starting to set in. That nade should be good as he gets his way. No, James turns it around.
How is he still alive? Maybe if Himas keeps damaging himself, he'll have a bigger chance of coming up victorious here, but it's still a 1v3. As we see, Snakers now, Falcons opting to engage in T1 as they're trying to set up on the other side.
So a point for Falcons is, yeah, they will successfully third-party that. They will take a knock in return, but they should be able to get it up. Meanwhile, Himas still trying to find Jeems and get rid of this. Solozzi bin bot time to be res as Jeems dodging so much util between these teams, trying to throw it on the balcony, but Jeems is in the building now.
I like this idea. Nate outside, flash inside, deny him any sort of chance to survive. Full blinded, full naded, and can't hear a thing, can't see a thing, and he falls as Himas surpasses 350 PGS kills.
Insane. Is this fight still happening? Oh, it looks like Rainy got up on the roof with that DBS and another flush, another casualty. Another early game issue happening here for Luna Galaxy.
Did not expect that to be a full team in here. Caught by surprise. The players inside as Kraken. A lot of window bar shots. Hit, not optimal, of course, but able to get the knock nonetheless as Nate comes forward, wraps around the side, and that's the DBS to the dome. That's what that gun does.
Yeah, but T1 has taken so much damage inside this, and now it's going to be the team in front of the Falcons to push forward. They're going to have to be between a very uncomfortable sandwich of Therathon 5 and Day Trade.
Oh, the North is not a fun place to be. No doubt about it. The issue is there isn't really a whole lot to play on the South either. As I said before, Twisted staying on the southern side, waiting for as long as possible to make sure that no one is able to backfill them. But do they see Cerberus on the western side, who is currently swimming towards the south central island?
They are swimming, but look at, you look at the map. Twisted setup is also, we'll talk about that when we get there. Right now, it's really about the duo of Path and Pong and Ranger X on T5.
It just goes north, right?
Oh, of course it does. Yeah, that's not a surprise. I mean, the way it went north, though, kind of towards the east was a surprise.
Batulans, I think it's spotted. Yep, they spotted them on the shoreline now. Important vision for them to get there. They're on 5, trying to fend off against Falcons and doing so in style. Just one left alive, and there he falls. They all fall as a result of it. Belmoth from up on the hill taking him out, and just like that, 8 players are eliminated.
And Path and Pong with a heroic hold.
They all die.
That's crazy.
We just lost 10 players in 2 seconds.
That was, I mean, Path and Pong again, though, knocking, 2-3 members of Falcons as they came in.
Important and impressive, no doubt about it. A tough game for many teams trying to rotate in, and it's all the teams that were coming in from the east. We talked about it before, how incredibly tight these rotations would have to be in order for you to avoid any opponents, and, well, for good reason. Doesn't work out for a lot of the teams.
Yeah, and this is what I wanted to talk about earlier before we got into that fight. Twisted opted to actually stay super far south. They had an anchor position in Lou up above the triangle there, the Bermuda, as you called it, the Bermuda Triangle, and then they were able to actually hold out not only Cerberus, but also put damage onto New Happy.
Yeah, it's, I mean, the whole way Twisted approaches this game, you could have written it from miles away as soon as that circle shifts west. They do the exact same thing every time, and I kind of feel like that's what James alluded to in the intro interview today, that, no, I mean, they're easy to read, they do the same thing every time, but that quote doesn't come with, just because they do the same thing doesn't mean that you can deny them or take them out. And, well, they'll do the same thing here once again as all these rotations are starting to come through. There is so much commotion on the edge because TSM is successful in forcing teams out and away from their compound. FW loses 2. Norrens now falls down as well.
TSM have held that split for so long. They will continue to hold, but I do worry about them when Twisted starts to make their way in.
Yep.
But meanwhile, this north side is just absolute chaos as Daytrade been doing well to control that chaos given the circumstances. And they've still only had Noren's knock. That should be his first knock, so they will be able to recover him for now.
I feel like that's the theme of the day. One side of the circle where people are just, you know, leaning back in their hammocks, drinking a cup of tea, chilling, waiting for things to happen. And then just an entire world on fire over on the other side, which is, in this case, now the western side of this circle. Because Freaks and the eastern split of TSM, they haven't seen an opponent in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, they really haven't. And Thanadol kind of holding down this position, this small little deep press in the terrain, and they're going to be able to get Norens there and still work from the north. And there's really no one there, at least from the immediate side. The Flash is rotating from now. They will have to worry about FW as well as Genji and 4AM, but they're embroiled in a fight currently. So this is a third-party opportunity for Daytrade.
Yep. If they can time it right, it might be good. The issue is that a player knocked who's only gotten back on his feet now, and if you want Norens anywhere, that is up in front when you're trying to take these sort of engagements. In the meantime, the rematch did manage to come to fruition. 17 new heavy fighting one another on the western side, and look who's backfilling. Twisted Minds is instantly there, ready to take the fight on.
And Twisted Minds with a third party as the circle will shift. This is all happening on the western edge for control of what's left. You see the 2-2 split of TSM about to be consolidated. And one member down for 17. It's going to be Xiao Bei as he's now looking up in the air to try to avoid, I believe those are mortars coming in, yeah, but Twisted still putting on the pressure, mortars landing.
Yep, Little Ghost on a flank position here, trying to see if he can get something done. Maybe he can even surprise Twisted Minds on this push once he realizes that there's a third team opting to engage here. I think Ming Ming has never felt more surrounded than it does right now. Fortunately, that mortar was kind of blown up in the tree up high. If not, then Ming Ming would have probably fallen into it. Now in the end he will fall as Example takes him down.
So the sandwich has been completed, but still 17 up on that western edge.
Oh, the jump as well, the timing. TSM thought they had an easy push, but they too aren't aware of Perfectix and Twisted Minds.
So they will lose one. They'll pay for their transgressions as Twisted Minds still continuing to put control, but 17 is now next on the menu for them.
We didn't see it. Well, we did. It was in the pip in the bottom right corner, but Ada able to get a double, taken out 4AM just to be dealt with himself. A lot of fighting, a lot of commotion, and look at the scoreboard. Daytrade, 7 kills, Twisted Minds 5, but the rest of them, not a whole lot this game because the teams that have been finding points, the teams that have been able to engage in battles have taken so many casualties in doing so that the score has kind of evened out because of it.
And just, again, look at the control that Twisted has. All of the south is completely theirs. They've herded 17, compound. Just to the west side. But also Daytrade. I mean, it's really 2 compound teams versus 3 teams, or 2 teams that have complete control of the north and south, and then just 17 just kind of needing to pick their battle because at some point it's going to come to a third party, maybe even a fourth party between TSM.
And I feel like that's kind of the impact that Twisted Minds has had on just all regions. I mean, the whole world of PUBG Esports as of late is, well, when Twisted Minds is not in the lobby, we will try to play Twisted Minds PUBG. When they are in the lobby, we'll do it, but from the opposite side of the circle as where they are, because there is space enough in a game of PUBG for 2 teams to try and execute the same playstyle as long as they play on each their side of the circle. And Daytrade actually has been incredibly successful at trying to pull off some of the same mid-game strategies that Twisted Minds does quite often from the opposing side of the circle. So maybe just play opposite of Twisted, do the same thing, and you can come out with similar results.
Yeah, I mean, Daytrade looked fantastic in the group stages. Yeah. As you stated, I mean, you said it, I think the first, or the second day really was, I mean, it was very reminiscent of the way that Twisted plays. We've been talking about their style and how they incorporate and execute that, but still, now the fight is starting to maybe shape up here as Circle is starting to close. You can see Perfectix kind of leading point there for Twisted, and TSM, although they did try to get out and get involved, they immediately were punished by Twisted.
Oh yeah, they've been put back in their seats, and I don't think they're going to leave this compound anytime soon. Now they're going to have to, but I don't think this is them running towards any of these fights. They know that they have Daytrade on the northern side, and there's still 2 very strong teams towards the west, so yeah, I feel like you need at least 1 team eliminated before you leave this building. Maybe peek out, throw some util in a direction, but a full-on fight, I don't think TSM engages in before at least one of Daytrade 17 and Twisted Minds is eliminated.
Yeah, there's no chance that they necessarily consolidate to that eastern building just yet. I mean, they have ridges to play as well to the east once the time comes, but I mean, look at the way the Daytrade have flexed out.
Yep.
I really like this from them, and then they still have that anchor in Norns.
Again, the more space you control, the bigger the chance that your opponents are forced into one another, and we're seeing it here. There is a weird world where Freaks win this game with no points. Just saying. This fight all comes to a close. There's a solo left alive, and he denies the blue, and they get a 0-kill win. That could be the case, but we'll have to wait and see. As Halo, well, never felt safer. Just sat here in the middle, try and force these teams into each other.
He is sending those mortars. Could that one go towards example? Boop.
Where are we landing?
I mean, they're around the area.
They can't really scan if they're hitting. Nah, they're going to go too far now.
Yeah, that's just completely blind. Mortars is now 17, though, is starting to make their push towards Twisted Minds. You can see the smokes. They have an idea now of exactly where the team is currently sat on the south side of the hill, and Little Ghost will open it up onto Perfectix.
But as you can see, TSM, as much as they want to engage in this, they know they have day trade just on the other side. They're all looking out this side of their compounds. They just don't feel comfortable leaving, and I do not fault them for it.
No, not at all. I mean,
this
why
is
not
what they
just
do instead.
keep firing those mortars? As example, will find a double onto Suju and Xiaobei, but he's going to go down to the blue. Oh, no.
Gets the double. Lots of damage done on both sides. Honestly, this couldn't play out any better for the likes of CSM and Daytrade. Seeing both these two teams go out and take a lot of damage in doing so. Now, Xiaobei should be able to get back on his feet, but Lou still ain't done fighting yet.
He's going to get into that RB and just make it desperate send where he can. TSM again, still though hesitant. Can't make it down there. Lou on 1 HP. And he's going to make it away. Little Ghost, there's no way to get a res here. He's just got to heal and get in.
Get into the circle, mate. You might not have time for this.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, should have crept further forward. Doesn't do it, and therefore Lou gets to stay alive.
For the time being, KDF now realize this could potentially be their opportunity to flex out, but Norin's really kind of putting the stamp on that, stopping them from doing so.
Exactly. Sparking looked West eager early on. Now it's Purdy instantly. As soon as he's out here, Daytrade has the ankles. They too didn't have to make any moves. You can see Freaks, they really want to get in on the action, but losing Salute earlier, and now them going, we also kind of like this circle, so why leave?
Yes, but sorry, it's just that shot from Belmoth was disgusting through the smoke. He found Alo, which now puts TSM down to just 1.
Yep. Trying to fend off here, trying to suppress. Norrens is single-handedly tasked with trying to fend off any sort of push coming from Freaks. And right now, well, there's no reason for him to be too concerned, because I think as long as Freaks have the circle, they're not planning on leaving the building.
No, but intelligent from Lou to recognize that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is his best play. Get a team out of there, maybe get some kills before he's found. This Belmoth and Daytrade will continue to rack up points here. Currently 9 kills in this game, controlling the North.
I kind of want this to be a 0-kill win for Freaks. I just, at this point, can't see how it happens. It would have had to have more Daytrade players falling, because now they're going to have the circle center, most likely, next shift, and they're going to be sat in a very, very advantageous position up high. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. This is the weird thing, right? Freaks have had all circles this game. If they fall now without being able to leave the compound, that's a 4-point game.
Yeah,
Falcons died 14 minutes ago, and they would have had more points this game than Freaks if they don't get a point.
That is the
it just goes to show the importance of kills in these games, the importance of being able... That's why we keep going back to it. You got to make something of your late games. Yes, you get 9 circles, but if you can't go out and make something of it, because you don't get many chances in an 18-game grand finals of doing these things, that game could be less important than a game where you died in phase 2.
Yeah, but it also speaks volumes of how Daytrade have kind of quelled their bloodlust, or at least their opportunities to get kills, because... they've been stuck in these, former Invisibles.
Yeah, I mean, they have had chances to wrap towards the north side earlier, I feel like. You can always do the wide wrap around the ridgeline. The issue is that, as you were saying too, Lou was very swift in making his way down towards the south side compound. But now here comes the push. They want the points. They've been sat here waiting, not really done a whole lot of damage up until this point. Lou will be dealt with. Freaks can reset and potentially look towards the north for a flank. Now they know their south is clear.
Right.
Is this when you go out and contest Norrens?
I mean, they kind of need to, right?
They should.
Otherwise, they're conceding all of this control to
Yep.
Daytrade, because they have one in Thanadol. Yeah, he was just keeping tabs on Luke, and now they can just completely shift their focus onto the team of KDF.
They still, I mean, they're too warm in the comfort of those buildings, and I think that's going to fight against them. I think they will fall because they didn't opt to try and push north earlier, or at least right as the Lou went down. You get the guy who went for the Judge Human that was down to have HP, pop that first hit instantly, and then look towards the north, but they're not even on the walls. They're sat inside the building proper. I don't like the idea, because I love Freaks as a team, but this, to me, feels like a Freaks that without Salute aren't playing with the same comfort, aren't playing with the same
No, you
eagerness.
could
to go out and
definitely
make
argue
plays.
that they could have been more active in this game. I mean, even if it was Norns holding them down and they recognize it's one player, that's an opportunity, especially when we saw Daytrade really start to flex 3 members towards the fight between TSM, Twisted, and 17 happening on the West Edge. So, yeah, they've kind of just sat in this building.
They definitely have. And well, still a game to be won. Regardless of what happens from here, it's going to be a 7-point game guaranteed for Freaks, which, I mean, if you can average 7 points, you're going to end up pretty high on the leaderboard, all things considered. It's just, you don't want to consolidate. You don't want to end up on a 7-point game that could have been easily into the double.
Yeah, when you're given, every circle.
Exactly.
I agree.
Exactly. They trade for good reason, not in a hurry. They already got 10 kills. They got 16 points guaranteed in this game. Of course, they want to make it 23, but we'll see if that's going to be the case or not, as this final circle is going to start closing in just a few seconds. And it's on Freaks, really. I mean,
it is.
Daytrade has the dot. They can sit here, they can wait, say, Freaks, you gotta do something, my friends.
They have the dot. They have a wide berth of control as well in the circle, and then even have some foldable shields. So realistically, as you said, it's really on to Kwangdong Freaks to make something happen here.
Yep. We'll just wait. Yes. Oh, do you make mistakes that at all? Do you get greedy?
Oh,
I think you saw him on the tree.
He got to the tree, though.
I saw a shoulder, saw him moving forward. They're inside the circle, though. Now we'll see. So the question now becomes, from me, since this is as quiet as it is, what's it going to take for Freaks to move before blue? Do they need enough?
I don't know. I mean, this is kind of a surprising lack of proactivity.
It's also considering how active Freaks actually were in the group stage and trying to...
Right, or even in some of the games before.
Yeah.
Before in today's games. I mean, this is kind of... this is very passive from them. Unexpected.
Oh, smoke's deployed. We'll see if they actually start making a play now. The thing is, if Freaks read that you have Daytrade split with Thanadol on the side, which they should, why would you be 2 people there? You should be able to make a play off it. The issue is Thanadol has an amazing position right now, which he can easily punish. Now they're on the wall. Now should be when the sweep comes in from Norwich, from the other guys, because they still have util and they're going to love it all down below.
I mean, this is kind
kind
of what happens when you play this passive. I mean,
they're doomed.
Yeah.
At this point, they might as well dive to blue.
Not even looking for angles. They weren't looking for knocks. They just kind of sat in the buildings. I mean, it would take a miracle for them to find a few knocks. Daytrade would have to kind of throw.
I mean, 61% win chance for Daytrade is
I think it's like
cutting it
80%,
short.
really.
We're in the high 80s at this point. Freaks have no control from the side of the circle. They're running low on util as well. They're not within nade range, and they have to make it uphill. Thandal on the flank. Belmont is already down here. Trying to go for the peek around the side now. Norrens finds one. Heaven does have a bit of a response, but they're down to a 3v1. Heaven on his own, trying to see if he can claim at least the point off of Thanadol. Anyone having him on his fantasy team would want that not to be the case, but he's still stuck in the corner. Thanadol crawling for info. Heaven has a tree, and that's about it as he finds one more knock, making it a 1v2. Daytrade, are you actually going to throw this?
I mean, the smoke giving him cover. He will be able to heal. And he put some damage onto the members, but nice. They've split, decided not to stay at the same tree, but all of a sudden, very winnable here for KDF. The blue now pushing him out. He's going to be in the open very soon. And
Heaven! What are you doing?
Okay. I guess he went to deny. I mean, very anticlimactic.
My friend, he took 3 tanks on the jammer pack and then 3...
Okay, regardless, well played to Daytrade.
Yes, Daytrade played a phenomenal game.
Let's just change the subject. Very well played to Daytrade there. Even in that ending servo where they did lose 2 members, they just put so much pressure on KDF, who kind of just accepted it.
And again, the way that they were approaching the game from the north, backfilling fight after fight after fight, such good awareness in this game. Let's hop over to the Escalating and break down the final match of the day.
Day Trade with yet another win after we just had New App getting themselves another win here. So not many on the board for anybody here. It's all going to be Day Trade towards the very end. And it seemed pretty clean cut for them up until Heaven had a few words to say. But it did feel like maybe Kwangdong Freaks could have tried to go for a little bit of a poke around the East Wrap and see what was going on up there. But regardless, they were pinned in position.
They were because they spent so long there. There were so many firefights that were happening around the outside. Salute was down. I understand being 3 and a potential walking into 4, but at some point you have to know that compound can be a death trap, and you should have stretched out a bit before that, maybe even a circle and a half before then. You could have backfilled right in back behind Day Trade and really put in some work instead of just leaving it to the very last dying breath to put a couple of bullets into somebody.
I get it without Salute. You know, losing him early. It's a big loss to lose.
We're on an international stage. You still got to try to make something happen. Yeah, I get he's your star, but still, if he's gone, you got to at least pull the triggers, man.
Yeah, for sure. Day Trade really had the pick of the litter up in the north side. There wasn't really no kind of challenging their position that they had, and they were almost always going to win that out. And Heaven even towards the end, right? Like, he knows the smoke's dissipated. There's no extra cover for him to go into. You have to. If you move out of the blue, you're hoping that he peeks, assuming you've moved away, basically.
Yeah.
To try and get that lucky headshot, that lucky line.
He was getting tagged from a different angle through the smoke that he knew was not the person behind the tree. So it's either I step forward and I let that person shoot me, or I die to the blue zone that's behind me, or I let the guy that's behind the tree kill me. There was no good option there at that stage because it had just progressed too far. So I don't mind him really not having any options, so just kind of being done there.
But regardless, what a great day for them, right? I mean, they're going to be finishing way up the leaderboards, up into what, I think 3rd or 4th or something like that.
12 kills for Day Trade.
Yeah, brilliant performance by them here today. Once again, showing that, hey, that group stage, not just kind of a flash in the pan.
There's a lot of teams that talk about that, right? Is that it's almost harder to play the group stage sometimes because not everybody is moving in the most logical of fashions, and so therefore you're kind of playing against the odds a lot of times. I mean, we still have our best teams manage to make it through, but if you're a squad that has had some troubles in the group stage, those tend to perpetuate further and further and further. So now that you manage to make it into the final stage, everything kind of calms down and everybody starts playing a lot more how you would expect them to play.
Well, of course, and that means now we have a very open lead from a lot of these teams up towards the top. But without further ado, we do have an interview ready with the preserver himself. It's James.
Here after an exciting day of match here, and we're now first having GMD from FaZe. So for you, like with this kind of middle ranking position right now, for your future plays in the future 2 days, will play a more aggressive ways to secure more points, or will you take a steadier approach to make it more safe?
Right now, we haven't really figured out how to play this lobby, so we're kind of a little bit all over the place. Today we try to play a little bit more aggressive, but we could only really play 3, maybe 2.5 games today because we lost people early and so what. But I wouldn't say that we are trying to play more aggressive, but at the same time we haven't really figured out what we're doing in this lobby, so
yeah, of course. That's just looking forward to FaZe's approach and strategies in the future plays, of course. And secondly, so do you have any expectations into tomorrow's plays? Do you have specific expectations into no matter ranks or points you're gonna secure?
Not really. We're just trying to play our best, really. Some days are bad, some days are good. Hopefully we can play good the next 2 days, but if we don't, it is what it is.
Okay, that was very good mindset, I would say. Okay, thank you very much, UMC, and I hope you have very good luck and more chicken dinner in the future, please. Thank you. Off you go. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Then we're welcoming Xiaowu from 70 Gaming, who has got the most of the leaderboards today. Welcome. Let's go. Yes, first, of course, congratulations on gaining the first on our leaderboard today. So after this play for the finals, what are you thinking right now? 所以也是恭喜17在第一天拿下我们积分榜的第1。那现在心情如何呢？
心情一般。
Just so. Oh, that wasn't the answer I was expecting. I'll be honest. Why for that? 为什么呢？为什么？
还有2天了。
Okay, so there is still 2 days to go. Okay, very cautious person, I would say. Okay, and also like now you're beating the first place. Does it give you like more pressure or like more promotions into your future games? 那现在我们目前位列第1的位置，你觉得这是给你更多的压力呢，还是动力？
我觉得一半各一半吧，有压力也有动力。
Okay, so half pressures and half promotions. Okay, also very cautious persons to say, and I hope that 17 could gain more better performances in the future plays. Thank you very much, and hope you also have very good luck in the future plays. 谢谢. Okay, so not yet, but still, yes. So that's everything for our post-match interview and now, and we will see you tomorrow.
All right, we've heard there from the teams to be able to get them done and dusted. Yes, hi James, well done.
You managed to make it over there.
Big muscles. All right, everyone flex. All right, yes, thank you. Why have we not done this before?
This is my favorite. I just want to do this every single time from this point forward.
But yeah, I mean, overall, a great performance from a lot of our teams, right? I think the cool thing about today is that much as we saw Perfectix doing some flexing, they're not number 1, which is crazy.
I know. It's a quiet start. I mean, we've often talked about sometimes Twisted can start a bit slower and then just continually cook. But I mean, they're still holding up a very decent points per game. They're not inherently that far behind the pack, but there is a bit of separation that's starting to happen with the top teams away from them.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at this game, though. Overall, Day Trade now managed to get themselves yet another 12 kills on the board with the 1,500 damage. It is Twisted Minds that, of course, is still very prevalent. We're not expecting them to be going anywhere anytime soon. They'll always be towards the top. 8 kills go their way. Quanglon Freaks, only the 3 off of that compound. I do get the point that, Salute goes down early. They want to play kind of an inverted commas salvage game. I'm not quite sure aware of everything else going on around them. But yeah, they maybe thought they could get a little bit more.
I'm going to lose my mind. I mean, it's one of those things that when you're at the international stage, and again, I love the Freaks. I love what they've been doing into this stage, but that specific map, they had to know that they needed to get out of that house earlier.
And it will be Belmoth taking 5, Thanadol with 4 here. A lot of damage coming out from Thanadol, despite not getting all of the kills overall. So very impressive stuff across the board here for this team. I do think that with the 10 kills that they're able to get, it will be Belmoth taking the man of the match. But once they kind of sorted things out towards the north, they had so much room to play with. You saw that 1-1-1-1 split across that mountain range.
The hillside that they got control over as we saw the shift start going that direction really just gave them so much information on how to navigate that, and also made it to where the firefighting over to the west, where we saw that's where Twisted was at, TSM, all those guys.
Yeah.
That's where the collapse of all of just the destruction trying to walk into the circle happened, and they just got to kind of set back and take pot shots into it all.
Well, we have I would say technically a very even spread here from a day 1 of our final stage. Twisted Minds will head up the kills as well as damage, but 17 manages to get deepest into a lot of these games. I've got to say, particularly impressed with TSM being up here at the moment, and they've looked really good all day as well. I think that TSM thinks that they could have had even more from today, but 1 or 2 scenarios didn't quite go have the cards play out for them.
They were doing really well, and then Erangel happened. Erangel, for whatever reason, just kind of seemed to throw them a curveball today, especially given the fact that we ended up just north of Georgia Pole, which is where they drop at. It's kind of astounding.
All right, well, this is the match leaderboard. I was oohing because I was hoping it was the overall leaderboard, but it's not.
Not there yet.
We'll get back to that in a second. But Twisted Minds still get themselves the good old 12, 22 for Day Trade. So they are really firming themselves up towards the top. Beyond that, let's take a look. It's the total leaderboard. Yes, all right, here we go. 17 Gaming, 67 points. It's been a banger of a day for them. They've just been present towards a lot of these late games. Again, TSM, I've got to say exactly what I said like literally a minute ago. Really impressed with what they've been able to put up.
It should say something that 17 Gaming and TSM are ahead of Day Trade, who's managed to pick up 2 wins. That's just a stellar performance from both of these squads. Twisted Minds with no wins, just in the thick of it, tailing right and back behind everybody. And Cerberus just getting there off of placement points. Again, I know. Crazy.
Do you have any concerns about maybe New Happy here? We had 2 wins from them, but only the 12 kills, only 34 points. It's great that you're getting the wins, But
do I have a concern for New Happy now? Or, I mean, I had it before we came into this. And if anything, getting 2 wins because you did manage to get some good circle positioning and only being at 34 points, that's kind of telling.
Yeah, neither of the wins really kind of big kill games for New Happy. They need to just kind of tighten the bolts a little bit around some of the play.
Best way I can describe it is, and this is no slander meant towards Falcons, I wouldn't say have been having a great day, and when you're tied with New Happy, who has 2 wins, I mean, that says something, right?
That is fair. That is fair. So as we look a little bit further down here, Kwangdong Freaks, again, I felt like we saw them in a lot of late game kind of scenarios, but only 9th place right now. I think they need to... Well, you don't want to fall into maybe they were tired. I don't know. It was game 6, right? I mean, we're deep into the evening now. But once they were in that compound, they just didn't want to move. There was nobody coming their way. Therefore, no points were really coming their way.
It's overall kind of interesting. I was also kind of expecting more out of 4 Angry Men at this stage. Given how the group stage was going for them, they have not had a near on anything work for them today.
That's always the problem when it comes to like post games or post shows for PUBG. I'm like, oh yeah, there's so many talking points because there's so many teams in terms of did they surpass your expectations? Did they meet your expectations? Did they not hit them? And now that I think about it for 4 AM, because I did so much VOD review for them in the group stage, right? I was like, this is a different 4 AM, you know?
HS was playing nutty in the group stage, and it just didn't really happen so far today.
Well, tomorrow, of course, as you can see, here's our maps. We end on Miramar tomorrow, so that, we end on Erangel on the very last day. So that's how that's all going to shape up. What a day, though, here, Matchroom, considering we have had we haven't had so many varied winners. We had 2 teams get themselves 2 victories overall, but very varied end games across the board, even a different circle of Rondo than we're used to.
I know, Desert Rondo, dude. Always excited for that.
Yeah. How about teams?
I would have to say that 17 Gaming's and their performance inside of that, on top of leaderboard, a big component for it just being their fighting capabilities, which is something that was a bit more elusive during the group stage. So it was good to see that all gel back together. TSM, stellar performances outside of Erangel is also really cool, but I've been very impressed, surprisingly, with Cerberus and their salvage capabilities. This is not a position we normally get a chance to see them play a lot, because usually it's just come in guns a-blazing, get there off of kill counts, and feel good about it.
Yeah.
They're doing a lot of solo salvage play to really keep themselves competitive in this, and if that's a new arrow that they've managed to pull out of the quiver, I love it.
I think it was a great start for them, right? When it came to the Miramar, obviously they had Himas getting himself, I think it was 7 or something like that. But anyway, that is by the by. We are done for day number 1 of our final stage. And thank you to all of our partners and sponsors that come along for this journey as well. We've got Crafted and VSPO providing the game as well as the tournament here for live from Bangkok. We also have OP.GG, our main partner here for PGS 6. If you can overpower your game, you can head on over there and you can rank up alongside the very best of them as well. We have our hotel partner joining us here in Bangkok too. We have the Novotel Bangkok. We also have the Green Park Studio that we are here. It's here. So they're cool. Thank you very much for everything that's going on. And finally, we have TT Racing as well, as we have lovely chairs. I
don't have a chair. I can run and grab one if you want.
I'm like a salesman at this point. Over here. All right, okay. So we've had a lot of fun here. I'm not getting tricked this time. Any final words that aren't no?
Okay, I'll give you some this time.
Yeah.
I am excited going into tomorrow because I want to see the modifications and what we're going to be looking at. Because since we're going to be starting on Erangel, it should be a bit of a slower start and then ending on Miramar. So a couple of these frag-heavy teams maybe can come much more alive in the second half of tomorrow.
I'm excited to see what they go away, VOD review, see how they're going to approach tomorrow for sure. All right, well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody tuning in from around the world. That is day number 1 of our final stage done tomorrow. We really get into the thick of it here for the final stage and find out who's going to be able to push themselves a little further here at PGS 6. See you soon.
Granted, where I landed, this could be my one and only shot. Never met a